Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Today is a special episode on Friday, September 3rd, 2021. If anything, forgive me, a moment of selfishness to my mother. Today is her birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, my mother, who is, recovering, and she is, she was born in 1939. So that makes it, a little while. I'll have to do the math in a moment.
83.
Thank you. Yes, she is 83. So I'm really looking forward to having a chance to see her sometime this weekend. But for now, we're going to get it going. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to stop talking. We got to get right to it. That's Michael, and that's that's Michael too. That's Michael Bednar, folks. That's the man. That's the guy. That's the one that does it. So forgive me. You guys can make fun of me. As you know, I'm overdressed. It just arrived today, so I'm really happy about it. It is the Picard one. My daughter got the yellow one. You know, someone has to do what they're told. So anyway, we're already getting a few likes. Timoteo, thank you for joining us. Josh Jones, thank you for joining us. We're already getting likes. I have quite a few people watching, folks. As you know, Starship Farragut was one of the only programs, the only fan films that not only, it's a fan film production, but the characters were the non-TOS characters. There was no one in the series. They were all unique characters. They followed in the stead of Starship Exeter, which really set everything. Said, guys, screw that. We can do TOS stories today, and they can be told and told well. And Farragut was one of those, along with, and you have to help me out, I know it's Star Trek Phase 2, Star Trek New Voyages. What is the official name to them? I forget. The one's up north in New York.
Adirondacks.
Yeah, the Adirondacks. But with Michael Colley, look, it's obvious what they did. It's phenomenal stuff as well. James Colley, yes.
Yep.
And but they did Enterprise. Star Trek Continues did Enterprise, but Farragut was one of the very first, one of the very first. Yeah,
the second. Yeah,
that did their own crew and their own ship, and it was absolutely awesome. And there's still future stuff coming out. It's already been announced. John Broughton made it very clear that there is a final episode of Starship Farragut due. So we'll see. But beyond that, folks, you saw what happened about a month ago when Michael was here. I have to shut up now. I have to hand it over to Michael. Michael, do you have anything to say? Michael Day?
Yeah, I better get it in now, huh? I just want to say, I thoroughly enjoyed my experience with Farragut. And, I have made friends, as I said the last time, lifelong friends by working on Farragut. Most of the people I still am in contact with, especially Michael down there. We talk a lot.
We stay connected.
We do.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, folks, and it's absolutely awesome. Starship Farragut was one of our first gets. It was in 2009, I think sometime in March. It was it might have been 2008, but it doesn't matter. It was cool. We went gaga over them when they accepted, and we still go gaga over them because of the love and everything that they did. But again, I'm done. Michael, you don't have the con. Oh, actually,
That's
you
behind
have the. Look at what a setup! Look at that. That is sweet, folks. There it is. Let's just say that he's the OOD. I keep the con.
There you go.
The OOD, yes.
But you get John off the ship, and it's my chair.
Oh, very good, folks.
Does that script have John going down to the planet? Yeah. Okay. Good. We're good.
Good. That's mine. Yeah.
That is cool. But you do look well in the chair, and we're going to ask you to pose in just a little bit. So,
okay.
But anyway, all kidding aside, Michael, last time you took us through quite a bit of the handiwork that you did, and everyone. It wasn't only you, Michael, but you are basically the one that it's the keeper of the records. So
I organized it. Yeah, I organized it. There was a multitude of people that really took the craftsmanship to the level that I expected. The like what's on the screen here that we're sharing. That's actually the transporter console, and we gave a set of plans to John Broughton's dad, and asked him to build that for us, and so he did. And I got the product back. John and I drove out to Cincinnati, picked it up, and brought it back, and I took it to my dad's workshop and basically did all the sanding and the painting, and yep.
Forgive me for interrupting. You mentioned him, and
Yep.
now we got both.
Oh,
Good
there you
evening. Actually, let's go to this screen right here. There we are. Good evening, John and John.
Oh, wow.
Stand up. Stand up, prisoner.
Oh.
I had to force this guy to join us.
Excellent. It works. And those are the ones from Star Trek 6, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they
That
are.
is cool. Well, folks, yeah, exactly. Craig, thank you for the like. Boom! John shows up, and John as well. Mr. Broughton, I have to tell you that I wrote a review of the very first episode, and I quoted you as my tagline for the episode when your son says that he has command of the ship, and you say something to the effect of, "The Farragut?" And, of course, your son says, "It's a fine ship." Yeah, it's not the ship I'm talking about. I love that line. But that was from the very beginning. But anyway, we're going to get to it. Thanks for joining us, guys. Hey, I'm going to hand it off to you guys. I overdressed. Sorry about that, guys.
All right, so
And let me pull the other thing back up again.
there we go.
Yes. Yes,
All right, so back to what we got here. This is what John and we drove out to John's dad's house, and he actually built this for us. We gave him all the plans and everything, and brought it back to my dad's workshop and did all the sanding and painting and getting it ready for all the other parts. And we ended up getting that delivered to the new studio. We'll just go through some pictures here. But there it is. Piece of cake. Like I say, it's this whole thing has been a culmination of everybody's being able to work together. I say this, if we didn't have John Broughton's dad, I'd done a lot more cussing. Because the man, when we did the bridge, he helped us with the angles of everything. When we laid it, if you remember that, Mr. B, when we put it out on the floor, labeled everything out. Yep. So, yeah, and it was. And, once we got moving, it was like a train. It wasn't going to stop. Mm-hmm. And that's how this whole thing is just culminated.
As a matter of fact, just very quickly, Michael Bednar mentioned that you had built the transporter console. How long did it take? Wow. Okay. Do we say senior, junior? How should we address each other?
Mr. B.
You got
Mr.
two Johns
B.
You got two Johns and you got two Michaels. So.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna have to keep my order. Mr. B, how long did it take for you to prepare the console? Or, well, yeah, make it happen, basically.
Well, since my instructions were very specific on dimensions and they couldn't be tolerated by a millimeter, I think it took me probably a few weeks.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is cool.
I remember signing it. If you lift up the console part, the wooden frame, if you lift it up, I think you'll see my name on there.
I know there is a picture I've got somewhere where it says, "Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life down here," or something to that effect.
Sounds like something I did.
Yeah. But I think that was on the base. When you lift the console off the base, that's in there. And it's still in there.
You scratched my name then, huh?
As a matter of fact, I do apologize. We are getting quite a few likes. As I mentioned, Timoteo, Josh Jones, Craig Hauer, Steve Semmel, Kevin
great.
Palm, Jacob Hayes, and Tony Konopka. Folks in the chat room, if you would let us know where you are, where you hail from, be real cool. Because I believe everyone right here, except for myself, that's live. You guys are all in the Washington D.C. area, right?
Yep.
Yeah, nation's capital. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out in the frontier. It really sucks out here.
To the point of what my dad said about the millimeter and being exact, that's kind of the curse of doing Star Trek, and recreating all these sets. People that have seen these episodes 100 times each, there's an expectation of what they're going to see, and if you don't make those sets just right, if you don't make the uniforms just right, people are going to not
Say
enjoy
something.
it. They're going to nitpick, and so I think in addition to filmmaking, what we were doing was very much a vintage piece. We were trying to replicate 1960s television, 1960s Star Trek.
Yeah.
It's a curse. If we were doing something original, no one would know. He'd be able to cut corners like he wanted to.
And I wanted to cut corners because he'd have it. It's 6.125 inches. I figured
there's
6
no 90
inches
degrees in Star Trek.
I figured it was good enough, but nope. Yeah.
Now it's interesting, gentlemen. A question: when you began doing this, did you understand that it was that way? I know the joke. There is no 90
absolutely.
degrees.
I mean, when I originally, the idea came about, I saw the works of Starship Exeter in 2003, and I was just blown away. I was like, the idea of taking the universe of what Gene Roddenberry created, and there was 12, 13 Constitution class starships. Take one of them and develop a whole universe around them, and that's essentially how it came about. Originally, it was labeled Starship Excalibur. And Joe Koresman out in Vegas at the time was working on it was called something similar, but Excalibur. And he reached out to me. He saw that I was on the internet. This is before social media, as it is now. And he asked that I change the name. And he said, if you change the name of any other ship, I will make all the patches that you need. And I got the pick, and I was looking at the patches that he had, and I remember the Farragut because of its naval heritage, and my father, my dad, my grandfather on my mother's side were all Navy, and my brothers. So that kind of stuck out. But the what sold me was the Farragut patch was oval, and I was making the uniforms. I said that's got to be easy to sew. So that's kind of how we how Farragut got sealed its fate. But I knew prior to making fan films, I was involved in making prop replica kits and was known on the underground. Dad helped me with a lot of the kits that we issued, but putting together tricorders, phasers, communicators, logbooks, the laser beacon, other obscure props in the TOS world. And again, attention to detail. Everything has to be exact, like what fans remember, because they're going to judge you on that. So there was a lot of painstaking attention to detail and work. But I knew that going in. And the uniforms, for me, I mean, Mike and my dad, they were very much working on the sets where I was working on the uniforms. But I wanted each uniform to look like it was made. It was custom made, tailored for that character. And just like it did in classic Star Trek. And one of the signatures of that classic Trek uniform is that collar. It's got to have that nice pointed, it's got to have that nice black pointed collar, and it's got to be snug on the actor. The uniform's got to look like they're made, because anything else wouldn't look right. And we were trying to make a spin-off of classic Star Trek. So if you manually reached on your TV and manually turned the knob in 1967, you would have gotten Starship Farragut, and that was the intent. Not a parody, but serious new tales of Star Trek, but in the universe of Trek. And a saving grace that we didn't do, that some other outfits did, was we didn't do Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. It was Carter, Tacken, and Smithfield. And when you watch the episodes, you don't have any emotional attachment or baggage associated with TOS, because you're seeing new characters. So that was what we were attempting to do. And that's what I liked about Exeter, because I'm like, it's not Kirk. It's a different ship, different crew, and different adventures.
Yeah, it was great for all of us because obviously you were able to write your own stories, and it didn't. You were creating the characters that we would look back on fondly. And you're down. You, how many episodes? Farragut, was it 7?
Well, we did about 6 full, what I call full feature episodic films. We've done 2 animated episodes in the same filmation style of the 1970s. We've done about, let's see, 3 Starship Farragut vignettes. We've done 3, I think, vignettes for our spin-off of Trek Isolation, which were still considered part of the Farragut world, if you will. And then we did logs and animation. Yeah, we did the animation and the crew logs.
Comic book.
And a comic a comic
Coloring books.
And a calendar.
And a calendar.
We are the longest running, unless someone disputes it, and I always got to preface anything I say as it relates to Star Trek fans, because it is my understanding that we are the longest running web series in existence. We've been doing this since 2005. Our latest Classic Trek, our web series finale, will be out here in October, so less than 30 days. We're planning to release it, and we're already in pre-production of Farragut Forward, which takes the same characters and transpose them in the movie era universe. And I think,
whoa, John, what is Farragut Forward? Did you
Come on,
explain
John.
that to the audience?
Farragut Forward is essentially that. If you think of where Classic Trek ends with the Turnabout Intruder and it picks up with the Wrath of Khan in Star Trek II, that's where our series unfolds. And I think we've taken a break since our last film, and I think it's actually helped our production. I think it's actually reset a lot of things. It's refreshed the crew. And I didn't think the idea came about, I think it was early this summer, and I reached out to a buddy of mine, Johnny K, and I've seen some of his first 2 efforts, and I was just always impressed with him. And we go back, 8 years. We met at the Shore Leave Convention in 2013, and I learned a lot from him as it relates to photography and Photoshop editing, and he knew how to do props, and we shared a lot of the same interest in films of the 80s. And I was kind of itching to do something related to Star Trek and Farragut. And I had the idea I would write a 2-minute teaser, throw it out there in the movie universe, and see if anyone cared. And if there was interest, then we would do 1, potentially 2 in the movie era. We are respecting the fan film guidelines, so we've developed a kind of a roadmap that allows us to do that, but respect the guidelines. Starship Farragut, from day one, we have always respect the intellectual property and the licensing of Star Trek, the copyrighted material. We don't call it Star Trek; it's called Starship Farragut. The patches are different. We've tried to, as best as we could, steer clear of Paramount CBS's intellectual property. So with all that said, I've got kind of a vision to do 2 to 3, and but the biggest one that we want to do has always been the point of the end game of Farragut was to do the movie era. And it was right after The Crossing. I mean, my head was already, that was supposed to be our swan song. And maybe it should have been. But it was over an hour. It was a big epic film. It kind of tidied up a lot of loose ends. Paul Sieber wrote that, like he wrote The Price of Anything, 2 exceptional stories. And I was already in the mode. I was already in pre-production working on Farragut Forward. And then Paul, the intent was after we sold the sets to for the Star Trek Continues group, that we would do a documentary. We had it in the contract that after the sale of the sets, we would do one more outing at the studio within 1 year's time. And in my head, it was always to do a documentary. And there was a lot of things that Mike and I and Michael Day and the team had done in the span of 10 years. And we thought that, let's document that for historical sake. And it was, I thought it was a great story worth telling. And Paul wrote the script for Homecoming, and we kind of went that route instead. But I was already always wanting to do something in the movie era. I thought that we had done enough. 10 years was enough in the TOS movie and the TOS TV realm. And I felt like we had got our footing, and it was just time. But I'm glad that we took almost 5 years. We've kind of where we've tabled things, and I think it's worked to our advantage. And a lot of things have come into alignment for this new effort of Farragut. And I think people are going to like it. I'm really hoping that this will be the best fan film that's ever been done. I mean, it's very ambitious, what we plan to be doing. It's very dark, and there's a lot of nods to 80s filmmaking. Mike Bednar is making instead of doing CGI, which has been a hell point in terms of post-production, we are filming miniatures. And there's a lot of other nods to 80s filmmaking.
I have it right behind here if you want to see it.
Sure.
Wow.
And to those that may not know about Mike's abilities, he and I met in 1995 when I was getting out of the Navy. I met him through a transition assistance office program over at Anacostia. There it is. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
And we'll do this.
To Mike, we weren't. All this is extra, which is great because it'll work well for the film. But nice. Mike is. When I met Mike, this is what he was doing. This is his love, is doing models. He was doing it professionally for people, for celebrities, for paying clientele, and he was also doing props. And that's how we met, and we got our friendship was based a lot into that. But so we got filming miniatures. We're doing a lot of things that haven't been necessarily done to my knowledge. But I do believe that this will be our best venture yet. And I think, and as it relates to Star Trek fan films, I'm optimistic that it'll be the best. That's what I'm shooting for. And everything's coming. I mean, we are faithfully, as Mike pointed out on that model, all the attention to detail, we are building the bridge from the Wrath of Khan. And you'll see those nice chairs. We're having the arms laser cut aluminum. I'm picking up some tomorrow. My dad helped me with some of the head rest piece.
Sure.
And we've got the mint green fabric but everything is being, again, all of the attention to detail. I mean, what fans expect.
Yeah.
They're going to, as we do this movie era, they're going to expect to see certain things. And those chairs are kind of iconic to the first three movies. So that's what we're working on now. And we're going to have some celebrity talent. When I was in LA, I had my first celebrity talent actually call and plead to be in our production. That's never happened before. So that was nice to have someone.
It's the other way around, right, John?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is so cool. John, forgive me for interrupting you real quick, but folks, again, this is a fan production. They're putting, when I say they, I'm talking about everyone around me. They put in their blood, sweat, and tears. Oh, and something called this, too. Money. And it's a lot of it. And, John, I don't know if you've set anything up yet, but is there a Patreon account for Farragut? Or...
Well, for the teaser trailer, there will be for the 2 minutes of the 28 film, because I call it a teaser. It's really the first 2 minutes of the 30-minute film. That is financed already.
Wow.
It's the rest of the film. If people want to see the rest of the story, They'll kick in money. We plan to do a crowdfunder for that. But I am optimistic that when we ask for people for money, one, Homecoming will be out. Everything that we've said to date will have been accomplished. We've had a lot of post-production hell with that film. It's been pretty much cursed, but that'll be over. We will have a part of a bridge set. We will have cast members in the Wrath of Khan uniforms, those burgundy jackets, the nice nautical collars. People will see that we've made the investment and are committed to seeing this film through. And I'm optimistic that people will want to see it. We're not asking, none of our films, if you look back, the last 3 films that we've crowdfunded, we weren't asking for much. We weren't asking for 1.3 million. We're talking about 15 to 20 million. 15
to 20 million. Yes, absolutely.
Come on.
That's a Freudian slip. Hey, we're asking for the moon.
I was thinking big. We were only asking between 15 and 20,000. And if you think about it, it's not a lot of money as it relates to a Hollywood scale production where you are having sets, elaborate costumes, props, and you're filming on location elsewhere. I mean, we're not really asking for a lot. I think it's and a lot of that is covering other things. But people will see that what we've built, and I'm optimistic that our fan base, who has supported us for all these years, will want to see. I mean, you're going to see a lot of the Farragut characters. You're going to see new folks infused in the project, and I'm hopeful that people will want to see this through. So there will be a crowdfunder, Roger, and maybe we'll work in concert with you when we go to launch it.
Hey, I think Roger wants to be in it.
I think he does too.
Okay, well, I don't want to put John on the
Noriega.
Well, no, I know. Okay, by the way, this just did arrive today, so I was terribly excited. And when I saw everyone, I said, "Oh my goodness, I'm overdressed." I don't want to put you on the spot, John, but in one of your first interviews, you did say you should come out and visit, and maybe we can get you in as a background player. John. I don't want to say anything other than I would love to be involved in every and any which way. I told Michael, if Michael's involved, so I'm selling you out now, pal. I said, if you're involved, I will be your assistant in this project. So, sorry, I commit. I really want to help. Look, over the years, I was proud to be part of being able to get the word out. It was my thrill. You guys responded to an invite, and every time I asked, you guys were on all the time. And I had the easy thing. It's talking about you guys. That was easy, man. So I hope to be able to do it again in the future. And I have to tell you, John, that already what I've heard on my end, there are quite a few people excited for Farragut Forward.
Yeah, I was Roger, when I wrote the script, and I was glad that Johnny K, Paul is he's pivotal to this whole thing, and it closes a story arch that we set along in the last few episodes. When I reached out to them, they were all on board immediately. I started to reach out to some other people because I'm like, okay, everything's kind of alignment. I got a studio, I got sets in development, and a shout out to Craig Hauer, who's picking up the mantle from Mike Bednar in terms of director set construction. He is going to be working with the people around here in DC. Our studio will be up in Frederick, Maryland, for the ship stuff. My dad has helped with the brig sets. We've got thanks to my dad, we've got a full Klingon brig set built now, and you saw the beautiful Klingon pain sticks that he's helping everyone just to get acted like this. And a shout out to Hank Zimmerman, who owns an original Screen One, who gave us a lot of pictures and reference material and measurements. But Craig is helping with set construction, and that allows Mike to do what he loves to do, which is build models. And my dad has done his bit for King and Country as it relates to sets. So But yeah, thank you all. I'm not sure where I was going with any of all that, but I was talking about where we're going forward as
Yes.
relates to Farragut. But I wanted to give a shout out to Craig and his involvement, because it's going to be I would say that in the last 16 years that we've been doing this, moving forward, we're going to be doing a lot of lessons learned. So we're only building what we need, and there's some creative things that Johnny K and I have kind of figured out how we can get around, but we're trying to minimize CGI, green screen, and focus more on the story. So yeah,
The story is the most important.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Now, John,
yeah, absolutely.
I think it's absolutely awesome that you're doing this because, number one, as we've spoken over the years, Farragut, Starship Farragut, is the only fan film that basically did it all. I know we briefly mentioned there was a comic book as well. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
There was. And there was Farragut Fest. You had your own convention.
Yep.
Someone else did a convention. They did.
TLS.
But you guys did it for several years. And there's many things. There is no fan film project anywhere that can match everything that you guys did.
We started the open houses at the studio.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point. No one else was opening their
Nobody
sets
was,
to
no.
the general
And,
public.
and let me tell you, even when we had when we started working with the STC group, when we had told Vic about our open houses we did, he actually wanted us to cordon off things so that you wouldn't be able to sit down in a chair because he's worried about people scuffing the paint or screwing things up. And we're like, no. This is for everybody to come in and sit in the captain's chair, get their pictures taken, do it, make some little small film of their own, whatever they wanted. This is their chance to come onto the studio. And he just wasn't a fan of that. And
Well, I will say this, that the new caretakers of the sets they continue to do open house events.
Yep.
So,
God bless them for doing it too.
That is cool. Well, if I may, what I also wanted to add is, it is cool that you've done all that, and now you're going to take a step where you're moving forward, and you're going to do it like they did in the '80s, as you mentioned, the props.
Yeah, and I think
wow.
I don't look anything like I did 5 years ago, and I think I had people that came up to AwesomeCon and said, "I think you look better for this role than you did the other." So, the last film I was wanting to pretty much wear a beard, so the character when it first started was wearing a goatee, which was outside of Trek. Classic 60s. It was always clean shaven, but I wanted something to differentiate the character being somewhat different than Kirk. And when we started, wearing a goatee was what was trending and fashionable. But our last film, anyway, it's time, and we've aged enough to where it's now time, and it's kind of ironic how the period of time between the original series Trek cast and then from what we're doing, but it's time. And I think it as I rewatched all the TOS movies, the motion picture Up the Generations, it seems more fitting anyway. I mean, to me, it seems more real Trek. When I think about the '60s Trek, it was too costumey, more. Everything was brightly colored, because they were trying to sell color TVs at the time, and everything looks so dated. Where you can watch Wrath of Khan and it still holds up now. It looks like a real ship. It feels like a real submarine in space. So it's appropriate that we are doing the movie era, as opposed to any other genre, whether it's Voyager, Next Gen, TNG.
No, this is absolutely awesome. Being able to see the continuation. and the next step. And I, as a fan, I thought you guys were done. I asked you, John. I don't know if it was in the first or second interview. Yeah, I asked you that question. How long are you going to do this? Yeah.
Well, in 2016, you think back, we had the election, which things were very virile. You had the fan film guidelines come out. You had a lawsuit against one individual for fraud in the fan film community. There was a lot of just a lot of toxic stuff going on, and I threw my hands up. I sold a lot of stuff, Trek related. I was done. I tried to retool the Farragut Forward concept into an original Space Navy project called Vanguard. And so I was reworking the uniforms and was working on that. And I just got it to a point where I threw my hands up. I shelved everything and I gave away stuff. I sold stuff and I threw away stuff. And now I find myself trying to reacquire some of that stuff again for this new iteration. But a lot of things seem to be aligned in orbit, whether it's God, the great bird of the galaxy, what have you. A lot of things have come together in a way that I didn't even think possible. And oh, I know where I was going earlier. So I reached out to cast members. The initial Mike and Paul were on board. And then I started to expand that to those, since I thought, okay, it looks like we're really going to be doing this 30-minute film. And I reached out to everyone from the Farragut world, and everyone was like, yes. I mean, they were ecstatic. And I thought that they'd say, get lost.
The ship sailed.
I'm done. No, everyone was like totally excited, enthusiastic about coming back, and except this guy. That's what I was too. Like John Connery said, never say never.
That's why you got the paint stick, right, John?
And it works.
Keep him in line.
It works.
He doesn't have an agony booth?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh. that
I'm gonna get him to help me build the agony booth.
Well, yeah, just don't tell him what it is.
It's a phone booth.
I want to give a quick shout out, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the likes. We're up to 11. Eric Ogle, Bobby Nash, Donna Smith Parker, and I don't know if I mentioned Ari Seaman. Thank you, the likes, and we have quite a few comments. As folks, you post it, and we're going to put it up on screen. So please continue. If you have any questions, by all means, please put them in the chat room, and your comments they are being shown up on screen as well. So, John, this is absolutely phenomenal. I've remained in contact with Michael Day over the years, and he's been involved in a few other projects, and so my attention always turned over there. But I would needle him from time to time and say, "Hey, what's up with John? What's up with Farragut?" And he's like, "They're not doing anything right now." Damn.
We weren't. We were done, and as it relates to Homecoming, I think everyone is blessed that we had a guy named Steve Semmel, who was a fan who met Mike Bednar at an event that he wasn't exactly invited to, went anyway. I think it was divine providence that they meet, because through that encounter, Steve reached out to me. He came out to my house, and I gave him the big 350th scale model, because he was such a fan. I thought Mike would want him to have it. I literally hated, I really did. I hated Star Trek. I hated Starship Farragut, and I gave it to him. He knew that we had some shortcomings with post-production of Homecoming, mostly because some of the CGI artists that we had. And everyone, for those that don't know, when you're doing Star Trek fan films, you can't pay for labor. It's in the guidelines. It's you can't pay. It was always a
volunteer.
Yeah, even Farragut Films it's all what do you call it? Not for profit. It's not profit. I mean, and we were limited in trying to. You can't pay labor. Everyone that comes aboard is volunteer. So the people that committed to do all the CGI special effects, they kind of bailed. The composer, we had some challenges or fail points there. And then we had without putting too much dirty laundry out there, we had footage that we didn't have access to, and folks that we trusted, we didn't get it, and our even in terms of a director working with the editor, we didn't have that happening. So Steve Semmel came on board, a guy who knew nothing about post-production, dives right into it. He's got enough energy and enthusiasm and is resourceful enough that he pulls people together. He figures out how to do shit, and he makes things happen. And I salute him. I'm grateful for him because literally Homecoming was dead in the water. And it was mostly because of those things that I mentioned, which I personally don't have any knowledge of. But he got this ship. He made it so it wasn't adrift anymore. And so thank you, Steve. He will get a lot of accolades. I hope that, Roger, you will invite him post Homecoming.
Yep.
He can do, because he's got to have stories. He came on board over 2 years ago and just ran as our post-production supervisor.
Hey, Steve.
There he is. I want to give two more shout-outs. Larry Fleming and Greg Green.
Hi,
Thank you all for the likes. There's a lot of comments, folks. There's a conversation going in the chat room, so we're going to try to stay up on that as well. John, you're the leader. You're the one that got it going, and you had people to assist you. And what you did, yes, you're at the top, but everyone was in on it. And you give John a lot of love right now, but it was you that got it going and kept it going. And granted, there were some issues, and that's fine. That's awesome. Or not awesome. There are issues.
Well, the issues, I think, stem from that particular film. I think that, our first earlier efforts with each film, we learned, we got better, and each one became better. I think The Price of Anything, and the Price of Anything is my favorite episode, and the Crossing coming second. And I felt like all cylinders from what I envisioned what this project could be. It was the culmination. Everything coalesced. Everything, all cylinders were firing. Everything worked, and it was when we made that film, it was a magical experience. And So I'm hoping, I'm optimistic that what was going on then is happening now as it relates to Farragut Forward. And you're right. It was. I was blessed that I had a good team, a family and friends. That's how it started. Pulling in this guy, Mike Bednar, others that came about thereafter, and we had some good times. And it was through filmmaking and fellowship that we were able to make some great new iterations.
Well, it goes beyond that, John, because I want to tell you, this is how you made it happen. You empowered everybody to handle certain areas. It was ran like a company, and you had everybody in the right spot. You had me on sets, you had Holly on act, on the hiring, and everybody did their part, and that, I think, that contributed to how well everything worked together.
Agreed.
The right personalities in the right place.
Agreed. I'm looking at all the comments. I'm getting distracted. Where's Holly? So
Holly is upstairs. She's taking care of the dogs. Okay. And
she's okay.
She's rewatching Game of Thrones, and
it would be perfect. And I don't think for those all three have been on air.
For the Holly Bednar fans, Smithfield has a big role in this episode, and you're going to see a lot of her and her engineering ingenuity. She's got an integral. And I was surprised. I reached out to her. I thought, she's not going to want to do this. Money pit. She hated it. And no, she was excited and totally on board. I didn't find one person yet that has said no. And I've been reaching out to some of the ancillary characters of Farragut just so people could see them, and the little cameos, if you will. I mean, we all love it. We like to see the regulars as well, and everyone has been so on board, and I thank God for a lot of that. I believe that we are blessed this go around.
John, you were so gracious in my involvement, which again was just having you guys on. When we were doing radio, now we're doing video, and I think it was either it was probably the second episode where I'm the guy that stays in the movie watching the credits, and you gave us you gave my little radio program a shout out. My jaw dropped. I have to have a beard because of the scar when it dropped. I was stunned, absolutely stunned, and that was just my involvement. And while you have not been on air with us, both Michael and others have shared those little secrets about how you treated everyone that helped out in even the teeniest of ways. Because
I still have all the scars from the handcuffs he had me in, and
But that's not how you told the story, Michael. It was a lot different the other way. But anyway, I kid, of
That's
course.
nice.
Look,
That's nice to hear.
look, John, it is, and they did, and it was absolutely phenomenal. And everyone that we've had on always mentioned you. So we had a little game going for a few years of "Where's John?" when we would do the interviews. It was very subtle, but it was just fun because you were mentioned. So I know it went like 1 or 2 episodes. It wasn't a big deal, but we did have a "Where's John? Is he going to join us tonight?" But we were only kidding about that because you were always mentioned by.
Well,
everyone.
I'm the fan. So we have our cast and crew, who I can't thank enough for all their hard work. But then we have our fan base as well and our supporters. And I was surprised in the number of fans on Facebook had doubled since the last 5 years, and we weren't doing anything to promote any Farragut. I mean, it just everything was it kind of like died. It was a complete just drop, but I was really surprised. I was like, wow. I mean, through word of mouth, other people find us on the internet. I mean, I would always get maybe once a week or once every a couple of times a span of a couple of weeks. I would always get an email or a notification on Facebook of someone that found us and was just enamored with our production, and it meant a lot to hear that. But then, because people are enjoying a product that you put a lot of heart and sweat and tears into. But now, I mean, it's great that we've got this nice fan base, and we still continue to find other new people that learn about us. So, thank you to all of our fans out there. Oh,
I'm one of them. Oh,
and Larry just reminded me of something. So we had three things that we started from day one that we kept up when we started this. When we filmed, you would be fed. That was our first thing. So you didn't come to a production and was starving. You would be fed for the day when we filmed. You also, if you were a cast member, you got a uniform that was made to fit you that you got to keep. And if you were a crew member behind the camera, you got a polo or some sort of embroidered Farragut Films attire. And then thirdly, at the completion of our film, you would get a DVD of the final product. And those were always the three things that we had that I don't know about. I don't think all productions, and it's my understanding that
give away parts of the sets.
Do that, but
Yeah.
Mike was very gracious with a lot of the props and stuff he would give out to people. So I don't know about
Yeah. Sometimes we wouldn't have any controls for the turbo lifts.
I had a whole bunch sitting in a box, just needed to be painted, ready to go. Those were easy.
And when we had the studio, I mean, certainly well before we partnered up with Star Trek Continues, I mean, we really let people, there was open spirit about letting people come and go, and we had a high level of trust with the people that we worked with.
Yeah.
Later, that kind of bit us in behind, but there was a lot of trust with those that we worked with.
Yeah, John, I'm sorry.
To the Farragut, our Farragut Fest, which was our open house event.
Yes. Yeah, John, I haven't commented to you on this personally, but others had shared it with me, and I'm really sorry that, and I don't want to belabor this, the stuff that you guys did, it was for us. You didn't charge for Farragut Fest. You didn't charge when people went on. It was amazing everything that you guys did. And I'm not saying that other programs, just because they didn't do it, they were, bad or whatever. No, it's just you guys did it. You invested so much, and now that you guys are, and I keep saying you guys, and I apologize, but now that you're doing this again, I want to be involved, John, in anything, any announcement, anything that you want to get the word out. Look, I was there when I first went on air to now.
Thank you.
I look, you're doing this, dare I say, for me, and for everyone else in the chat room, and for everyone else on the internet. And based on the numbers that we're having today, my jaw's dropping. This is phenomenal. We have so many people watching. We're already up to 14 likes, and I thank you, John, because
I wonder how many. If I can ask a question, Roger, how many people that are at Dragon Con are on here?
Oh,
that would be nice. That would be nice to know.
Oh, I don't know, but I will say that surprisingly, the highest number right now, our NDB Media page is the second highest of views. Yours is the highest, Michael, which is kind of cool. And there it is. We're up to 15 now. Alan Anderson. So, folks, once again,
hey, Alan, how you doing, buddy?
If you didn't know if you didn't post where you were from, go ahead and put it in the chat room again, please. It's kind of awesome to get an idea where.
And if you're at Dragon Con right now, let us know.
That would be cool. Yes. It is 9:51 on the East Coast. And, I remember that we used to start at 8 p.m. And I used to make John's life miserable because that's 11 at night. But you were beyond a team player, John. You always stayed on. What I found out, guests referred to it as the gauntlet. Being interviewed on NDB Media was the gauntlet because we didn't do 15-minute interviews. They were 2 hours, 3 hours,
5 hours.
Wait a minute.
Yours was not the longest, Michael. It was not, even though it was right up there. John did 2 hours twice.
Wow.
I remember that. Yes, we had quite a bit to talk about. And John was so gracious that not only did we talk about Star Trek, but we talked about the entire way of how the entire way that John arrived to Farragut, the entire history, the where the idea came from. And it's all there, folks. And I'm going to post those Blog Talk Radio episodes again because we still have them. And it's, I look back and I think that's awesome. You've been on with us, and I'm so thrilled. John, I will say this though: you're joining Michael's interview. You're still doing.
For the record, I wanted this to be the Mike show, not the JB show. So
he did, but I really wanted him to come on, and I really wanted him to go ahead and
it is. I'm just saying that, John, I would like you for an interview still. you did commit, thank you, but I know you're busy. I know you're a family man too. I get that, and you've never said no to me. I'm just kind of pushing your buttons right now, John. It's good. I have the privilege of doing so just because you're stuck here. I'm sorry, John.
Well, I'm grateful the timing worked out, and I thought since the topic was about the studio and the sets and building a starship, I mean, my dad really did start out, reaching out to him and getting his involvement first. I mean, he built in the captaincy, he built the captain's quarters, the corridor that we used, and we retrofitted the captain's office into sick bay for the first episode. And we didn't even think we would even have a start. We didn't think for our first pilot we would even have access to a bridge set. And I didn't think it was needed when I wrote the script. Or a transporter out with James Colley, allowing us to work on his.
Oops, are we losing John?
So John's fading in and out.
At the end of the film.
Yep.
John, there was a slight flutter in your connection. We lost you for about 6 or 7 seconds.
Oh, I'm
saying that we lost you when you said we mentioned.
When you mentioned the transporter room, you started to fade.
Yeah.
Okay, so my okay.
Usually that's up north. In
I
James
was, I was elaborating to say that my dad was instrumental in building our initial sets, and even the captain's chair, the shuttlecraft console, the transporter console, a lot of and even some of the initial bridge stations my dad built. Mike and his team would detail and paint those, but there was kind of a handoff of what my dad did and what Mike and his team did, and so a lot of what Farragut, the foundation of Farragut, much is owed to my dad. And I thought, since he was with me, that I thought there'd be some value in joining your discussion as it relates to building the Starship.
And there is, and I thank you. And John Senior, is this your first interview?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man of many words.
Yes.
Yeah.
My
Oh,
son's
no,
calling
not
him
that.
right now.
Oh, hey, no. It's just I follow Farragut. I've never known for him to do an interview. That's why I was like, we got Holly as well for her first interview, which was sweet, and now we have John Senior. This is cool. Well, gentlemen, let's continue. It is your time. What else do you guys want to talk about? Because there's a lot of imagery, there's a lot of history, and let me tell you, people are excited about this, learning about what you guys did, which is now going to lead to the next chapter, which is just absolutely exciting. And for Michael, John, and John, as a fan, let me be one of the first ones to say thank you for moving or stepping forward and continuing the adventures. I can't wait, man. I just cannot wait to see what you guys are going to do. And I hope to be able to assist you guys in getting word out. I mean, it's easy. Your production works. But being able to help get the word out, I'm looking forward to that. So, what else do you guys want to talk about? I talk too much.
Well,
You got
if you
something
put
to
up
share,
on the
Michael?
screen,
Okay.
there's-
Switch.
okay, so if you put on the screen, this is from the very first studio that we had. And this was the drawing that I had put out there with the help of Greg. I think Greg was with us at that time. And then,
this is at St. Mary's.
yeah, this is at St. Mary's. And so we put everything out there. Royal was there. And this is where, once I got everything laid out, had the main pie section drawn out, and then had Mr. B start doing his thing. And he's there with Royal. They're cutting all the wood for it, and we put the bridge pieces together. And I'll go ahead and while we're working on that, John's working on another film.
John, Michael, very quickly, could you go back to the last picture?
Yep.
Oh, is someone in uniform right there in that picture, in the far right?
This one right here?
Yeah.
I think that's one of John's.
Oh, that's probably my brother.
Yeah.
Mike or Tony.
Yep.
Both were chiefs, and
Wow.
so it's either Mike or probably Tony, based on the physique.
That's
There you go.
Oh, it's actually Mike. It's my brother Mike.
Oops.
Go ahead, Mike. Yes.
He was
that's
watching.
one of my brothers.
That's neat, though. I think it's kind of cool. The real Navy aboard a fictional Navy. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, and it's, now that I think about it, it's nice that both my brothers came to visit with their spouses and their kids to see our sets when we had our Farragut Fest events. But we did some parody videos, which we've never released.
Seen the light of day.
We can't probably now, given the
The guidelines.
politically correct movement now as it relates to Me Too movement. We won't be able to share those videos. But in any event, we had some of my brothers in some of our stuff, but it was nice and I say that because growing up as a kid, in my neighborhood, I was always the ringleader, and kids would come up to the house and say, "What are we going to do today?" And we either go build a clubhouse, build a fort, we would go exploring, we'd play kick the can, or we'd do Army or Star Trek. And we played Star Trek, and my brother Mike would always play Spock. I was, of course, Kirk, and my brother Tony would be McCoy. Sometimes my brother Pat would play Uhura. You're not well liked if you're being made. Or he would play a Klingon, someone we would beat up on. But we had my other, but yeah, my brothers grew up with Star Trek, and now we were actually making Star Trek, as it were.
Just very quickly, John, Michael, before you continue, John, if it would not have, okay, you did Star Trek. If it wouldn't have been Star Trek, what would have been the fan film? You probably would have done it, but what would you have done? Would it have been Battlestar Galactica? Would it have been Star Wars?
No, it would have probably been. I was partial to Super Friends. Might have been a James Bond film, but I don't know. If it wasn't Trek,
I'm just glad it wasn't dolls.
That's funny.
That's
funny.
Mr. B.
Got him.
That's well done.
He would have done it if it was dolls, though. He would have helped me out. So
Yeah.
I'm convinced of that. By the way, that's the bio bed. My dad built those in collaboration with Mike.
He cut all the pieces out, and I remember that. Cut all the pieces out, shipped all the pieces in his van for 3 of the bio beds, and we put them together at the studio. I remember that.
You were saying that the first one was down in
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought the first one was in a garage up north.
It was.
Well, it was.
Yeah, that was in my opinion, the first one.
Yes, I mean, yeah, that would have been the first Farragut film studio.
And all of those sets fit in my van.
Yep.
Every one of them wall panels.
I wonder if I have. Let me.
What is Creek's question right there? Is 3/4 MDF?
I think it was.
This is 1/2-inch MDF.
Do they
And
make
wherever we could, we used MDF. We tried Masonite. Masonite would warp in the humidity there. The only problem we ever had with the Masonite was, and Greg will attest to this, as you're working on it, if you happen to start sweating, don't be over your work area, be on the scrap part, because as soon as the sweat would hit it, it would start puckering up the wood, and you'd have to sand it back down level. It was horrible stuff to work with. The rest of this,
when you sand that stuff, it goes everywhere.
Yeah, Luan wood was nice to work with. We use those for the flats.
Yeah, and the MDF you can't screw into it or drive a nail into it.
Nope. Horrible stuff. But it gave a nice smooth finish and required very little sanding. And when we used the Luan, like all this right here, first coat was go ahead and cover up all the nail holes. And then we would give it a skim coat and then sand that before we painted it.
A lot of work.
Yeah. Just to get it to look right, it was a lot of work.
Wow, it brings back memories. I mean,
yeah. There's Greg.
If you think about it, I mean, what Mike and his team did, my dad, and everyone else that was involved building the sets, I mean, they faithfully recreated all the sets from the original series as it was laid out on the Paramount lot. I mean, it was a faithful, beautiful recreation.
You had the room, that's why.
Mm-hmm. And when you walked on it, I mean, it felt like with all the, enclosed spaces, it felt like a starship. I mean, it really felt like what it would have been.
Was that was a Farragut Fest?
That's a Farragut Fest.
Yeah.
The props out on the table, all the DVDs available.
There's Michael Straw.
Yep, there he is.
Yep. There's Frank.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Frank. Matt Busey.
Right there.
He did great work. I think I've talked about Johnny K. He was the other guy that was also.
There's Holly.
Oh, there she is. So she's appeared.
Yeah.
There's Kim.
You were saying, John? What was that?
Yes, I was saying that Johnny K started out as a photographer, so did Matt Busey, and they are the two probably exceptional cinematographers. And maybe it's because of understanding the science and getting a foundation in still photography that allows them to move forward with motion pictures. We saw Pamela Grant. If you could go back, Mike, to Pam.
Yeah.
It's because of her. If you know, if my dad is the grandfather of Starship Farragut, the godmother of Farragut, a lot is owed to behind the scenes because Pamela Grant helped me learn about sewing and allowed me to have a machine for a while, and that's how I got the skill set to be able to, in part because of her, and so much would be owed to her in terms of the wardrobe.
Well, just very quickly on that, Michael, pause for a moment. Would you, John, I believe we've talked about it, but your uniform, or was it one of the uniforms used by someone on television?
There was the Big Bang Theory. Anovos commissioned me to, within a weekend's time, to make a prop shirt that was used in the Big Bang Theory.
Wow.
I guess the guy with glasses, his name's Leonard, right?
Yes, Leonard
Hofstadter. Dating an Indian girl. She goes into his closet.
Priya.
She pulls out the command tunic and the formal dress uniform and kind of looks at Leonard, and
how many of these do you need?
And he says, casual and formal, and
one for every day in dress.
and what was a shame was so much work went into that, and she only pulls it out part way. You don't see any of the front, the face, and so much went into that. I mean, all the ribbons and all the triangles that were on Kirk's, we had the correct that braid, that metallic braid, which is beautiful. You don't see any of that. I think you might see a slither of the piping that was along the sleeve, but that was it.
Yeah, I remember that episode. That is cool, the connection that you guys have with that. I apologize. Go ahead, Michael.
Nah, I'm just going through some pictures here. So
yes,
there's Greg. I think he's tending bar.
Most likely, yes.
See if I get a response out of him. Nope.
No, he might be asleep.
Well, remember, there's also a 30-second delay. That hasn't changed from Blog Talk Radio to what we're doing now. Now, John, I think we spoke about the set construction stuff because in 1996, when Paramount redid the Trials and Tribulations episode, they admitted that things that they did in the 60s, they're not done anymore. And so much so that the same lighting, you can't find the fixtures, things have changed.
Oh, they have, yeah.
Yeah. And I know that you talked about that, the difficulty that you guys had in trying to duplicate the efforts.
Yeah, from a costuming standpoint, getting the fabrics, getting the right velour wasn't going to happen because they just don't produce it. I have some of the original stuff now, but of the first and second season velour, and it's the exact right stuff. Let me show it to your fan base because I think they'll get a kick out of that.
Oh, actually, John, the fan base is yours. They're here preparing it. Yeah.
A good leader knows how to delegate and doesn't micromanage.
Yeah. Fair enough. Wow. Of all the images, I hadn't seen that.
For those, okay, I'm showing you something I'm probably not supposed to be showing you. But,
thank you.
I own a swatch, cut from the inside of a first and second season.
There we go.
Yeah.
uniform. That's the real deal right there. Screen used stuff, and I'm putting it on to this fabric now. Now it's a shade, maybe a shade off, or maybe the way it's laying, but this fabric is the closest that's ever been faithfully recreated. It's not the rogue velour, but this is the real stuff. Someone had it recreated painstakingly over in China. But I just wanted to show that to people because people might care.
Oh.
Now so we went with the
Absolutely.
we went with the third season nylon double knit. I had it recreated exactly. I had a swatch and they matched it dead on. They were the same manufacturer and it was the same outfit that James Colley's production was using. So we nailed it from there. But again, a lot of effort, cost to get the fabric made. Again, we were working to get that exact look and feel. And Mike can talk more to a lot of the fabrication of things that were done.
We did everything that we could to make it as exact or precise as we could. There's always budget constraints on just how far you can take to the nth degree. Just as John with the uniforms trying to get every detail right, we did the same thing, whether it be a prop or whether it be a set piece, and trying to get them as exact as we could. There are a lot of plans out there for the bridge, McMaster's, and some of the other stuff you find on the web, but there was only one that really truly, I think, got it right. I don't know if the guy's first name is Gagan is his last name, but his, I think, were spot on. And those were the ones that we used for creating the Farragut set. So they're gorgeous the way they turned out.
But check this out, folks, for everyone watching. This is what I was alluding to earlier. The cost and expense required. First of all, I had not seen this shot. This is a beautiful shot of the set. And it is, look at everything that they have. All
really
the lighting.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. And notice there's lighting everywhere. Everything is lit up. And that's expensive.
You know, the electric our lighting guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, if you would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Now, if you would show on the very left, we have the bridge. Okay. Yes. Would you tell us the different rooms? I believe auxiliary control was to the right.
Okay, so I'll start off right here.
Please.
So this basically led into kind of a launching area to go in towards the bridge area. There's a doorway here. There's a doorway here. This was later turned into the brig, where we put in the lighted door frame, and we had two brigs set up where I think it was the crossing that we were in, where we had one group in one room and one group in the other room. And then you can go down. I'm trying to get my bearings here. This went off one way. This goes off to another doorway. This is the platform for where the Jeffries tube is.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it to the right the entrance to basically the shuttle bay?
Yes, this is the shuttle bay entrance over here.
Yeah.
But you're literally standing on a platform that's designed to look down the Jeffries tube to give you that look of, Scotty working on the stuff inside there. That platform was built to hold a camera and a person up there to go ahead and film down the Jeffries tube towards the floor. So this is just a shot overview of all the sets lit up. You've got the main corridor that goes all the way around this way. You have auxiliary control room in this area here. This wall here is set up as if you remember the episode Charlie X, or Conscience of a King, they were both put into that same spare quarters. That wall there is the back wall for that bedroom section. That gives you the ability to go ahead and kind of manipulate what you want for this room. Now, when the auxiliary control room was built, the person that designed it didn't do it modular, so it's stuck there. You can't move it. This we would have used for assembling other things, like putting in the Romulan bridge or putting in the shuttlecraft. So you had that extra room to do that, but that deleted that ability. Beyond that, you had sick bay with the 3 bio beds. And just over to this area over here is actually the transporter room.
Oh, wow.
Then you have the corridor that connects the transporter room to the rest of the corridor this way. And then over here you have the briefing room, Kirk's quarters, and then back out this way into the corridor. So everything connected off the corridor.
Yeah. Wow. That's a cool picture. I mean, they all are. Don't get me wrong, but that is neat, being able to see it from up top.
I'm seeing if I can find. Here we go.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
This would be. Let me see. Yep. This was Kirk's quarters. I want to say a faux door.
I think it was. Yeah.
I'm
Briefing
trying
room?
to.
Briefing room.
Well,
wasn't it? Or was the
But
yellow
the briefing
door?
room doors were up closer. No, this is that wasn't that the hexagonal mesh hadn't been put in yet
Oh, I bet
for
that's
that ladder,
yeah, the
and then you
ladder.
had the
Yes.
briefing room beyond that. Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yep.
it.
Lauren says you have a turbo at the end of the corridor, a turbo lift, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Every corridor doesn't just end in going. It's got a turbo lift wherever we could put one.
Want to welcome Skip Morris. I believe that's his first comment.
Yeah, there's the ladder, and there's going into the briefing room, and this is the transporter hallway here.
Hi, Nefarious Ferrets. Says
Oh,
hello
wow.
to everyone.
In the briefing room, it had two parts to the door, right? It wasn't just one door; it was 2 doors.
2 doors. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There you go. From the other side.
Wow.
I remember that table.
Didn't we get that from another production, but it was really bad shape?
Yeah, we got the tabletop, and flimsy as all get out, and it had to be basically. I mean, look, everything that came from the Oklahoma that Vic took and brought over had to be redone. It was just at that point it was scrap wood kindling because they used 1x3s instead of 2x2s, and they just tack nailed everything together. Whereas when we built everything, because we knew that it was going to be something that was more of a permanent nature, but made modular, it was done where everything was glued and screwed. All the seams were filled in with gypsum putty, sanded smooth, and painted.
Michael, we're actually starting to get a few questions. My
Sure.
brother asked,
Oh, sorry.
how many level? No, it's all right, Michael. How many levels do they have total? And I believe because engineering was a multi-level set. I believe you guys only had one, right? It was only one level.
It was only one level. Wherever there was a stairway that looks like it goes on into another set, that was it. There was no other, nothing above that. It's just the flat level done. Now, the engineering that came in as we were getting rid of the sets, selling them onto STC, Will Smith was building the engineering set, and it was a multi-level set, but it had the space to, there's no ceiling or a floor or anything. It was just the stairwell,
Okay.
and a faux ceiling was put in.
Got it. Lawrence says the angled wall in the briefing room clearly was cool. Yeah, it's really cool how you guys got that.
And a pane.
Yeah. I think you mentioned in the first episode, so if you want to get back to that as well. John is asking, how did you work out the lighting for these sets?
Ah,
There you go.
there you go. Well, there's a couple of people responsible for the lighting. One of them is Sam Brooks, who has essentially all the equipment that we needed to do all the lighting and all the gels. Him and Matt Busey really kind of led that whole effort, and it's an art. I mean, look, here's a picture here, and it's just if you didn't know any better, you'd swear it was the original sets.
Yeah, the ladder looks out of place.
Except the ladder, yeah.
But even there, even at that, you knew it was a set, and so they're working on something. But you really, because it was just the lighting is there, everything is on.
Wow.
Nobody in their right mind would ever, make something like this.
Yeah.
They're crazy. It'd be crazy if they did.
Wow.
Exactly.
They did. Now, Nefarious Ferrets is commenting, I believe, about the engineering set.
Yeah.
Okay. That it was not very well constructed. You guys weren't involved in that one, right?
Nope. I didn't build it.
Right.
I didn't build it. Matter of fact, when that came along, the guy that built it, he's talented in some regards with graphics, I hear. I never used him for any of the graphics. I always used Carl Mazur. He did a lot of our stuff, as well as Bruce Boyd. But Carl Mazur provided us with the gels for the bio beds, the center astrogator, which we never got to use because Vic went ahead and took care of that one for us. But his stuff was always on par. Will Smith did some great stuff for some of the graphics, but his set construction stuff I was never a fan of. If you all remember the tri ladder that's over by the Kirk's quarters, let me see if I've got a picture.
Before
here.
you go, can you switch back? I just want to make a little announcement. Mark, who is right there.
Oh, yes.
He will be on our show on the 13th. We'll be interviewing him on the 13th.
Oh, okay.
Good deal.
I just wanted to bring that up to all the Farragut fans. So Mark will be here and talking about Farragut, talking about his own productions. And we had someone comment at one time that they loved him in all the acting roles because he did different characters in the first couple of films. So, it's...
I miss Mark. Please give him my regards.
Will do.
He really outstanding guy, and much is owed to Mark as well in terms of Starship Farragut.
Well, it was easy for him to commit to an interview the moment he heard Farragut.
I did.
Oh, look at the hero shot, John! Look at that.
Right.
See, that's the shot I was telling you about, where you'd look down the Jeffries tube.
Yeah, Mike packed up the ship again. I gotta fix it. I gotta go up in there. I know nothing about engineering, but I'm gonna fix it.
Oh,
That's cool. A good shot.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah!
Yeah. Did you tell him the story behind that?
Oh, the climbing up. Did you tell him?
No, of why these two pictures got taken?
You might
remember?
I know the story.
So Christine Jeffries. So I took a picture of Christine Jeffries in the Jeffries tube, and so one of the things I had done was, when I would take certain pictures of people at certain parts of the sets in costume, I went ahead, had them printed out, and I had them sign it. And so all those pictures I don't know if I can turn this monitor around here, and I'm going to kind of show this. But if you look up on my wall, those are all people from Farragut that have signed their picture and are up on my wall. Okay. And so Christine Jeffries is up there in a Jeffries tube. And so when I posted that one on Facebook, Frank Hernandez saw it and was like, I got to get my picture like that. So next thing you know, he's talking to John, and John's like, I got to get my picture like that. So both of them came in, and I ended up having them go up the Jeffries tube and take the individual pictures there. So those are part of my collection now.
Those are awesome shots.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And then we took a few more outside in front of that big pile of rock. Remember that, John?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, Frank's he's a good friend, and but he played my father in The Price of Anything, and then the next episode he comes in and he's the second officer.
Yeah.
And second officer, science officer to Mike, and then he ultimately takes over as Mike's replacement. He has a big role in Homecoming, but he I love Frank, but he's an intense guy. I love we have good chemistry together, and I hope that we'll see more of that on Farragut Forward. Speaking of Christine Jeffries, the connection that Christine has to classic Trek, her uncle, great uncle, was Matt Jeffries, the designer, art director for Star Trek, the original series. And so we were honored to have her in our production, and we named her character, I think it was Nurse Jeffries, or definitely Jeffries, out of a nod to her father's her great uncle's contributions to Star Trek.
Yep.
And I did reach out to her for Farragut Forward. She also gave a thumbs up.
Oh, good.
Don't know in what capacity, but she, but yeah, she's welcome. And as it relates to Mark Hildebrand, whose picture we saw earlier, I told him that once we had the bridge set, there were certain people that I invited that I knew would love it, to be able to walk and be on the bridge. Mark was one of them. Dennis Bailey was another. Just given the love for Trek and the movie era as well.
Oh wow, there they are.
Oh, there's Dennis right there.
5, 6, 7, 8. The 8 horsemen of the apocalypse. No, just kidding.
Look how young they were.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh wow, but a commitment from everyone. Look at what you guys did. Look at what they all did.
That was fun.
By the way, my brother did ask about what was the. I think where's the shuttle bay, and if you would tell him, there really wasn't a shuttle bay, right? It's just
right. That was a miniature. That was a miniature.
The doors were there. The doors were there for the shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's that little triladder, and as you would look up above where this picture's at, it's supposed to be a rounded piece and then fits into the ceiling, and it's all wonky. You can't go any higher than what you got there because the wood is just not curved. So that was one of the things earlier was getting at, about how bad the engineering sets were. This was another one. And then I remember when I first came in, because I had actually stepped away from most of the set construction after everything was kind of done. Vic was working on having this set put in the auxiliary control room for something he was working on. And so he had Will Smith working on that. And when I got there, the table for it was just not built very well. It was flimsy. I'd actually bumped into it and I thought it was going to break. And so I asked Greg, I said, look, take this apart, fix it, make it how we do things. And so he took it upon himself to go ahead and disassemble that thing and made it what it is today, which is, it's a great set piece, and it's perfect. One of the things, one of the things I always told all the guys is, look, when we build stuff, build it so it's strong, but build it so it's modular. People are going to be on these sets. They're going to be walking around them. They're going to be, when you're how best to say it.
True. Well, yeah, I mean, it was so true. It was even with Farragut Fest, like you said, when we had everybody just could go where they wanted to,
exactly,
sit down in the chairs. I mean, if the sets hadn't been built well, they couldn't have done that, and they would. And honestly, they wouldn't have had as good a time as they did. I mean, the faces of people when they would be in there looking at those sets.
Yep.
I mean, I still think about that all the time, and I'm sure John does too.
Yep. You open the doors, the very first time, and they look down the hallway, and their jaw drops. And it was like being on the ship, but it was something that it wasn't going to break if somebody touched something. When you're at a table, this kind of it's how I am. I'm sure there's other people like me also, but if there's a table that's my height at my butt, I'm going to sit down.
Everybody wants to sit in the captain's chair.
Well, but it's not even that. It's not in the captain's chair. I mean, I'm literally sitting on the edge of the table. And
to his note, everyone involved with Farragut was allowed to sit in the captain's chair.
Exactly.
Oh, that's interesting, because you guys know in Star Trek at the Paramount lot, the people, you had to have permission to sit in the captain's chair. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. We actually just very quickly
adopted that philosophy, but we did not. So
yeah.
Yep. Everybody was welcome. It was a this is a family affair. Everybody was welcome.
Yeah. Tiny bit of trivia on the Voyager set when we had a chance to visit it. The engineering set was lit up, and it was myself, my wife, and the production assistant. They gave us a run of the sets for an hour, and I asked him if we could go up to the second level of engineering, and he said, "That's the only place that we cannot go." And I was, "Why is that?" He said, "Because they're not very well made, so they have to have." I was like, "Wait a minute," but everything else is. But a tiny little bit of trivia was that they had to be very careful when they were on the second set. On the second level. It was not for regular shooting.
So Roger, you took a tour back in the 90s of the Paramount lot. You had a production assistant walk you around the tour. Is that?
Well, very close. What happened is, and this is taking everyone back, on the old AOL boards, on the Starfleet boards,
wow.
I met Joe Minosky. He was actually there commenting. Everyone wanted Ron Moore. So every thread he was on, he was there. Joe Minosky showed up, and he started commenting. And after a few messages, I realized, hey, this is a real deal. So we spoke for a long time, and I was fishing one day. I said, I'm going to be at the Paramount lot on Friday taking the tour. And the little fish bit. He says, Raj, when your tour is done, stop in and visit with me and see if we can get you a tour of the set. No promises. Because the sets were closed because Star Trek fans stole stuff. So it was a closed set. Well, we had a run of the set because of Joe Minosky. I do apologize. This is my little one. Thank you, sweetheart. So I apologize. I haven't had anything all day, so my youngest made dinner for me. So I apologize. But that's what happened, John. It was due.
Yeah, no, I've been on the. I used to go on the Paramount lot all the time. They do the.
Oh wow! Really?
They have a production assistant, a lonely. I don't want to say an intern. Someone was paid, but it was lower. The lowest person in the totem pole, and they would take you around. You could see Clueless or Moesha or some of the other Paramount shows at the time. But you would sometimes I would luck out, and I got to walk in the Defiant set.
Oh wow! Yeah.
As it relates to 7 of 9, I got to stand in the Borg alcove that 7 of 9.
I did too.
Okay. And then I saw Tim Russ was in uniform, and the security guy who's in many, many episodes.
Were we there the same day, John?
We might have been. The episode that I was there for was the Raven episode. When we were filming Raven for Voyager. And but Tim Russ came out. He was in his Tuvok uniform. And he saw me, my wife at the time, and the productionist, and he like ran back in. He's like, I'm not dealing with Star Trek. And the other security guy who's in many of these episodes, he grabbed him and said, come on. They pulled him out and he took pictures, and then we got to do some stuff. But back then you could, depending on where they were with filming, you could kind of sneak in and get a little bit. Now I was very much TOS, so I don't think I appreciated it as much, but it was still cool because it was still Star Trek, and they were still filming on the same sound stages as the original series, 8 and 9.
It's phenomenal. I was fortunate to be there with my wife, and we were there on June 12th, 1998, our 5th anniversary. And that's why I said, hey, Joe, I'm going to be there. It's our anniversary. We're going to take a tour. And he gave us the 1 hour. It was the assistant for Robert Hewitt Wolf. But by the way, and I'll end my story with this, it was the first day of shooting for Drone. So that was cool. It was in 1998. That was the day I was there.
First day there, 97. So.
Oh wow, yeah, Raven, right?
But we, I figured it out based on the date that I was there and what production was going on at the time.
Well, Joe Benoski had his office as you walk into the Hart Building. He was on the right, and he said, "Roger, a little bit of trivia. That was Gene Roddenberry's office, and I get to use it." I thought that was kind of neat when he told me that. And his assistant was there to meet us, and he had a gift for us, which is another day for another story. But they left the script on the desk, man, and it was Drone. I'm like, they did that on purpose. And I just kept my mouth shut, didn't say a word. But it was the first day. And I didn't get a chance to meet Joe Menosky because he was called up because they were breaking down, I believe, the next episode. So I wasn't able to meet him personally, but that was my tiny little story of being on the set. That was really cool. And, it was neat. I apologize. Continue, guys. Sorry.
Bad Roger.
Hey, sorry, I got emotional. Oh, yeah. Actually, I have the video. I'm going to have to post it. I played the guy trying to get through the turbo lift doors on the bridge at the Universal Studios Star Trek The Adventure. It was cool. I got a chance to be in that one, too.
Oh my God.
So I got to wear the Rathacon uniforms.
It's like 1989, 1990.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michael. Look at that.
We're quite.
Yeah, there's Moxie. Yeah.
Yep.
John Sims and his wife. And our young talent from the Conspiracy of Innocence episode.
Yep.
Is that Ian?
Yep.
Ian.
Oh, wow. As we said, you can just look, get on the sets.
Yeah,
don't
there
look
you
at that
go.
picture.
Push 3. The brain trust of those 3. Where could the world take us? We were only in politics.
Wow.
Or
These are beautiful shots.
And that
There you go.
episode was written by Bobby Nash. I watched it. I haven't watched the episode. I was watching an Awesome Con. And I have to tell you, it brought back a lot of good memories. That is a good episode. And
Yeah.
although I didn't mention it as one of my favorites, it was nothing about the story or anything. It's a very exceptional, good story.
Yep.
And had the rhythm of The Price of Anything. It just, I don't want it to seem like I discounted the effort, but it was a really good episode. It brought us Weston, our chief of security after Prescott.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Frank Hernandez, who plays Foster.
Yep. There you go.
The dynamic
duo.
There's another one of
Mark.
Mark Hildebrand. Yeah.
Who is the one to the right? I don't recognize him right off.
Oh,
Sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
I keep going back to his stage name. Now you got me.
I'm sorry.
The COVID brain has kicked
I'm
in.
struggling too. I know his ship that he liked was called the Geronimo, but I don't.
Yep.
Buzz
Yeah.
Ryan.
Buzz Ryan. That's it.
Yeah.
Great guy.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
No, that's okay. Look, hey, it helps us too.
Gets the brain working.
That's a nice shot. That is. Now, did you guys mark anywhere on any of the fake piping or anything? GN, DN? Because you know what that was code for back on TOS
Yeah.
days, right?
Yeah. Where it does nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny, man.
No one can sit in the captain's chair.
Oh, yeah, you saw. Yeah, Alan said that too. And my brother also said the same thing over at the experience in Las Vegas. You couldn't sit in the chair.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. And there's some other sets that, wow, whatever. That's a bummer.
Michael's desk.
Yep. Michael's desk and chair, and that computer lasted all those years and died right after I sold the sets. I still have the hard drives, but that's got all the specs, everything, all the measurements we used, everything.
You know, I didn't give a shout out to Timoteo. I apologize, but I don't know if you guys noticed earlier, but every time we make a mention of someone or something, Tim always has the connection to help us out, and he called it an evening. He said he's going to be watching later. I apologize. I didn't give a chance to give him a shout out. But please, Michael, continue.
There you go.
You know, it's just a random thought. You know, when you get people working to do the same thing, by human nature, you become kind of competitive and almost rival. I mean, it got so stupid where, you know, James Colley was most gracious, and it got to this almost like kids where you're trying to have who's got the best toy. And I can make a great analogy when we had the transporter room, how petty it could be. So James had this acrylic stuff, and then we were trying to get the real deal lights that the Fresnel lights. Is that what they're called, Mike? Yeah, there we go.
The Fresnel lights.
So we had them. We got one. We had it molded, and we had them recreated by Dennis Steins in clear fiberglass.
Yep.
And we had our disc, and then I had a picture of me holding one up with them, and then New Voyages got the real. They upped one on us because then they got 6 of the real deal, expensive lenses.
Well, let's kind of preface that. So it's not they did it; they actually crowdsourced funding to get the fans to pay for the stuff.
My point, and I love James, and I'm just saying back in the day when we were doing this in our heyday, the competitive nature, when you think back about it, all we were doing was making but it was like just anyway, it was even the competitive nature between Star Trek Continues and Farragut. I mean, it was, when you think about it, all we're trying to do is make our own Trek. And anyway, I'm just making a random comment.
We had the best shuttlecraft.
Yeah, you did. But John, that's a genuine comment that we as fans, we saw it. And
I mean, I don't have any animosity. For the record, I don't have any animosity towards anyone. Yeah. One person who stole stuff, I could care less because it became personal, and he was continuing to steal, and he was a close friend. He was in the tight orbit of the Farragut Films group, and I don't know what hurt more. I don't know what hurt more, the trust of betrayal, or the fact that I was stupid and didn't see. I couldn't connect the dots, and it wasn't until after our last. It was right after the crossing when Royal Weaver and Mike and I. It was like we all realized and connected the dots simultaneously. It was clear that where it was. But outside of that, at one individual, I have very good stories and memories of everyone involved.
But he's in jail now, so we can celebrate that.
Oh,
what's that, Mike?
He's in jail now, so we can celebrate that.
Oh, right. The guy. What's crazy about this individual is that he was a kleptomaniac. He stole from other people. He was working out in Hollywood, stole out in LA. We didn't know. We didn't like properly vet this guy. And then he stole from us. And then he moves to an isolated rural area of Kentucky, and he steals from us church crew. I mean,
yeah.
And they got busted and was in jail. So I mean, anyway. I forgot about that, Mike.
Karma.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great bitch.
The great bird of the galaxy.
Yep. But anyway, that's pretty much a good snapshot of what.
Shot right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Would you go back to? Oh, all right. Would you mention everyone's? Don't
even say that. Don't even say that.
Okay, so Foster, right?
Sorry, Michael.
Frank Hernandez, Jennifer Elders, Recrea May Clark, Victoria Avalon, Dan,
Colin?
me.
Do you know the names?
This guy. Who's this guy?
I don't know.
John.
Somebody.
Yeah, I think his name is John.
Isn't he Alan Carter from Space 1999?
Yeah. How many ships did he wreck this time?
Sorry.
And then Holly, Dean Rogers, and Gina Hernandez. Yes.
That's cool.
But Mike, can you name their character names? That's
you
can't.
Morris, Foster. I don't know.
Did she have a name?
The Doctor.
Dr. Durham.
Chief Dupre.
Dupree.
French. Yep.
Dan Collis was who?
Weston.
Weston. Smithfield.
No, still don't know that person.
Yeah, his. Was it James Bond? No, Captain Carter.
Yeah, James Bond. That's it.
Yeah. Tackett, Morris, I said, and
oh my God, you gotta know her. Logan,
that's it.
I know all the character names, but I can't remember Jennifer Elder's character.
Oh, hey.
Did you name
and
her?
She's the only person that I haven't, I think, reached out to.
By the way, Dean Rogers just gave us a like on the program, which is kind of neat.
Oh, because I remembered his name.
Dean Rogers, who plays our navigator there, he knows everything, whether it's Star Trek trivia or Farragut trivia. If Dean's out there, he knows the character of Jennifer Elders. I know it.
Probably, yeah.
He was on with us, right?
Yeah.
A few weeks ago. Yeah, he showed up at the very end.
Yep.
Lot of fun. Hopefully, we can have him on again in the future.
Freeman. See? Damn it.
Oh, right
That's
there.
Dean.
But you see what I mean? It's a 30-second delay.
Freeman.
That's all it is. Yeah.
We should have given her some sort of Bond character, female character name.
Should replace her with
Whitehead. We had Nurse Whitehead as a nod to Moonraker.
Yep.
Instead of Nurse or Dr. Goodhead.
There's Christine
Jeffries. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
These are awesome promos.
Yeah, that's yeah. Installer, Greg Green's character.
Wow.
And Dad, didn't you make the arms? Didn't you recreate those, or were those?
Those are originals.
Oh, but you created some. What?
Yeah, I made them. They're out of teak.
Yeah, these are original walnuts.
No, that was teak. The ones I made.
No, not these.
No,
those are the ones that I got from. I bought 2 of these chairs in California. I had these arms. Those are originals.
Oh no, the ones I made were out of teak though.
Yeah, but not for the chair that we've got.
Yeah.
The chair that's behind me, those are the original. Those are original arms.
Right.
For the recording discs, the log discs, what are they made out of?
Wood.
They're made out of a 1/4 inch, either masonite or the original. I saw one that Profiles in History was auctioned off in the early 2000s, and it was real hardwood.
Yeah.
Because part of the paint had chipped off, and you could see it was real wood. It wasn't masonite. But I know that my dad we did a whole run of
Probably
them,
about 50, I guess.
and it has a 45-degree angle, and then the other end is just curved. You just kind of round it off on a belt sander.
Gentlemen, in the original series, they used a lot of stuff. I'm sorry, a lot of stuff was made out of balsa wood. Balsa wood. You guys familiar with that?
I don't think that's
The very first balsa wood is what I used to create the very first
so you did as
sections
well.
for doing a basic static model of how the bridge pieces fit together.
Okay.
It might have made some props out of balsa wood.
I build wood models out of balsa wood.
We didn't build the Romulan bridge out of balsa wood, though.
Nope. That was all good wood.
By the way, this is our Romulan set bridge, and my favorite scene is when Frank Parker yells out after he gets hit, and he goes down.
Like wappy or wappy wood. That's what Craig says.
Don't know that one.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
It's that's MDF. That's Luan wood, 2x4s.
Wow.
A lot of angles. None of
Yeah.
them right.
No right angles. Yeah.
No right angles whatsoever.
There either, except for maybe the doors.
I caught John sleeping.
Yeah, well, but that's the one that you guys were talking about, right? That's the shirt, or the one that I asked about, that was lent to the Big Bang Theory, except it had like all the metals you mentioned, right?
No, the one that was
this is the first season wrap.
Okay.
The dress one is the one that.
Yeah, he did the dress one.
Okay, the dress one. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Is that kind of that silky material, shiny satin material?
But I do remember the one now from the series, the dress one. Yeah, that was his just his regular duty uniform, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Craig says it's plywood, but the grain all runs the same direction, so you can easily wrap it or curve it. That is cool. Starship Farragut, the crossing, yes. Now, the last episode that we were talking about earlier,
Homecoming?
do you guys have a timeline on that one? I know it's still work, but what are you looking at? What are you looking at now, John? What's the timeline for the final episode of TOS Farragut?
I was promoting. I've gotten a thumbs up from Steve Semmel. They're working towards a 10-1. 10-1, and we're done.
Wow. That is cool. So yeah, we are super
close. And I am deferring to them and to both Steve and Jay Pennington, but they're working towards that date to get that done and out there.
That's the 1 month. Huh?
Yeah, now it is. Yep, Craig said it right there. Can't wait. This is cool. This is. You could almost say it's a lost episode. That's finally going to air.
Yeah, you could. The lost.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it should be lost.
Wow. Nah. Okay. I can imagine why you say that, but it's going to be good, John. It is. Everyone's been waiting.
Well, a lot of people put a lot of hard work into it, and
yeah,
it just anyway.
You got a tiny taste of what Exeter went through to get that final episode out. What was it? 10 years, right?
Yeah.
But they got it out. It might have taken them 10 years, but at least they finally put something on screen. I'm sorry, I'm not directing that at anyone in particular.
All right, let's see.
Lauren
here.
says the rough cut was super, which is awesome. And Craig says saw the rough cut 3 years ago. Going to be great.
Thank
That's
you,
awesome.
guys.
Yeah, we cannot
And
wait.
Craig, since you're on, didn't you play an Andorian? If so, if I remember, because it's been a while since. That was that Craig's role as an Andorian. We tried to get, because Starship Farragut was inspired by Starship Exeter. For our last episode, I wanted to get someone from Exeter to be in our production. I thought it'd be a nice salute to them. And of course, everyone remembers Bafuzelik on the Exeter, who was the Andorian communications officer.
Yes.
So we have Craig wore the Andorian outfit. He was wearing his red shirt, and kind of sat in the communications chair as a nod to the Exeter folks and to kind of thank them. For me, I wasn't aware that there were even Star Trek fan films. After I got involved, I found out that there were some earlier iterations. But for me, it was like the grandfather fan film. So it was what inspired me. So I thought, what a good way to kind of sign off by having an Exeter nod in there.
That is cool, John. That is great to know. And I'm sure everyone watching this is going to be looking forward to that. That is neat. Didn't know that.
So, Roger, there's your balsa wood. That's what I created to get an understanding of what it was going to take to do the sets.
So why did they? What is the purpose of balsa wood? What does it allow you to do?
So balsa wood is a very, very light wood.
Mm-hmm.
It's mostly used in making model airplanes, doll houses, things like that.
Oh,
so
I know what it is.
you see in the the airplanes that they actually remote control fly.
Yeah,
that's most of those are balsa or fiberglass. The real builders actually, in my opinion, the ones that really have the art, do it out of balsa wood. They lay a sheet of plans over a cork board, and they start pinning the pieces of wood, and they start gluing the pieces together and assembling it, and then they put the shell covering on it, fabric coat it with fiberglass after that, and then they stick a gas tank in there, and the fuel lines, the servos, and electronics, the engine, and they fly them. Balsa wood, for me, I've been building model airplanes, out of wood for years. But balsa wood. Thanks, Larry. But it's a nice, easy medium, and it's inexpensive to go ahead and kind of work with, rather than buying sheets of plastic. Plastic comes from oil. Oil prices go up. Guess what? Your plastic's going up. And you don't want to hack up a lot of plastic. It's harder to cut. So it's a lot more effort and investment in the plastic. But if you do it in something cheap, balsa wood, it's very easy to cut, very easy to form. You can sand it. Yeah. And so that was kind of the segue into building the full scale sets, was getting an understanding of how everything fit together.
How big is that piece?
That's about 1/5 scale. So that led me, that basically led me to do this.
And so that Roger, it's not ergonomically or user friendly.
No,
it's the most awkward kind of workstation that you would, in reality, you'd have to make a lot of modifications to make it work. But on film, on TV, it looks spectacular.
Yeah, that's interesting that you guys would say that. I did not ever consider that. But yeah, the angles, I guess, yeah.
Huh. There you go.
And the scripts kept falling off the consoles when you try to read your script.
Yeah, they wouldn't stay up there, would they?
You shouldn't be having the script on set.
Hey, when the camera's not rolling, you can do whatever you want. You can put them in Spock's viewer if you know.
Oh, that's interesting. This is a comment to me. My brother, Miller's Market, yes, would sell balsa wood gliders. I remember those, yes. When Michael made it clear to me what it was, I remember. Yeah,
Yep.
my brother did purchase quite a few of those gliders.
Yeah,
And
they came in a little package. You put it together and fly it. Yep.
no, Ross, it was not a theme in the 60s. Oh, my goodness.
It was in the 50s.
But I
Oh,
have in just on the other side of the room over here, I've got a 1/5 scale World War II Corsair that's still sitting in a box for me to build. It's a 86.5-inch wingspan,
Oh, wow.
and that will be radio control. So when I get time to build it, I'll be working on that one. That'll take me about 2 or 3 years to do.
When are you going to get a real aircraft? You know, like the Dauntless dive bomber.
I built a Starship.
Oh, okay. There's a moment here. I apologize. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. And I'm only kidding. The Corsair was a phenomenal plane. It was.
Yep.
It was. Let's see. Alan says, hide the script under the chair cushion.
That happens.
Oh, I bet. Yes. That's an awesome picture right there. The one you've had up there for a while now.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
And as a matter of fact, Michael, if I'm not mistaken, our guest for the 20th is Victoria Allen, right?
Oh, Avalon?
Yes.
Victoria
on the
Avalon,
20th.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So looking forward to that. Yeah. Actually, we've been busy little bees, and I definitely thank Michael for that. We've been going out and getting a few confirmations. But it was easy with Farragut. Not that you guys are easy. I'm just saying it was easy with Farragut because of Farragut forward moving. Forward.
So that I'll show you this picture here. Greg's holding this piece of metal. He actually found that on the side of the studio where it's at now. And as soon as we saw it, we knew exactly what it was going to be used for.
Wow,
So
yes,
that was a
right?
found item that was just thrown into the grass.
Wow.
Brought it in, sanded it up, painted it a little bit, done.
That's like the mesh in that where the tri ladder is, right?
Well, no, that's the hexagonal mesh you're talking about. This right here was a part of the room divider in Kirk's quarters.
Oh.
That's where that goes.
That's cool. Got to take a look at those. Or, well, in this case, Carter's quarters.
Yes, in this case, Carter's quarters. Yep. But there's some early builds of the corridor going up. And you see the tubes that we've got for the corners.
Oh, wow.
But one of the things I said last time is as you go through this, I mean, you see this every day. Every weekend I was looking at these things, and so it does. It becomes, it's just a set piece. It's just a set piece. It's just a set piece. It doesn't take on any life until you actually throw the lights on. You know what I mean? That's when it takes on its own persona.
It's beautiful though that these sets still exist.
Yep. No, it's a testament to how they were built.
Yeah.
We built them for longevity.
Oh, that was the table in the conference room.
Yeah.
That John Senior was talking about.
Yep.
So that one is all one piece, or is it modular?
It's several pieces. So the top will come off. The base is separate. Yeah, everything that we did was modular. Every set piece was modular. You can see, even in the beams, they're all built modular. It can come apart.
Yeah.
There's all the pieces in between the corridors where you had the lenticular moray attached. Those were just modular pieces. You can disassemble it. You can move it.
Wow.
but everything was built so that it could be taken apart.
Could you remind me how big your medical set was? I know you had the section for the bio bed, but medical or sick bay was 3 sets originally, right, for TOS?
So if we go back to...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Such cool pictures.
Okay. So this section here basically is all supposed to be engineering or sick bay.
Yeah.
You had the decompression chamber that was right here.
Yep.
Okay. This is the same room that actually was in Conscience of a King and Charlie X, where he stayed. But you had the biobed area section down here. Then you had Spock's, or not Spock, McCoy's little office with an exam room. You know, he had his desk there, and that's where you brought in the rest of the stuff. So you had the wall here, but it would never got to be set up for having the desk or the exam room area because of how auxiliary control room is built. What we have earlier of, let me see if I can go back to it here. I'll give you a taste of what I go through when I'm looking through this stuff.
Yep. You're holding back, man.
He's got lots of
There's
stuff.
the shirt.
There's everything here. So one of the shows that John and I worked on, Polaris.
Yes.
That's the hero weapon
Oh yeah.
that was done.
So when are we going to see Polaris?
It's hopefully soon. Dennis Bailey, I think, recently retired.
Wow.
So he's planning to focus fully on getting the film done.
Yep.
It's been a long time, but it's his own production and his own work, so he's on his own clock, as it were.
Yeah. Those are the 5 non-functioning, and this is the hero prop right here.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, that was an exceptional piece of work that Mike did. All of them, yeah.
My brother asked the question, who used the hero weapon? Well, Lewis, let's put it this way.
It's Paul.
Wherever
hero.
there was a close-up.
Yeah.
Wherever there's a close-up.
All the red shirts, and no shot against the red shirts.
Mostly Paul's character, Frederick, Captain Frederick.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, look, there's part of a communicator
shot
part
of
there.
the shirt from Big Bang Theory. Can you hold that out for? I didn't even know this picture existed.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep, that's his dress uniform. Wow, that is sweet.
Hey, that was taken at
Look
my
at all
house.
that gold trim, and the piping and everything along the sleeve.
Oh, yeah, that does
None
not
of that.
show in the episode.
Yeah.
None of that was shown. Look at that young guy. Farragut sucked the life out of him.
You're as young as you feel, John. No doubt about it. Ross says a good friend of his, Stuart Hunsaker, got to tour the sets this past summer. He still talks about it. Yeah. Oh, hey, crossover.
It's not mutually exclusive. You can't like Star Trek and Star Wars. That was when Mike and I went to.
Oh, I felt a reprimand there.
What was the event?
I forget which one that was.
But Mike and I flew down, and
Was it MegaCon?
yeah, and Mike didn't want to go, but I offered it. I said, if I fly you first class, and we did, and we had drinks.
We did.
Remember that? Yeah.
Yep. They started serving you drinks before because I hate flying. And so they started serving drinks before they even back you out of the gate. I was like, okay.
Really, Michael? You don't like flying?
I hate flying.
Oh,
I hate flying.
We went out to LA we went out to California in 2001.
Yeah.
A couple months before 9/11 happened, and we did Vegas, Porterville, We did like LA. We did everything in a week's time. But yeah, he doesn't like flying.
Oh wow, that's a
Hate it with
bummer.
passion.
Because the other Michael, that when we spend time talking, I'll tell him, dude, I booked flights here, I booked flights there.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, I
Alaska
hate-
Airlines went wild, and I just booked as many flights as I could get.
I hated flying.
Yeah, Louis Noriega, he's correct. It is a German Luger modified weapon.
Yeah.
It's got a couple of things going on, but yeah, that was the basis. Good eye.
It still looks nice. It's sweet. Oh, he says, that looks like something you can pick up at Disneyland now. The R2 unit.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Those are the, the overlays,
That's all
right?
the templates, yeah.
Or the templates, I'm sorry, yes.
I got that. Those were done by Carl Mazur. He set it up and had them printed out on black plexi for me. And just another one of the purchase. There's Fox.
I apologize. I'm a bit tardy. On the Luis, thank you for the like. Alan Anderson, Gary Davis, Dean Rogers, and Ross. Thank you all for the likes. Appreciate it, guys and girls. Guys and gals. Yeah, you have the pad right behind you on the wall, right?
Yeah.
Did Carl do that too, Mike? The Enterprise, that Enterprise schematic by the Turbolift, did Carl do that as well?
Carl did. Yeah, Carl did that too. Yep, sure did. That was. Look, I mean, if I had a graphic I needed, I sent him some money and I got the prints. I still have in my possession, and I offered it to Ray Tessie, and I said, look, send me your address, and he never bothered to send me the address, but it was the graphic for the bio bed for the third one that was on the other side of the wall. So I was like, okay, never mind, I'll just keep it. But I still have that. I still have a astrogator centerpiece.
Oh yeah.
So I figure I'm going to turn it into a piece of wall art and stick it on the wall. Light it up.
Wow.
But yeah, so there's the pad, and there's the laser beacon that John did. This is one of his kits.
This guy, my dad lathed the body of that, which Dennis then used as the mold, as the basis for the mold. Mm-hmm. No one had offered that, by the way.
Yeah.
No one had offered the laser beacon. That was the first. And Dennis, that collaboration with my dad, Dennis Steins, and me, we nailed it.
That's one of the Klingon belt buckles.
Oh, yes.
Captain C.
Craig says that he will find a room for those things that you don't want. Like, oh, Craig, you may have beaten me to it. I was going to start asking for stuff.
John Sims did this one for me.
Oh, yes. That's from the
cage.
Yes, the pilot episode.
Yeah.
It was cool the detail that they did even then. How I believe when they would arm the weapon, they would get and they would turn it several times. It was a unique take. Oh yes, I'm sorry.
There you go.
McCoy, yeah, that is cool.
But that's just.
He has lots of toys.
Yeah, lots of toys.
I want to give a shout out to John Lenwell. Thank you for the like
John.
as well. Just right now. That is cool. Still have quite a few people watching this and eternally thankful. Any questions from the chat room, folks? Any of the stories that you guys want to say? Michael or John? John, you've been very quiet. You've been very gracious right there with us. Any stories that you care to share with us?
He's in the other room. He might get mad at me.
Oh.
He won't know. Just go ahead.
Ross says, nice. These toys would look great on the TNG shuttlecraft we built. Yeah. And there it is. That's what you were talking about a moment ago.
Yep.
the
There's the
display on them. Did you guys know that in the Next Generation, on the redone displays, there was somewhere it said how much life insurance you have remaining? That
Are
was
you
one of
kidding?
their in jokes. Yeah, that was one of their in jokes. Because for those that know, if you visited the Next Generation or Voyager, whatever set, they rarely ever did a close up. But to keep themselves busy, sometimes you would just see letters, but they just got bored. So where the LCARS displays were, they would use famous phrases from movies, whatever. And I did see somewhere on the bridge, here's a tale of a fateful ship. It
Yep.
was up
Yep.
there. And I don't know if it was at Harry Kim Station or at Tuvox, but it did say in space, or no one can hear you scream in space, or the famous
So-
line from Alien.
And I'll tell you. So
Yeah.
Eric had actually continued that tradition of putting in little Easter eggs.
Oh, yes.
And we had to thank Dennis Bailey for that. So Dennis Bailey provided some of the bridge graphics for us. And he actually designed the bridge graphics themselves, and he put in John's initials, my initials, and Holly's initials in certain lettering on the graphics on the screens. And
Yes.
it's over on the engineering section throughout, so you'd have to go and pick and choose. But even when Dennis Bailey did his Polaris, he did the same thing by putting in famous things. So if I say to you C57D, does that mean anything to you?
No. Not right off. No.
And it should.
Oh, damn. C57D. No.
You want to Google that?
Oh, well, if you. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. So let me. I'll do that for you.
C57D. Oh no, I'm on my way right now. I'm only kidding, Michael. I'm doing it right now. C57D. Let's see what it says. Image. Oh, okay. Wow, the space cruiser. Yes, from
Forbidden Planet.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Now, where else have you seen that?
Isn't that the one from the day the Earth stood still?
Nope. Let's see. So
Or was that a Twilight Zone or I don't know. It was someone else. There it is. Ross got that one. He says, Googling, it is forbidden. Good answer, though. He knew. Because remember, there's a 30-second delay. And then Dean Rogers says, I know this! C57D.
Look. Which shows
wow.
That's from Serenity.
I was going to say Firefly, but Serenity, yes.
Yep. Serenity.
Wow.
So C57D, and that was something they had, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely had me on that one.
So Dennis Bailey was very well known to do those things on Polaris. So if you happen to see any of the shots when the show comes out and he looks down at the buttons, you'll see C57D or B9 robot or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. So you just gotta kind of, oh yeah.
Those
it's just a little
cool.
nod.
Well, Michael, I explained to you the 47, right, which has now become commonplace everywhere.
47.
Yeah, it's common, like in movies. It's the in-joke, and it was in Star Trek, in the Next Generation, and all the way through. 47 is a joke. It's either on video somewhere,
okay,
mentioned in script. Star Trek,
okay.
the movies went wild with it. Remember, Uhura says the ship destroyed 47 Klingon bird of prey or whatever it was. It's mentioned either in every episode via something. Well, Voyager 74656, it was reversed, the 47.
Okay.
But anyway, it originates as an in-joke from the writers, people that went over to the Claremont colleges out here in Southern California. Next to me, I am actually in Pomona, California. My exit to get home, from work or from LA, is exit 46.
Oh.
Actually, mine is 46. Unfortunately, but coming from the east, Going west, it is exit 47, which
Wow.
is Indian Hill. Exit 47 takes you north to the Claremont colleges. And on the Claremont colleges, everything is 47 something, whether it's
Wow.
Studio 47, et cetera,
Wow.
et cetera. So every 47 is everywhere.
Yeah.
So a lot of people that got their degrees from the Claremont colleges went out, and it was an in-joke amongst themselves. How, if the college can get 47 into everything, their trademark or whatever, their calling
Right.
card was getting 47 into everything and anything.
Wow.
That was their calling
Wow.
card. And eventually Paramount figured it out because 47 was the common number.
Gotcha. That's
But,
awesome.
Yeah, and it just, I forget who mentioned it, but everyone who's gone to the Claremont colleges, that's their thing. Now 47 is ubiquitous, man. It's everywhere. Even people that didn't go, they use 47 on everything. So, as a matter of fact, in Star Wars: The Force Awakens, Oscillation Station 47.
Oh,
And I remember I was watching, I'm like, Star Trek.
yeah, 47. I had to pay attention to that.
Yeah, and it's rumored that the first actual use of 47 deliberately was in The Return of the Jedi, where they're attacking the Death Star, and then they're like,
Right.
oh, wait, the shield is still up, pull up. And then one of the assistants to Akbar says, we have enemy ships in Sector 47. So it is believed, because someone was involved from the Claremont colleges, that's one of the first times 47 was deliberately used like that.
Wow.
Oh, we can
But yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
That's cool. That's cool.
If you ever wanted a little bit of useless trivia, there was one right there.
Number 47. I'm going to keep an eye out for that, or ear out.
It is. Well, it's either on screen,
Oh yeah,
it's mentioned, or it's.
Hey Roger, I think my father is going to call it a night.
Yes, it is late for you, gentlemen, and yeah.
My dad a shout out and a salute. Like I said,
Oh,
Mr. B, thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's
Yes.
good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Without your efforts, it's obvious. Yes. Everyone, a lot of people know what you've done, but now spending some time with us, they now, when they hear the stories, they can put the connection. Everyone who wasn't there now knows. We get a little bit more of your involvement. I thank you personally for staying with us tonight and for doing what you do. There is no monetary compensation in this, man. You're right. It was.
Well, he gets a paint stick.
Yeah. But it was love.
2 made. That's it.
Yeah.
Let's get a selfie, Dad. So you can...
Oh yeah, that'll be perfect. That is really neat. And we'll see if we get an image of that as well. So we're getting thank yous in the chat room. Ross says thank you. Craig says thank you. And now Michael did in the first episode talk about your contributions.
Hopefully it won't look you.
And now having you here, this is cool.
Makes it all more exciting.
Mm-hmm.
John Sr., I have to ask you, why do you do it?
Because I'm a son.
I enjoy playing with wood.
Let me kind of backstory that really quick. I know he's tired.
Yes.
He wants to stick it.
John's dad, when I first met him, lived out in Cincinnati, and he has a workshop set up that would be the envy of any woodmaker. He does such amazing work that you would think that some of the stuff that I've seen where it's different blocks of wood, different colors in a pattern that's a bowl. He does that kind of stuff, and you're sitting there, how in the hell is this done? I mean, it's genius, the things that he has put together. So it never escapes my mind the talent that this man had, and has
Sounds like
today.
you got one of my segmented bowls.
I do. We do. Well, Holly claims it, so it's hers. But if you want to send me my own, yeah, that'd be great too.
Well, it shows. And again, John Sr., I am thankful. We've known about your work. They've talked about you much and often. And now that you spent some time with us, again, it's our privilege to have you with us. And I thank you.
Well, just like Mike, where he enjoys doing miniatures and stuff, I enjoy doing something with wood, whether it's carving or woodworking or turning or whatever. In Tarza, marquetry, I just enjoy playing with wood.
Yep.
It is apropos the image that is on screen right now of seeing that, the joke, there are no right angles. Look at all the work right there.
That he had a desk and it had this little screen, and that's the one I remember. I don't think there was a 90-degree angle in it. That was, when he said 83.5 degrees, it had to be 83.5 degrees.
Yeah, you can't cheat that, Dad. Come on now.
Star Trek fans will know, and they will tell you.
But you look, I mean, really, there's no right angles.
Over the registration number of the ship.
Yes.
It's a show. I would tell them it's a show.
Yeah, I think that's basically similar to what's on the bed thing. But I think it was the one I made was for the tabletop. Yeah,
The captain's quarters table. The desk.
Oh, the captain's quarters table? Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, Ross asked, where did they find the plans? Actually, they mentioned it just before you walked in, Ross.
Yeah,
we'll get to that in a moment. Wow, look at that right there. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that table. It was plywood.
There's that screen.
Oh, yes, the one you mentioned. Yep. That is, wow. Impressive.
And when you make something real pretty out of wood and then they go and paint it. Nice.
Can't win for losing, can you, Mrs. B?
Made out of plastic.
And for those that are asking what's in Captain Carter's vault, it's Jameson's.
Oh,
he didn't get that from me. I'm from Kentucky. It's bourbon.
Oh, sir. Yes, sir.
Bourbon whiskey.
Thank you. I enjoyed the time with you.
Thank you, sir. We enjoyed the time
B,
with you.
Thanks for coming, buddy.
Yes, thank you for spending the time with us.
I
know it's late. Thank you, sir. Good night. Ross, no, we know you were busy. Don't say sorry. It's just I commented that we mentioned it just before you arrived.
So I'll get my
plans,
rundown really quick. So on the internet, there's a whole bunch of plans out there for the bridge, the layout of the studio that was there back in '66. So there are some fans that have drawn up some plans. One of the most familiar and probably the most widely known are the McMaster's plans, and I've seen them. They're okay, but they weren't as accurate as I think they were, because I know somebody that used the McMaster's plans, and they seemed, when I was actually on the set that was built from those plans, they were kind of condensed and hard to maneuver around. So I found a set of plans on the RPF board by the guy's last name is Gagan, and from his layout, everything made much more sense. And so we actually laid it out on a concrete floor and simply built the pie sections around and did all that. The rest of the studio was done, and I've got those here somewhere. By the way, I also have the Paramount plans.
Yes. Oh, I didn't see this one earlier. My brother said when we were talking about all those in jokes.
Yeah.
It sounds like the hidden Mickeys that you can find at Disney. Yeah, it's cool, Louis. Yeah, you have to be on the lookout.
Let's see if that's it.
As you know, authors and artists that do all this stuff. Oh, did he kick himself out? I think he may
I
have.
think he did.
He'll be back in a
wow.
moment. That's
Yeah.
funny. He X'd out the wrong box.
The wrong box, yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see. Do you have the Miranda class plans? That's interesting. I don't know if there are Miranda. I'm speaking for myself. I don't know if there are Miranda class plans. I know that Star Trek, the monthly magazine, did the bridge, but I don't know if there are any plans per se. Michael will know. And I'm going to ask.
And he might not be able to talk about that.
Right. We may not be able to talk about that. Very good. All right. Fair enough. So we'll see. But he should be joining us in a moment. Let me see. Oh, there he is.
Something happened.
Yep.
All of a sudden, it just poof.
Oh, we were figuring that you were trying to close a box and you
hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
I was actually looking. I had opened up a PDF, and the whole thing just went. Boop.
I want to give a shout out to Ronald, and I apologize. Is it Seipel?
Ron, yeah.
Oh, there it is. He also gave us a like about 5 minutes ago. Now, do you have the Miranda class plans that was mentioned? And Cygnus X1 has full Starship deck plans. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so we're going to move this over. Let's put this on the shared. Share screen. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm finding myself doing the Picard maneuver with this new uniform that I have. Because, it was famous for pulling the jacket down, and I'm doing the same thing.
So I don't think anybody, let me see. How you like that?
Oh, that is sweet. Those are
that?
The Paramount, baby.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow. We talked about this last time, didn't we, Michael? You have all that backed up, don't you?
I do.
Yeah,
and
okay.
so to tell you how detailed they are, there you go.
Are you Mr. Atoz? Sorry, that had to be me.
This is it. So these are the Paramount drawings that were done for Hyde Park that never came to fruition.
Wait a minute. You want to run that by us again? That what? For Hyde Park? They were going to do something over there, right?
They were going to do something over there. They never did. It never got moving along. But every single one of these, look, that's how detailed they are.
Wow. Yes. Now, for the Farragut Forward, the bridge, I have to tell you, and I've told this story. I was on Star Trek: The Adventure at Universal Studios. And I've told this to Michael that when I was on the bridge, I was very disappointed because when it was dark. I looked down and there were some things that were colored in. I said, man, this is lame. Oh, man, I can't believe it. But then the bridge set lit up. Oh my God, it is the bridge.
Yeah.
So I've been on the Rathacon Bridge over at Universal Studios, and I humbly would beg to be able to visit the Rathacon sets that you guys have. And yeah, that would be sweet. Because that bridge, to this day, it's still one of my favorite setups. It's the one from, it is the original from the motion picture, Rathacon, and then Search for Spock. Actually, I think it was also in the Voyage Home, very briefly. And then that's when they changed it. John, sorry.
I was saying a different set. They made it like super white.
Yeah.
But the chairs, I think, were the same.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. But just the design that it had its nooks and crannies, the Rathacon Bridge, and I really like the fact that, I guess from the captain's perspective, you had the weapons station, and that was its own little setup. It was neat. It was really cool.
It says Desilu.
Yep. Look at that.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And as we talked about it on other episodes, had it not been for Lucy, we would not have Star Trek today.
Now, do you know
she believed in it, man. She believed in it.
Do you know what episode this was done for?
Understood what it was. From what I remember, she thought it was a celebrity cruise ship. and she misunderstood the premise, but
Yeah.
it done regardless. So yeah, we're grateful to Lucille Ball.
Yes, and thank you for that, John. Yeah, you're right. Michael, you were saying?
Do you see what episode this is for? The drawing was done for?
Balance of Terror.
Balance of Terror. And what do you have here?
Sorry, Skip. Skip got it right away. Oh, yes, there it is. The Romulan Bridge.
So that's what we used to go ahead and create.
Wow.
Angles.
This gives you your angles, and you know that each one of these wall flats where they have it. So this means what? Everybody know?
No, I don't.
Okay, it's movable.
Oh.
It's a modular piece. You can actually take it so that you can have cameras come in from any angle. They can take those set pieces out and bring the cameras in. So that gave you the ability to film from any angle on this set. Okay,
Wow.
so this gave you your angles for the layout. We knew that each one of these sections was 4 feet across. So that's 4 feet, 4 feet, 4 feet, and then the opening. But this is how everything was laid out.
And that's everything they used for that episode.
Mm-hmm.
John, very quickly, when you had a chance to visit the DS9 sets, what was your impression of them? Because I do remember that when I was on Voyager and I walked into Janeway's ready room, I couldn't get over the fact that my office at home was bigger than hers. They're small, aren't they? It's amazing as to how small they are.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you get that also?
I mean, things look bigger on TV, but yeah, the only part of the Defiant on the Deep Space Nine, I got to walk on the Defiant Bridge or Defiant corridor, and I remember feeling the same thing. It was just very small, but on film, it was, bigger.
I commented to someone that was in the mess hall, who was one of the construction guys, and we interrupted him. They're like, no, it's cool. We started asking him questions, and he told us that the windows, of course, in the mess hall were the ones from 10 forward on the Enterprise.
Oh.
And I commented to him about how small it was. He says, yeah, dude, camera lens is this big.
Yeah.
know, it's that big, so it's going to be, it's going to be that way.
Yeah, but Janeway's, to your point, Janeway's office looked huge.
Really? Oh,
on screen.
On film.
On screen.
Yes.
On screen. Because then she had her office, but then she had where she sat down to drink coffee and overlook out the window. And yeah, I mean, on film it looked big.
And granted, it is, but I kid you not, when I walked into the doors, I was able to reach down and touch her desk, and with my left hand, I reached over and touched the rail. So, wait a minute, that's. But on television, it was just much bigger, and it didn't ruin it for me. I just noticed that it is much smaller than it looks on TV. That's why I wondered if you got that same impression when you were on the DS.
Yeah, and to that point, I think some of the magic of what we're used to when we watched the show as a kid is lost when you start making this, because you watch all the details. Like, for example, I've rewatched all the films of classic Star Trek, and one of the things that is I've been looking at fabrics and trying to get a baseline for what these jackets will be made of. And in the Wrath of Khan, the jacket color was brick red, and then from Star Trek 3 on up, it was this other brighter red. And so we've done some test filming of the variations of fabrics, and they're really not noticeable. So you can have a range, and I think that they did in the production. And I started to go back in the film, and I'm like, oh yeah, they did, and I can see the slight variations. And to that point, the magic of what you just kind of watch and you just absorb and you just accept. And now you're going back and trying to recreate it and all the things. For another example, the collars, those nautical collars.
Yes.
Watching all the films, I would see that there's, even with Kirk and Uhura, I would see how the collar would kind of sag. And I'm like, these costumes were custom made. Why is there this drip? Why is there this? And having made it and having done some test filming, the collars are made where they're stuffed with this polyfill, which actually give it some support. So if you move your neck at a certain angle, the collar stands up. It's not the fabric doing anything wrong. It is you moving your neck, and the collar is actually standing up, but it's looking on film. It looks like it's not made to fit you. And I can tell you, in some of the publicity shots that we did, the test filming that we released as publicity shots, it almost looks like the collar wasn't made. And I can tell you that collar was snug. It was made to fit my neck, but just if you move your head at a certain angle. So again, the magic of what we watch, accept, and absorb, some of that magic is lost when you try to then go through. I mean, I didn't even know that the corridor, for each 4x8 wall flat, there's a strip. There's a 2x4 that's silver. I thought they were black in some cases. And, it's all this stuff that you then are trying to recreate because you're trying to recreate Star Trek. And again, some of that magic, I think, of accepting, watching, absorbing is lost because you spend so much time and effort recreating the sets, the props, the costumes.
John, I agree with you on that because when I think it's I'm being disrespectful for a moment, but just so you would understand, for a Star Trek fan, the holy grail of grails is visiting the bridge. And again, I apologize. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's. I mentioned to others that once I was on the Voyager sets, the magic was gone.
Yeah,
it was.
Yep.
Because
I will tell you this: when we filmed the captaincy, and Paul Sieber and I went up to New Voyages, James Cawley had me stand behind the turbo lift, and unbeknownst to me, it's a 360 fully enclosed set, and he's got the lights, all the blinking displays, and the sound effects of the bridge playing. The doors open for the very first time. I walk out, and it's everything as I thought it would be as growing up as a kid. And I will always be grateful for that experience because walking on that bridge set for the very first time was what I thought it would be. And so that was magic, walking on the bridge set for the very first time.
James,
Mike did the same thing for other people. He replicated that same philosophy, if you will, of having the sound effects in the 5.1 surround sound, the lights, the blinking, and when you walk on it, it's that expectation you have of what the bridge would be, and for me it was, and
and that was true even for the corridors, because when we had the Farragut Fest and we had the doors closed, and the first group of people got to come up to the doorway, and when we got enough of a crowd ready to go in and it was time to start it, Royal would open the doors on command, and the faces, the look of astonishment when people literally walk through the doorway and they're standing on the ship.
Yeah.
They're standing on the Farragut, the Enterprise, their dream ship, and they're there, and you literally take yourself away. And every room that you go in, you don't see behind the scenes. You literally go in and you see the sick bay. You see the transporter room. Everything's enclosed. When we film, you can literally take away the wall flats, the movable sections, and bring the film crew in, film it from any angle you want, close it back up, and it's a closed set again. So you get that illusion. But yeah, it's an experience that we help to provide to the people coming in for Farragut Fest, and you could just see the look.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have to say a word.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. My jaw dropped when I walked into set 8 and 9, and there it was, the bridge. It was dark. Yeah. I will admit, it was the only darkened set. Everything else was lit up. Engineering, sick bay. We actually sat in the doctor's chair, which was really cool. It was really neat. Sick bay was lit up, which was awesome.
And it's an experience you're going to remember for the rest of your life.
I remember clearly when we walked into the engineering set for Voyager, and it was lit up, and it was, Oh my word! It
Yeah.
was, yes. For me, that was the experience. As I said, the bridge was darkened, but it was still awesome. You
Yeah.
had 3 kids that were given an hour to tour those sets, man. I saw your reaction right there, John. Yes, you knew what I meant, huh? You're a kid again. It's phenomenal being able to go there. I remember that day clearly.
Roger, do any of your audience members, do they have any questions maybe that about the Farragut film sets that Mike could entertain?
Let me see. I did ask, are there any other questions in there, folks? So we'll see. Now, Ross says he got to visit the set when they were shooting Voyager. They were shooting on the bridge that day, and they were able to check out stellar cartography. I did not. The caves and the exterior of the Delta Flyer. Yeah, it was. It didn't take away the magic from me, but I'm very fascinated with how it was put together. They were actually building the Delta Flyer when I was there, because for those that know, it didn't appear until the 3rd or 4th episode of that season. But they told us, I said, yeah, this is upcoming, a new ship. We're like, oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
That was cool that they let us see it. So, folks, if we do have any questions, please.
Voyager sucked. Just kidding. I'll stretch.
So anyway, this graphic I got up, this picture, this is what I used for the Farragut sets.
Yeah.
And you see, there's the guy's name, Gagan.
Yes.
Angles.
Yep. And it tells you here, if this is the center of the astrogator, there's your first measurement out, which is 18 feet, 6 inches, then 25.9 to the beginning of the console. And then the back of the console, 34.6. Everything just kind of fell in line. So these were our main measurements from here to here to here.
And the problem with that diagram is that if you look at the model where the turbo lift is and where it comes up, like the ship is looking at an angle.
Yeah.
It's like half cocked in a different direction. It's not forward facing where you would think the ship would be looking at. But again, they're using a view screen. They're not looking at a hole outside the ship.
So let me.
That's right. On the Enterprise model, for those real Hawkeye people, they could see the elevator is directly behind the bridge, so it is offset. Ross did ask this question a moment ago. Well, maybe about 10 minutes ago. I was asking about the audio, if it was a challenge with shooting on set because there were no ceilings.
Not really, because the sound, and I get what you're saying, like the echoes, because there was so much in the studio, we really didn't have that much of an issue with it.
Okay. Now, someone did comment earlier, which I didn't get a chance to get to, and it's a while now. They said the sets were hot, weren't they? It looks like they were hot, temperature-wise.
The inside of the studio was very hot, yes.
Yeah.
But we held Farragut Fest in December, so it was kind of cooler for the guests to come in. When we filmed in the fall, winter months ourselves, so it was cooler then. But we also went ahead and we started early in the morning, getting into costume and makeup and so forth. And we also didn't, we had everybody on a shooting schedule. So if you weren't needed for the first part of the day, you didn't have to be there. You could go out and enjoy doing something and then just show up when you were needed, get into costume, get into makeup, and then come on set and do your scene. So most everybody, though, we all showed up because we helped out in other ways to make it happen. But the only time we really felt like it was hot was when you were under the lights. When you got a chance to walk off, out from underneath the lights, you cooled off a bit. But it wasn't too bad because we filmed during the wintertime.
Craig has a wonderful comment here. He says, someone sent him a picture when he was walking on the bridge for the first time. And even though it was from behind, and he was in heavy makeup and uniform. He says he felt from seeing how overwhelmed he was.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, a lot of people when we had Farragut Fest expressed how just walking down the corridor. It really does when you walk down that winding corridor and everything, it's all encased. It does feel like you're walking on board a starship. I mean, Mike and I got desensitized to it because we were always walking on it. So it was but like when Mike said, when we would film and everything was lit up.
That's when it became the childhood dream of being on the bridge again. Yeah. Like I said before, and John knows, Michael Day knows, when it comes to props and models and things like that, I do them for friends all the time. I do them freely and openly because I want them to share the experience that I have in some of that. So all of these that I have, I've made for other people as well. When we got done filming, I would give props and set pieces away to as many as I can get rid of, because I always had a backup of boxes of parts and things like that to go ahead and replace the ones that we gave out. Even the very first science computer that sat on Spock Station, I gave that away, and it's just one of those things, yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Mike's
but see, it's no different than John, because when John goes ahead and makes you a costume, an outfit for the show, it's yours. You get to enjoy that for the rest of your life. That's for you to take home, and so that's John's way of kind of giving back to the volunteers that come in and do this, and that was the same thing for me. John will tell you, if I made a communicator, and John says, "Oh my God, that's gorgeous," there you go. That's the way I am.
Ross has a wonderful comment. You offered to help my friend make casts of the lenses for the transporter pads. So I'm not sure if he's directing that to Michael or to John.
Not
Yeah,
sure.
the mold we had is gone. We burned it out.
Wow. I don't know if we have any other questions, but my brother, he's asking, was that the same computer that told Kirk that he loved him? Or that she was in love with
I think
Kirk?
that was the one that was in his quarters.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm the science computer at Spock Station. That's the one we gave away.
Wow.
Yep. It's you think about some of the stuff that I've done. You always think I can do better if I had another chance to do it. And so, okay, let's give this one away. We'll build another one. We'll make it better.
So you guys
and
do
that happens.
All the time?
That happens a lot.
A lot.
Did you say that this was the most amount of people that you've had on your show earlier?
No, I didn't say that. I did say it was obvious based on the number of people that you guys are a big deal. Yes, I did say that. I don't. The numbers are dwindling now because it is late.
It is late. I mean, it's almost late.
Yeah, it is late. But you see, here's the thing: the live number fluctuates. So we've been as high as 30 on the live numbers, but it keeps going up and down. And then we're going to look at the total visits at the very end. So we're going to know, because sometimes people will lose connections. So sometimes the numbers are duplicated because it's the same person. But I will be able to tell in a week. Yeah, we'll know later as to how many. But based on what I've seen now, in the next day or so, it'll easily be 500. And then probably over time.
500 people that participated?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I thought you were... Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. I wasn't expecting that kind of participation.
Yeah, all told. And that's just immediately. I don't have the metrics.
Show will be available for others. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing, John. It's the beauty of it is in the same manner that you guys created the movie magic. I'm not saying we're creating magic here. I'm saying that it's going to be available for them, which is really cool. And we have it on YouTube. We have it on Facebook.
What's
and
this
we're
XXX folder, Mike? What?
Huh?
Oh, I didn't catch that. What is that? The XXX folder.
Which one are you looking at?
Orion slave? What? Orion slave girls? What?
What the hell are you looking at?
I'm looking at your computer files.
I don't see what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Is my mouse moving left or right?
Just kidding, Mike.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think he's just screwing with
I'm
you.
looking for it, saying, "Hey, is it really? Let me see."
That's why right away I was like, "Yeah, let's see it."
So all of this is a culmination of. So it's a sci-fi folder that I have under research, okay? And you name the show, it's in here. And so I have, over the years, ever since the internet was available, have been downloading pictures and reference material for models that I've worked on, things like that. So everything is here. Here's Enterprise A.
Yes, it is priceless.
That's such a beautiful model too, the Enterprise.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
I
yes.
mean, they really, you have to, everything kind of looked campy or 60s, but, Aliens that came out or Alien when it came out in 1979, it really felt like a real modern film.
Oh yeah.
Star Trek in the 60s seemed more, I don't know, retro, or it didn't seem like modern. But the movies, I think, helped bridge the gap in terms of reality. Wow, Excalibur?
Yeah.
That
What
was.
model what was that in TNG?
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
ambassador class, right?
Yeah. And you see the split right here.
Oh yes.
So this was one of the filming models that were used. But like I say, you name the material, and I've got reference of it.
Wow.
But you name the sci-fi show, and I've got it.
John, was that your favorite? Oh, 1701. Oh, that's from yesterday's Enterprise, I would imagine.
Yep.
Yes. John, was that your favorite ship? The Enterprise from the movies?
I would say
Kirk's.
yes.
Yes.
I really loved that ship. I don't know if it was Andrew Krause.
Andrew Probert?
Robert.
Yeah, Andy Probert. If that was his work, yeah, I just thought that was a nice segue for the movies.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you
It
got
just
me on
felt
that
like a
one.
real ship.
You know what this is, right? That's the space dock for the
Yeah,
Enterprise
that's
A.
yes. And I the only reason why I knew that was because of the panels on the side. Otherwise, I had no idea. The Starfleet. Wow. That's
Transistor
a radio.
Yeah.
Yes. My
Transistor
brother
radio.
had one of those, by the way. My brother comments, what about the dropship from the movie Aliens? That was cool. Yes.
That was cool.
So sci-fi,
And of course, the original Battlestar Galactica, yes.
Alien.
Speaking of Aliens, the same
Dropship.
composer, James Horner. If you watch, I've been looking at composers for Farragut Forward.
Now
Yes.
let me tell you. So John and I visited a friend of ours. John introduced me to him, and he had with him. Do you remember the aerial hunter killer from Terminator?
Oh, you from the third movie? Or
Yeah. From I forget what Terminator movie it was. It was the big aerial hunter killer with the big engines on the side.
oh,
And-
could have been one or two.
Let's see.
But anyway, yeah.
So anyway, I managed to get a casting of the actual filming miniature.
Huh.
Huge. It's probably about 5.5 feet tall.
Wow. Okay.
If you go end to end, yeah. But there's a drop ship.
Yes, it's absolutely beautiful. Now, John, you were mentioning something about the music related to
I
James
was
Horner.
saying that Aliens, the same composer, James Horner, who did Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan in 1982, also did Aliens.
Yes.
And if you listen to the soundtracks respectively, when Ripley takes control of that tank to go in and rescue the other Marines,
Yes.
that music, it sounds like another additional battle scene from The Wrath of Khan. It is the same
It may.
type of instrumentation.
You know what? I'm going to check that out just for myself because I'm a fan of the Wrath of Khan and Horner and from Aliens. John, I offer this to you and Michael. One of the best bits of music ever written for the Enterprise is in Star Trek 3 by Horner when they're stealing the Enterprise and they've exited space dock and the ship begins her graceful move to make war. When you listen to the strings and everything that he plays for the Enterprise, it's beautiful. And when Excelsior exits space dock, it's more modern, up tempo. It's a beautiful. I don't know if I should say is dichotomy correct. No, maybe not. But it's beautiful, the differences in the Excelsior music and the Enterprise. And when the Enterprise is sailing, about to go to warp, it's this old, graceful sailing ship. It's beautiful. And it was Horner that did it in the third movie. It's in my humble opinion, some of his best work was in Star Trek 3 with the Enterprise. But I'm going to go back and listen, John. You got me on that one because James Horner, unfortunately, did repeat his music.
There's a lot of repetition, but he's not the only one. If you look at Alan Silvestri, who did Back to the Future, if you watch Predator, it's the same stuff. If you listen to Predator and you listen to Back to the Future, I mean, and Alan Silvestri's work is repetitive. It's like a signature. You can identify who the composer is by listening to their composition.
I would agree with that. Now, did you guys have a signature theme? Now, this is way off topic, but was there a signature theme that you guys did in each episode that represented maybe you as a director or you as writing? Because, as you mentioned, a signature, James Cameron is famous. You will always know a James Cameron movie because he has a close-up of someone's shoes. Ripley, when she jumps off something, he has a close-up of her boots that she's wearing. And in every movie, that's his, for whatever reason, that's his signature thing. Maybe so. But I'm just curious, did you guys have something similar that there was a signature theme?
There were certain taglines that we had. And I think there are more. Some were known jokes, like between myself and Smithfield on My Order. Royal was Doors.
Okay, so yes, you guys did.
Yeah.
I think if anyone had the intuitive insight to do cues, like Leia in Star Trek had a cue and Darth Vader had his own cue. I think Mark Hildebrand, when he was filming, he probably had cues, whether it was certain characters, because he has a musical background, and as director, I think he probably incorporates some of that. I don't know of any offhand.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. You just gave me a question for him when we speak to him.
Yeah.
That'll be cool. It's those subtle things. Most of us fans know nothing of what you gentlemen do. And we learn when you share it with us. And some of us learn because we read or we watch the documentaries or whatever. And I've paid attention to that. When I'm watching a movie, I love when a director screws with the audience by changing camera angle. Yeah.
I like plot twists where they take you down one road and you think and then they do something else. And John Tipton is, Johnny Carza.
Yes.
Johnny K is very gifted. I've read some of his other script work, and he
he's very good at doing that. I am not adept at doing that. I can have a vision of what I want to do, and I try to integrate some of that in there, but some people I think are better as storytellers being able to integrate those plot twists. And a lot of respect for that, because I think we get so acclimated to what we watch, and we're fed so much content, and we've gotten used to so much that I think it takes a special person to come in and do something creative and innovative to take you down a different path, because we're just fed so much stuff. I mean, when you think about it, we've got so much streaming content now and so much stuff that we're used to watching. You know, how much TV, I mean, what, 50 plus years of TV that have been out there. And so we're used to seeing so much stuff. So to have someone come in and creatively take you down the road, I mean, I was talking to someone the other day about the last film that kind of screwed me up, and it was the movie Us. No, it was Get Out. Get Out. And if you haven't watched that, it kind of messes with your mind. And as a kid, Jaws was one of the films.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah,
that's Johnny K's favorite film. But because of that film, I wasn't able to go in the water.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Craig, that's true. They talked about it where their relationship went bad after Aliens. It was bad. And when you see the 3-hour documentary, they talk about it, and they did not work together until Titanic. And
I didn't know that. Wow.
Oh, yeah. This is really cool. And in the 3-hour documentary, they talk about how, well, James Horner says, we got 3 weeks before work. I don't have enough time. They were editing the movie within days of it,
being released.
Being released. And he's talking about, I got to write this stuff. And both Cameron and his wife at the time, I forget her name, Gail Ann Hurd, talked about it, as did Horner. But he did the documentary, so they settled. And I'm glad they did, because he did Titanic, which I did enjoy that one as well. And, oh my God, there was something I wanted to ask you right now, John, and it's old age now, it's slipped. But it was related to what you guys were doing, and I apologize. Michael Day, you're still on the outside looking in. You're not officially involved with Farragut Forward yet. Questions, Michael? Because we're getting a lot of good comments here, but
Yeah.
I think the audience might be dry with the questions.
Yeah, I think we are losing some people because it is getting late.
Oh, actually, we have them, but the questions
they're not making comments.
They're not asking questions.
Yeah, they're not asking questions. But
Give me 5 minutes, guys. Bear back.
I was just see he's leaving, but John can say it. I mean, if you look at the set, this is the beginning of the corridor.
Yes.
And if you look how things are when you see what's in the background, how everything's being held up, but that's how it was. So it would be sturdy. So when people are walking around, that if something, not even going to discuss what could happen, like fall over, that it wouldn't be too bad. But, I mean, you could just see, I mean, those were those 2x4s, John?
They were, and the sets are built exactly as they were, 50 years ago. It's pretty much standard, the 4x8 wall flats, whether it's theater or TV. It's pretty much standard. And to your point, Michael, there's times where they banged on the sets and you could see the sets move. If it was full, I mean, one episode is a muck time when Spock throws the chicken soup or the homemade, whatever the Vulcan soup that Nurse Chapel brings him, and throws against the wall, and that you see the set, the corridor kind of move. It's how they were.
That's funny. I didn't catch that one, but I'm rewatching Star Trek, and yes, John, you're right. One of the episodes I just saw, they're up against a rock, and the entire rock face moved. It was subtle, but you could see it. Yes. It's called a Hollywood flat.
Thank you, Greg. And
Oh,
it's good
excellent.
that our new director of set construction knows.
Yes.
That's reassuring.
Mm-hmm.
No, that is cool. No, we are getting a lot of comments. Ross mentioned, as we were talking about the music, Leonard Roseman from Star
The
Trek 4.
worst,
Uh,
Ross.
I have.
When I watched all the films, and Star Trek 4 is a really good film. You know what could have made it better? Jerry Goldsmith, who wrote the soundtrack for Star Trek 5. That movie, despite a lot of the fail points, that soundtrack is one of the best. And no wonder, the motion picture, there's a lot of carryover. And then Next Generation, when they did a soundtrack for the series, they went back to his work. But Jerry Goldsmith's score for the Star Trek 5 is one of the best. In addition to James Horner, is one of the best soundtracks out there.
In its totality, I would acquiesce to that, John. Yes, definitely. I am in love, though, with the opening to First Contact, also done by Jerry Goldsmith.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. I remember being in the theater.
Yes.
And the opening,
yes.
It felt epic because of that music.
That guy gets it. Yeah.
Yes. And a tiny bit of trivia in that movie that when they're losing control on deck 16, the Borg are under attack and everyone is running away, there's his son got some music cues in there as well. And you can hear the Klingon music from Star Trek's 1, 3, and 5 as Worf is climbing one of the ladders. It's really cool. It's really neat. Yeah, so but his son was involved in that one. Yes.
Contact, as it relates outside of Classic Trek, is my favorite.
Oh, it is. Yes.
Outside of the movie. Yeah.
It's
in
good
the
stuff.
movie and a lot of things. To me, First Contact was TNG's Wrath of Khan. It had the right score. The uniforms were right. They had the rhythm. All the cylinders were firing. First Contact was the best TNG movie.
There was a lot in First Contact, and for me, John, one of the best things was when they said, "Hey, they're building a beacon. If they make contact with their buddies, it's over." And they got to go out there and destroy that beacon. That, for me, was, wow, that was really cool. I mean, the entire movie I enjoyed, but that moment, it's like, this is it. If we don't do this, it's over. They're going to make contact with their friends. They're coming. It's done. And it was really neat. There's a lot to like in that movie, but I apologize. Yeah. My brother says that he likes the Thompson submachine gun. My brother did tell me years ago before First Contact, I bet you bullets will probably take out the Borg. And sure enough, on the holodeck, the Thompson submachine gun. By the way, a little bit of tiny trivia. In that room, it's at Union Station in downtown Los Angeles. It is a place where you can serve food, have a party and stuff. My union had our Christmas parties there. And it was really neat. I've actually been in there. And I was there in December of 97, a year after First Contact. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I had a movie moment. I apologize. Lieutenant Hawk had red shirt written all over him as soon as he showed up on screen. Yeah. But all right. Hey, Michael, you're back. Everything good? Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I caught you at a bad moment. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think you're muted. There you go. Yes.
Yeah. I got my water. I got my chocolate, so I'm good to go.
It's all good. All right. Well, gentlemen, we are well into our fourth hour now. John?
No chocolate over here? What? Thanks.
Oh!
Hey, if I could get it to you, I would. It's sugar-free.
Oh, really?
It is, but it's really good. It's Russell Stover's.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give it to that one. No, that's cool. So, maybe jumping a little bit to Farragut forward before we get back to some of the other images we have right here. Do you have an idea, John, maybe a tiny timeline just to whet our appetite a little bit, what we might be looking at?
Yes, so we're filming the 2 minutes of the 30-minute film next month. I'm hoping that'll be out in November. I'm hoping that you'll see a crowdsourcing video with the cast in uniform on the bridge of the movie era Farragut in December. And in the spring and summer, we would be filming the rest of the 28-minute film. And there would be one epic exterior film shoot done in the great state of California.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Well, like I say, I'm looking forward to it. You guys, the stuff that you guys have been doing since 2005. I found you guys in 2007, and for me, the rest has been history. All the stuff you've done has been terribly exciting, and now we're learning even more about it right now. Michael, if you would continue, please. Even my brother's going to bail, which is kind of funny because he's out here on the East Coast. He's in the shadow of Disneyland, so I guess the fireworks are keeping him up at night.
Oh,
yeah. Sorry, Lewis.
well, here's the board that shows all the different colors we used,
Oh, wow.
and so it was a light test and camera test, and then once they processed and color corrected, they then determined what was the best color to use.
That's cool.
So we could match it to the original TOS sets.
Yes.
So if you see that piece over at the studio somewhere, there's where we had it. I don't know where it is now, but that was the test thing we did to get all the colors correct.
You know, gentlemen, the work that you did to do that, it was amazing to me that when I saw the transporter set that you guys worked on, and I saw the color purple, I commented about this, Michael.
Yeah.
I know TOS as well as any other TOS fan. I had no idea it was purple.
Yep.
All this time. I believe it's the upper portion of the wall, right?
The lower portion of the wall is actually the purple, and then the 2-foot header up above for camera was gray.
Okay.
It was a Raider gray.
That was just for the third season, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because in the first season it was different. I think it was either a blue or a gray color.
I think it was gray. Yeah.
Yeah.
But because we transitioned from the velour first season to the double knit third season, we shifted the colors over to the bright stuff.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
We picked up yet another like. Kevin Johnson, thank you for joining us. There they are.
That's correct. Which makes you wonder why they chose that color, other than to sell color TVs. I mean, what?
Well, that's it.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
All the colors.
So the purple
girl.
is really only in the third season?
Yeah. Well, second and third season. I think they brought it in the second. Yeah.
That's interesting because once again, it was so subtle. I didn't notice it until.
Was it? I think it was exclusive to the third season.
Was it? I had to go back and check.
Serious Starfleet credits. Yeah.
Well, I'm doing a rewatch right now, and I'm in the second season, so I will be checking it out myself.
Hey, there's my old conversion van.
Oh yeah.
I sold that in 2014.
Is that what happened?
So this is
I used to pull it in there, and rather than getting a hotel room because that had a queen size bed in the back, I'd just go ahead and fold it out. Had TV set. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that is cool.
Pull the curtains down.
The studio had a washroom, so he.
Yep. Had a bathroom, had a shower, everything. So yeah.
Wow.
That's a pretty epic shot right there.
That says a lot.
It is heart-stopping. It is beautiful.
But that's going back to what John said earlier. You get desensitized over time because this is the way you see it every time you go there.
Sure.
But it takes on a totally different light when all the lights come on, the blinkies come on. It's got its own life. and it's like nothing else.
You guys mentioned, or I'm sorry, John. Michael mentioned. Correct me if I'm wrong. That you had 3/5 of the bridge, and then near the very end, you actually did complete it. Or what was that?
We never. So we had probably just over half of the bridge.
Okay.
We didn't have the view screen and anything left of Spock Station. And the only reason we didn't is even in the original series, you never really saw those stations. Now, the only time there's one episode, and I forget what it is, and I'll probably get crucified for it, where you actually saw Kirk do a complete walk around the bridge. Yes. That was the only time, and then those sections actually get pulled away so the camera equipment can come in and do all the individual shots. And going back to what John said earlier for Farragut Forward, lesson learned is you only build the sets you're going to have on film. Don't spend months going out and building God loves every other set because you're not going to use them. They're not in the script. Don't worry about those. Only worry about the ones that you need for the actual filming, and only worry about the angles that you're going to need. Now, you try to, when I say that, you try to second guess what the director's going to want. And so you got to be prepared that he may want a different shot than what's called for, or what you may have a storyboard for. So you give a little bit more in the set building area. You give him a little bit more room to move the camera and get a different angle. And that's the way we kind of operated in the beginning. And then things kind of went awry when STC came in, because Vic was a good showman, but I think he had something to settle. He wanted all the sets. And I asked him one time, I said, look, what sets do you have in your script? Well, it's not written yet. I said, well, how do you know you're going to? He's going to write it so he uses all the sets. So it said our guy's scrambling to build every God-loving set to go ahead and meet his deadline.
Because our director for Farragut Forward was beating on me because I've got two things. I got two tracks going on. I got the film shoot for October, which is the 2-minute film, 2 minutes of the 30-minute film. And then in parallel, I got a lot of other people building a studio, building a bridge set, building chairs. And he wanted me, to provide him with the rest of the 28-minute film. And I told him, I said, I'll get to it. And so the running joke is, but I have chairs, meaning I've got these great Wrath of Khan chairs, but I don't have the rest of the script. And so I was laughing at that. So my tagline is, but I have chairs. But the thing but the analogy is, if I am Gene Roddenberry, he is my Nick Meyer. He is the director. He is focused on filming that. Whereas the big picture guy, I'm looking at the project from a strategic point of view, where I am looking for, if I'm going to be filming a bridge scene next year, I need to have people working now. And thank God for Craig and the other workers. But I've got to think about, and I've got to get people working. I've got to delegate tasks. And I know what it takes. I know what it took for Mike to build those sets. I mean, ultimately, that was a 6-year endeavor to build all of the sets. I'm just trying to build a bridge, part of a bridge that will be needed next year. And in order to get that done, things got to be moving now. So there's separate tracks, things working in tandem, but and looking big picture. So the analogy, if I'm the Gene Roddenberry, he's my Nick Meyer, and obviously he's concerned about where's my script, but which I do have 3/4 of a script written. It just
oh wow,
yeah. So but yeah, when Mike said that, I don't have the script written, I kind of could relate.
Well, you gentlemen have to know this. I don't know about the audience does, but speaking of sets and stuff, when they were building the next generation sets, Roddenberry said, "Okay, I want this, whatever," and they weren't building the engineering set. And he went to the studio. Well, why aren't you building the engineering set? Well, it's because you don't have any scenes filmed in there. Well, you know the story. He changed it. Picard walks through the ship. Yeah, and the scene was written, so they had to build the set because he says, "Hey, we're not going to do it in the pilot, but we're going to do it later." He says, "Yeah, nah.
Yeah, built now. Yep, get it done."
Yeah. And it was added, and that one little move got him an extra set. If only it worked the same way, right, John? Yeah. All right, I got a chuckle out of you, John.
Look, if money could grow on trees, you can have every set. But when you're trying to budget everything on a shoestring budget alone and manage the workforce to produce those sets in a timely fashion, there's no deviating. You can't go ahead and do this and then do this and then do this. You've got a whole team working on different aspects of it till it all comes together. And in managing those sets, I remember I had to take Vic to task one time because he's got them changing parts of the transport room. I said, no, Vic, you don't understand. I said, I'm not building sets for your show. I'm building sets for both of our shows. So while you may need this and you want this, I still have our stuff to consider when tasking people out. So don't tell the guys, do this. And he was ready to change the color of the transporter carpet because it didn't look right to him. I'm like, this is the guy that told me that the carpet on the bridge was not gray. It's tan. I said, no, it's not. And I said, you're going over to Doug Drexler's house, right? He says, yeah. He says, did you tell me Nichelle Nichols is going to be there? He said, yeah. I said, why don't you ask her what the color of the carpet was? She worked there for 3 years, Yeah. So sure enough, she comes back and she says the carpet was a light gray color. There you go. And the argument ended. But then it was the color of the roof in the transporter room. It's got a green tint to it. I said, well, yeah, it's getting the green gel splash, light splash from the back walls. So those are the kinds of conversations that we had. And it's just trying to get him to, focus on your stuff and let me focus on my stuff so I can get both these done for both of us. Yeah.
Yeah, that was difficult because Mike did explain to me in one episode, off air, he explained to me I guess there was a percentage or ownership stake or something that it made it a bit difficult.
Yep.
Yeah.
We tried for quite a bit to get him to sign. These are what you have. These are what we have, and kind of a memorandum of understanding. And he would never sign. And yeah, so look, I'm glad we built them. I miss them, but I don't have the upkeep to take care of them. Yeah. So that's gone. And well, I am sorry to see that some of the sets have deteriorated to the point that they're at. The shuttlecraft set is basically trash right now. I've seen the pieces. And it's horrible. It's horrible. It needs a complete rebuild.
John?
I wasn't aware of that there was some deterioration, but I know that weather down there, the humidity is just, it wreaks havoc. The building is not air conditioned, and so it's subject to all the humidity and the
temperature changes and everything.
It's Georgia. It's
and that's just it. There's no temperature issues with the sets. They were literally, the balls that we had, the fish bowls, crushed, just destroyed. Pieces of the sets. They didn't know how to disassemble it, and nobody bothered to ask. And wires are pulled. Yeah, it's just trashed.
I know you put a lot into the sets and
I offered to help send him some new fish bowls and stuff for him to do, and no response. So I stopped offering.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a shame, but you have new sets now. Maybe.
I don't know what to say. You're making models, man.
I
You're
am.
making
Look.
fucking models.
All right.
You're
So
Which
building
are
small starships.
amazing.
Mike's not building big starships. He's building small starships. Have
so
fun with
let's
that.
go over to
And just add water, and they become big, right?
Right. You drop it in a little model in the water.
if that were the only way it worked, boy, that'd be great.
Hey,
I
when you think about it, Mike, we collectively and with everyone involved, we made Star Trek. The
Oh,
Crossing, the Price of Anything, the Conspiracy of Innocence, and then Homecoming. You've got those episodes. Really, if I could say one thing, those episodes in terms of quality are equal to, if not better, than what they spit out 50 years ago.
Yeah.
You think the third season, Gene Roddenberry was shooting out blanks. Some of those episodes were pretty bad. I think, some of the last 4 episodes we did were as equal to, if not better, than what they were doing for season of Star Trek.
Look, as a fan, what you guys have done and what hopefully will continue, obviously beyond a labor of love, you guys were doing your own Star Trek. You've heard me say it before, Michael. You guys are making Star Trek, man. It is awesome. And again, I'm repeating what I said earlier, and I've said in the past. Your characters were unique. The ship was unique.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you did, and you know what,
Yeah,
John?
It wasn't a caricature. It was not, to your point, Roger. It was not a caricature of the, Shatner. The Shatner Captain Kirk. It was not. It was a different crew. We were trying to do a really good spin-off of classic Trek.
Yes, you were doing what Exeter did, and there are others, folks, and I've mentioned them in the past. And just because I don't mention them now is not a shot against them. Look, there are a lot of great fan films out there because you can tell by what they do. But with Farragut, it was so cool in that, everything was unique. They were writing their own history, and it still is. It is one of the only ones that everything was on its own. You didn't copy. I think the only thing that we could say you copied respectfully are the sounds.
Yeah.
The sound effects, because everything else was yours. The music, everything was what you guys did. And I think that's what attracts everyone to it. And the other programs, look, what New Voyages did, wow. What Star Trek Continues did, wow. It's clear, man. But they were Kirk in additional adventures. And it's like, okay. What I told Michael Day in one thing is, fan films suffer from the big chair syndrome. And what I mean by that is, when they sit in that chair, they want to repeat, "Here it comes," or "Engage."
Yes.
They want to use those taglines. And when the fan films just copy what we've already seen,
yeah.
Okay, awesome. But thanks for playing.
Yep.
You guys didn't do that.
Well, we made a conscious effort, and John and Michael will agree, as well as Paul Sieber, when scripts were being developed for this, people would come out and say, "We got to do this, you got to do this," and it's all stuff that we've seen in the original series of Star Trek. It's already been done. So, I always made a very firm commitment to say no fanboy episodes, no fanboy interjections, and I think that's something that we kind of held true on. We did Star Trek. The sets were the same. The ship was the same design, but it was a whole new crew, whole new adventures, nothing rehashed, redone, done.
And Mike's exactly right. We tried to steer clear of any of the cliches, even when we did our Mirror Mirror episode. it's not really the typical mirror. We don't really encounter, other than Prescott and the alternate Prescott. We kind of refer to it as the alternate universe.
Yeah.
And it's a sequel, if anything, to For One of a Nail. But yeah, we try to steer clear from the fanboy and all the cliches.
You did.
I mean, Carter's tagline is "Let's go." It's not, we try to be distinctive and create our own interpretation, our own signature, and stay clear of all the cliches and fanboy stuff.
This is a word that we've not used. It was bold. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is bold.
Yep.
And yeah, I didn't see that, Craig, and I thank you for that. And it is. And that's one thing that I enjoy. Michael has heard me ad infinitum, ad absurdum. When we talk about others, the first thing I point out is we've already seen that. It's already, and it's just, okay, this is Star Trek. Take us, okay, it's one thing to say engage, but when you do it the exact same way, it's
exactly
okay, whatever. And that's what I mean. Look, there was a program which I ripped big time when I reviewed them. They were in Las Vegas. Really neat stuff. And I commented and I say, hey, look, what you guys are doing, it looks good, but stay away from what we've already seen.
Yeah.
You've proven you guys can do something? Great. Take us where we haven't been. Otherwise, we're just, what's the point?
Yeah. Yep.
And they didn't like me very much after that review and that commentary. But, they forgot. They said, hey, you're doing good stuff here. Just stay away from the fanboy stuff.
Yeah. And that's what kills it. We've seen that. Come on, move on.
Yes.
New stuff. Move on.
And I'm repeating, so I'm not going to say it anymore. But that's what I did like about what you guys, among other things. It was fresh. It was new. It was neat.
Well, and I got to tell you, that all goes back to John, because John was the one who, look, John was the leader of the pack. He got his friends together to go ahead and join him for the adventure. Hi, Loki. How you doing, buddy? My puppy dog just came down to see me. Loki. He's my
good.
He lives up to his name. But John took us and led us on an adventure that I know I will be always grateful for, because it was a hell of a ride. Had it not been for him, I would have never done any of that. It was something that gave me the ability to go ahead and show my talent, as well as everybody else. Who knew John could sew? Oh my God. Who knew, there's just so many things that really, and I don't know if the planets were aligned just right, but everything fell into place. Everything worked out for a reason. And I've always been in awe of that. Everybody's talent was utilized to the nth degree.
Very nice.
Are there any other questions from your audience?
No, I haven't had a few questions for a while. Actually, our numbers, everyone's just watching. They're not asking questions.
All right. So, John, in going back, you were talking about my passion and how I've really started to get back into it. And if you remember, back in the day, that's how my craft area looked. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Well, let's show you what it looks like right now. Okay, so this is the rest of the room, how it was set up.
Oh my God! And it was in a small little room.
Small room. Yep. So, small room. But anyway, so
full models.
Let's go ahead and fast forward through what it looks like now.
Oh wait, can you go back one? Is that the submarine from the Seaview, the little one?
This?
Yeah.
No, that's from Land of the Giants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
for a moment there, but then the mini sub was yellow. So yeah.
No, the flying sub was yellow. The mini sub was red.
Have to go back and look, Roger.
I'm not. He has the color of the carpet correct. I'm not gonna. Look.
So anyway,
I'm stupid, but not that stupid.
That's my new layout right there. And if you can see, John, and I'm going to be very honest with you. Do you see this?
Yes.
That was. I broke the hinges twice now on this damn thing.
Well, don't break it again.
If they break again, okay, it won't be on my watch. But if it breaks again, I'll be putting in steel or brass hinges. Because I ended up breaking the wires in the lights here and having to redo both wings.
And that's the 350th scale.
Yeah, there it is.
So really,
right
that ship does reflect a crew complement of 12 people.
Yeah,
it's not a big ship.
It's not. It's not.
So when Krug says they outgunned me 10-1, he's not joking by any means.
But it is pretty cool.
John, may I ask a cheat for Farragut Forward related to the Klingon ship? Which bridge are we going to see? Unless it'll take away from your story, are we going to see Star Trek 3 bridge, or are we going to see Star Trek 5 Klingon bridge?
It would be the 5. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I think. From 4 or 5 on up, they really established that the Klingons were dark. Yeah, and one thing I learned, I think it was Johnny K that told me that it was supposed to be a Romulan bird of prey.
Yes, that's correct. It was originally written, and somehow it changed in the story.
The Klingons.
Yes.
And they just kept that, which I thought was interesting.
Now I got a TOS Romulan bird of prey, 1/350th scale. Down the road.
Wow. This is still beautiful, though.
Oh my God.
That's what's
Mike's
upcoming.
Instead of a closet, he's now got like a room full of model kits.
And I'm mentioning it right there. There's a sea view. Wow.
Now, do you see here? What are those? Those are data tapes.
Oh, yes. Wow.
And there's R2D2.
Yep.
And there's a Cylon Raider. You've got the Enterprise. You've got 2 different Enterprises there. Oh, you have a Messerschmitt. Is that an English plane?
We're at
on the lower right, the third one up.
This?
Yeah.
Okay, that one right there is a P-40.
Oh, Warhawk, yeah.
Yep. And then a Wildcat.
Oh, sweet. The Wildcat and Dauntless, man.
Yep.
Those are, that's neat. Robot B9. Got quite a few right there, man.
Yeah. Now, look at that. That thing is bigger than a basketball.
Yeah. Oh, Michael and I both clicked. Mike, where can I get a larger than 1001 Reliant model that's worth the crap?
I think Roger and folks, I've hit a brick wall.
Yeah, John, and I apologize. Yes, I could tell. You've been very kind. It's way beyond midnight, John. You've been very gracious. Look, I was kidding about you having to do another interview. I would love for you to join us again, but you've been here for the whole thing, and I'm not going to pin you down on that, John, because you have given quite a bit of time tonight to us. So
I welcome coming back. Thank you for having us,
and I do look forward to that, John. Again, you're so gracious. It is really cool what you get to do, and it's great, John. I humbly beseech you to please keep moving forward, because we benefit when you guys do what you do.
Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. It's
all right,
awesome.
Mike and Michael Day. You guys.
By the way, John, do you see this?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This is 1/350th scale Reliant.
Is that a conversion kit, or do they make it now?
It is all one piece. It's a one kit. It's a kit, but There's no converting it from another model kit.
And is that bipolar lights or
No. This is a garage kit company, and I've already been speaking with the guy about getting one.
Oh my gosh!
Now there is a bigger one, which is like 34 inches long, and it's 1,600. This one's a lot cheaper.
Craig says that's so pretty.
Yeah,
he's right.
That's amazing. The detail on that.
That's MarshallCustomModels.com, USS Reliant.
That's beautiful.
Wow. All right, gentlemen. You have a good night. Thank you again.
You too, John.
You too.
Thank you, sir.
Take care, John.
Yep,
John,
good
thanks
night.
for coming, buddy.
Yeah, I think he was going to be with us for a few minutes, but he stayed for much longer, so we definitely thank him for that. Wow, dude. I mean, Michael, this is sweet.
So this is one I think that we're going to be building for the show, I think, somewhere down the line.
Wow.
That is gorgeous.
I know it was in the original model, but seeing it up close right now, the purple highlights of the engineering. Okay, well, obviously on the on the engines, but also near the above
Back
the
dome.
impulse engine. Yeah. It's beautiful. Oh, hey, oh no, that's right. Yeah, I guess the shuttle would be correct. I was gonna say, hey, wait, no, that's the wrong shuttle, but no, it probably would be correct.
Yep.
What a lot of people don't know that in the storyline,
Now,
Star
do
Trek
you see
2,
that?
3, and 4, actually, no, wait, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all within just a few months of each other.
Yeah. Now, do you see the pearlescent paint job that's on this thing?
Yeah, man.
I want to do the same thing.
That looks like Enterprise
Yeah.
from the first movie, that pearlescence.
And you know why they got rid of it, don't you?
Because the is it the JJ
No.
flash in reverse?
It was a bitch to film because of the blue screen and trying to capture all, and it just reflected.
Reflects, right?
Yeah. And so they, the old style models, whenever they had a problem with it reflecting, they actually sprayed it with they sprayed it with hairspray to dull it down. And
really?
Yeah. But I've seen some guys do the Enterprise A in that Aztec with the pearlescent paints, and let me tell you, absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So I've got the 1/350th movie Enterprise. I want to add this one to my collection as well. So that'll be down the road. I talked to John tonight about it. But yeah.
This is a gorgeous model. Wow. Yeah, that's the stuff of Star Trek.
That's Star Trek legend. Now, if he gives me a chance, I'm going to call it the Constitution. It's going to be my ship. Okay.
I think you should just not say anything and just.
I will, because I don't want to get involved that much.
Okay,
Look,
I don't want to argue with you, but I am. You can't call it the Constitution because it's the Constitution is NCC 1700 if we believe in that, and we assume it was refit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Wait a minute! No, I apologize. No, as John mentioned earlier, and I appreciate that he knew that history. For those that know and don't know, the backstory is there were 13 Constitution-class starships.
Right.
And the only one to survive the 5-year mission was the Enterprise. That's why the Enterprise was eventually, it had the moniker of being the flagship, the most revered, because it's the only one to survive. So I guess you could call it the Constitution. And
if you remember, Farragut in TNG was a Nebula-class starship that looks like the Reliant, had the big dome on the back, it's basically the saucer section. Yeah.
Yes, actually, Farragut's at the end of Generations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was an homage to you guys, but that's my opinion.
It may be. Look, I got to tell you, we got a lot of compliments from we got a lot of compliments from the higher ups at CBS Paramount because of the ability of Farragut to steer clear of the intellectual property.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very compliments from other people came and told us, said, look, they think very highly of you guys.
You never got a letter. Exeter never
No.
got a letter.
Yeah.
Hidden Frontier never got a letter.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's quite a few, man, that actually paid attention.
Yeah.
But you guys were way ahead of everyone else because I look. I have a lot of people may not like Hidden Frontier, but I see them. They're a West Coast
Mhm.
property, and
Yep.
they were belting them out, man, every 2
Oh,
months
yeah.
like clockwork. And they had a storyline, whether you
Yeah.
liked it or not, man.
Yep.
Hidden Frontier was doing some cool stuff. Forgive me.
I've seen a couple of their episodes, so yeah,
Yeah.
they've been out for a while,
Oh,
long
yes,
time.
they have. Yes.
I think they predate Farragut.
Yes,
by
they
a
do.
long way. Mhm.
Yeah.
They're actually 2000, and they actually are even before then. The Adventures of the USS Angelus, which
Okay.
the YouTube videos
From-
are now. Yeah,
Gotcha.
and they're before 2000, which is really neat.
Wow.
You know what? They just did it. But I think, Michael, we talked about it last time you were on. The first fan film started in the 70s, man,
Oh yeah.
which is crazy. And George Takei was in one of them.
In one of them, yeah, and that's finally coming out here soon, I think. If
That
they
is
were-
neat, man.
Yeah. But this will be yes, I will be at Far. When is Farpoint? Is it Farpoint or Shore Leave? Shore Leave's coming up.
Our point is February. Shore
Yeah,
leave is over with.
Shore Leave's over with.
Mm-hmm.
My next big convention. I mean, I'll do Farpoint. I'll probably go for one day and hang around for a couple hours. They've really kind of gone down from what they used to be, and I don't know if that's just because of some of the restrictions on the vendors, because they used to have a lot of cool props and stuff, but you know, most conventions now you can't find good props.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're just not out there anymore. But I'm looking forward to getting back to Wonderfest this year.
Where's Wonderfest?
Kentucky.
Okay.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
usually Memorial Day weekend.
Okay. I'm stuck myself, obviously, from January through April. Everyone knows what I do, and I'm very busy. But I know, yeah, I'm building things. But I am looking forward to when you guys are going to be doing the stuff in the spring. As soon as I know the shooting schedule, I want to add a little bit of the blood, sweat, and tears myself.
There you go.
I want to volunteer and I want to assist.
We made sure we put you in there tonight.
Oh, you guys did a phenomenal job. John got ambushed, and I was stuttering my way through it. How often do I stutter my way through an interview, guys?
Not often at all.
John, I wasn't trying to corner you, but yeah, I want in.
So anyway, here we'll
Look
do
at that.
this.
Wow.
Do you remember Lost in Space Robot?
Yes.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Wow.
Now, do you remember the little tiny LEDs I showed earlier?
Yes. Now that's in that clear.
Yeah, that's in his bubble. That's his brain.
Yeah.
That's his brain. So that's the kit part that comes with it. I ended up making all these out of brass rod to simulate those, and then I took one of those LEDs on the ends and put the lights on the ends to make it all light up. Now there's one of those LEDs. Now you know the size of an X-Acto knife blade is, right?
Yeah.
Look at that LED lit.
Wow.
That's how small that thing is.
Yeah, that's just genuine modern technology, folks. Because I had the Enterprise from the 70s, the one that had the lights.
Yeah.
And they were still big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Now those
Yep.
are those LEDs which I dipped in clear resin, so it would look like a light bulb when lit up, and that got fed in each wire into the brain.
Michael, a personal question.
Yeah.
How are your hands? I mean, look, I did models before, and I did fine. Well, this is what I mean. I'm 52 now,
Yep.
and I've noticed that I do get my
Shaky?
hands are starting to tremble now.
Yeah.
And do you have? I'm sorry for asking. Do you have? Are you
I-
still good, man?
I
Because for that
do.
fine work, my goodness.
I get a little shaky if I'm at it too long, and so
Okay.
I know when to stop. I know when to go ahead and put it down, and and that's the hard part for me because I mean,
The spirit is willing.
well, if you look inside, that's just from the brain, all those
Oh.
wires.
Yeah.
So that's just for the brain. Now, the sad part about this is I inadvertently applied the wrong voltage, and so I blew out every LED. Okay.
Come on, Scotty.
So
what you doing?
we'll call this one a test. Okay.
Okay.
And so the model didn't go far beyond that, other than so there's his lights. I don't know if that's going to show up here. Let's go ahead and there.
Wow.
Okay, so that's the lights in the chest. Those actually still worked. Okay. But here he is.
They were on a different circuit.
They were on a
They blew
different
out.
circuit. I only fried his brain.
Oh, well, that would work in many places of employment. Oh, yes. Very good.
The power pack.
Yes.
Huh.
So there's those LEDs,
Wow.
and I fried them all.
No wonder why you got moved up to science. Just kidding.
But this was something I wanted to do and get done, and so I built that, and I ended up giving this one to my sister. Now I do have another one that's still sitting in a box that I'll get to soon, but we'll see how that goes. But these are, I mean, do you recognize the button? That little clear piece fits inside that black bezel.
Yeah.
And that is
mounted. Wait, is that one of the buttons on Kirk's chair?
Not on a Kirk's chair.
But
that's one of the buttons on Chekhov's side of the console.
Yes.
That would fire the phasers or the photon torpedoes. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I apologize. On Kirk's chair, they're white.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there they are.
Oh, yeah. That is... Geez.
Now, do you see where my cursor is?
Yeah. I see
What's
where you're
that?
flashing us. It's a tad blurry. It genuinely is.
Do you recognize it yet? I know it's blurry.
It's blurry.
That's the time machine.
I've seen it. What it is?
Okay, I know the time machine, but it's a tad blurry.
There's the seat.
There's the seat, yeah.
Yep.
It looks good. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see the spinning wheel in the back now.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, but it was just a tad too blurry. The alien head. I feel I'm watching Predator 2.
Yeah.
Remember the throne room where they had the skull? Dude, that was a moment when I was like, oh my God, these things hunt the aliens!
Recognize more data tapes?
Oh, yes. You've got them everywhere. Look, there's Robbie oh, there she is, the Jupiter 2. Wow. I do appreciate the new Lost in Space, though. I like it. On Netflix.
Oh, I do too.
I can't wait.
Too.
Oh, wait.
Imagine the handle coming out like this and then attaching to this piece right here in the front.
It is. Yes.
It's a Vulcan weapon that was, I cut this piece off and this piece here. You can see where the pencil line is.
Yes.
That's where I drew the new and cut this piece off. And that became the weapon that we used in the crossing.
Wow. Yes.
And as a thank you to Sam Rooks for doing all the lighting all those years, because I knew this was my last episode, I gave that to him at the end of the show. There's only one of one.
Wow. What's that down there? Is that like a printer?
This?
Yeah.
That's a TV stand, and it's got my. This is a cooling tray for a gaming PC laptop,
Oh, got it. Yeah.
and it's got big fans under there that blow cool air underneath it. TOS scalpels, which were originally salt and pepper shakers in the 60s.
Isn't that cool? Yep.
Recognize that piece?
That's the Astrogator, right?
Yep.
Well, it was either that or a chair.
That just needs to be cast in clear, and I'll have that done.
Yes, and then there's my God, there's the Mirror Universe thing.
Agonizers.
That's all the agonizers.
That's what you were talking about earlier, Michael.
Yep. That was for what episode did we use it in? Was it The Crossing?
I think it was The Crossing. Yeah.
Crossing.
Okay. By the way, beautiful shot. Time out.
Yeah.
I'm looking up at Michael Day.
Yeah. Oh.
No, there's not a shot against you, Michael Bednar. It's just a tiny little wager. Michael said, "Oh, he's going to go 3 hours. He's going to go." I said, "No, he's going to go 4." And Michael, forgive me. I'm not being dismissive in any way. I'm just saying you have so much to share.
Yeah.
And that's what we knew there was going to be a lot, but I was waiting. I was seeing the minutes go by, staying quiet.
Yeah, I was like,
that's why I had to interrupt. I'm sorry. I'm a jerk. And I think Michael Day knew exactly what I was going to say. Oh, timeout. At the 4 hour mark.
Because I looked up too and I went,
oh, yeah.
Oh, I lost.
Yeah,
so
I'm
you
just going to be a jerk. Yes,
you
sir.
got the one there that's being worked on, but here it is.
Yeah. So these are not store-bought. You did these.
This is metal and vacuum form.
Wow. Did you ever think of, getting your supply line and then just telling Paramount, "Hey, I'll make these"?
Look. I was approached by Vic. He wanted me to do the communicators because he took one of my communicators to Greg Jean.
Wow.
And he said, "Greg, I want you to look at this and I want you to tell me what you think." And he said, and this is coming from Greg, who I know has an original. He said, the only thing that's off on this is the hair cell texture of the Kydex. Because they don't make it anymore.
Right.
The original molds were destroyed, and it's a drum that's actually has the pattern on it, and that was, once it's done its life cycle, it's resurfaced for a different pattern. Yeah. So that pattern is gone for good. He said, but the only thing it's off is the hair cell texture. Everything else is identical. So I sourced all the buttons up here. Those are the original Aurora T-Jet hubs, and the reproductions are made with black plastic that are chrome plated.
Oh yeah.
But the originals were yellow plastic chrome plated, and they weren't chrome plated very well. And I got them. I actually found new old stock. So everything was identical. And so when I made the communicator for Vic, I made it exactly the same way that the originals were done, with all the same materials.
Wow.
So that's all of our stuff was done that way. Like John said, it's in the details.
Yes.
There's the coronet, the transistor radio grill that fit right in the communicator there, and was also in part of the tricorder.
Well, and another thing too, I'm remembering with all the conventions that Michael and I did together, Michael would take most of his props with us.
Yeah.
And display and show them to people. And their mouths drop so often
I mean, just on this.
It was just amazing.
These images are just phenomenal. Oh yeah, there it is.
There it is. And you like how I did the modeling on the paint job?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It is so cool. It's a tiny. I mean, am I missing it, or is there a camouflage coating effect
It's got
here?
a camouflage effect to it, and I did that after an Enterprise episode. Do you remember those creatures? I can't remember what the name is, but they their weapons had that modeling effect, and I thought that was just so badass looking. And I said, I got to do that.
From
What was their
Enterprise?
name? Yeah.
Oh, darn it.
It's like they could, and I'd had to go back and watch the episodes again, but
You're
just
talking about
struck me.
shapeshifters, right?
Yes, it
the
struck me
ones
as
from
such
Future.
a beautiful design, and
know
I
what you're
thought
saying.
I want to do that.
It gives it a today's feel to a
Yeah.
modern weapon.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow, that is sweet.
Oh, and there's
Oh,
part
that
of a
looks
model I built
familiar.
for Michael Day.
Yeah, that's right over there.
Hey, well, come on. Just kidding.
Get it? Let's see. Hold
I
on.
know. Oh, okay,
Hold on.
that is neat. Oh, so he's a Doctor Who fan?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Who isn't?
Oh, well, anyway. Okay, I won't say
And it
more.
lights up. Battery still work, Mike?
Wow, that's impressive. You built that.
Yeah.
Michael, what the hell are you? Yeah, that is not nice on any wall.
That's sitting right over there on the wall, hanging down,
Yeah, I know you did show us the other day.
full
And
scale.
no matter what, dude,
That's-
that's the stuff of nightmares. That
Yep.
thing.
And if you look, so the nails in the kit, they're a vinyl. They're very thick, And I thought it just doesn't fit the scale. So I went out to Target and I bought a set of Lee nails,
Oh yeah.
and I carved out all the vinyl, and I tucked those in underneath the skin in the front, so it looked like it was growing out of the where it should,
Yes.
and filed them down sharp. And oh my god, it looks badass.
Yeah, it does. It's the stuff of nightmares, dude. Gosh, that. Oh, there it is. Look, Michael is showing us. That is absolutely awesome.
Oh, yeah.
There are the pictures. There it is in live. I would say in Memorex, but
Yep. Do
So
the other
that-
one.
that's akin to my iPhone, man. It talks back to me.
The children of Skaro must walk again.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes, you built that. Wow.
Yep.
The only thing that I could do, Michael, is I'm going to do it again. We grew up. I know that both of you are a tad older than I am, but we all grew up with Star Wars. So I had lots of action figures, and I would always purchase them from friends because I wanted to build my own Hoth base because I lived on a property that was pretty big, and I had you need rows and rows of Rebel snowtrooper, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So we built the ships out of cart because my mother knew how to do all that stuff, and I built a snow speeder out of cardboard.
Okay.
And that is the closest that I will ever come. And Michael, I'm going to get 2 action figures that we would put the action figures back to back on the snow speeder, and we built an exact duplicate out of cardboard snow speeder. It'll take me a while to do it, but that is the closest that I'm ever going to get to what you do, which is nowhere near. But I used to build my own toys out of cardboard, glue, and tape.
I did too, and John will tell you. Before I was a fan of Star Trek as a kid, as I was all the '60s shows, Land of the Giants, Voyage of the Sea, you name it, I loved it. Twilight Zone, Night Gallery,
Yes.
Time Tunnel, all the big sci-fi shows. I never realized that there was companies out there like the Brad Nelson phaser and things like that And so I wanted to have that stuff. So I made my own. And so
Yeah.
I had I go back to balsa wood, made my own phaser, and I didn't really have any set plans or anything other than the technical manual. So the phaser
Oh,
that I
yeah.
built
I know what you're talking about.
looks just like the one that's in the technical manual. And John Broughton actually has pictures of it that he's taken. I don't have the pieces anymore. I'm not sure what I did with them. I may have given them to him, but he's kept record of all that stuff, and he's seen some of my early stuff. And this was, like I say, I've been building models since I was a kid, and the older I've gotten, the better I've gotten, the more I do with them. Electronics, you name it, I'll put it in there. If I can make it fit, I'll do it. But it's just it's kind of a what can I do to make the next one better? It's like a challenge for yourself. This bird of prey originally was going to be 1 of 2. It's a 1 of 1 because I don't ever want to do that again. Right? That's how pain in the butt that was. Because, like I say, I broke the hinges twice already, and at $56 a pop on the hinges that came with it, I just no, not going to do that. So yeah, sucks. Yeah, there's those nails.
Wow,
that's an ugly thing.
It is. Do you know how? Again, it's in that document. Do you know how they did the effect of the alien coming at Ripley and Newt? How it walks over all the stuff.
Yeah, it's on a cable mechanism, and they manipulate it.
Yes, it is. It's a puppet.
Yeah,
but they filmed it backwards.
Oh my God!
Oh,
that makes sense.
Man,
that makes sense.
And it's just Cameron. Oh wow, Hollywood.
Yeah.
Hollywood is wow. There's the Mud Laboratory.
There's the Mustang.
Ah, yes.
Yep, that's the one I had. And there's the Miata I used to have.
So instead of having a naval ship or a starship on your desk or behind you,
right,
you have a Mustang.
Yep.
There's a lot to be said. Oh,
now,
I see her up there, the sea view, and the submarine to the left. Let me see if I can recognize that. That's it looks like it's. I don't think that's a Los Angeles class.
No, it's not a Los Angeles class. It's actually a skipjack, and there's a story behind it. It's kind of sad.
Yes, the Thresher, right?
No, not Thresher. The Scorpion.
Oh, got it.
Okay,
a
friend of mine, when I was a kid, my dad was stationed at Norfolk, where the submarine was out of. My dad was on I think a guided missile frigate at the time, the Biddle. But anyway, we used to, spend the night over at Michael Bishop, who was a friend of mine. We used to spend a night at his house, and every now and then his dad would come in and scare us, with the mask on and everything. So one of those childhood friends you had. And military families they're either very close or they're very close at the time, and then because we move, every 18 months we moved, and so we're making new friends and new friends and new friends. But when I was there, Michael Bishop, I remember Mom coming to us one day and said that Mr. Bishop wasn't going to be coming home, and it's like, what's going on? And I remember all the ladies going out to the pier on the day that the submarine was supposed to report back to Norfolk, and it never did. It had basically imploded off the coast of the Azores, and they're not sure the surroundings of it, but that was the USS Scorpion. And if you look, they've got photos of it under the ocean, and if you look at the back. So the back end is nothing but propeller on a cone, and the whole aft section of the sub telescoped into the rest of the sub.
Wow.
That's how much impact when it went down and had basically imploded. The back ass portion of it just went into the rest of the sub. You can see the pictures on the internet. It's terrible.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Michael. I had read about the Scorpion briefly. That's why when you were mentioning, that's got to be the Thresher, and no, which is another.
Yeah.
That was actually the lead ship, but it failed as well.
Yeah.
And I think we know what happened on that one as well, right?
They from what they said, there was
not 100%.
Yeah, there was a problem with one of the systems, and they couldn't expel the water, and they were going deeper than crush depth and imploded. The depths of the water just crushed the ship. It's instantaneous.
No, it's
yeah. So anyway, we have Jupiter 2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 1/48 scale Eagles.
And you also have Moonbase Alpha.
5. I got Moonbase Alpha. I've got the Hawk Eagle.
Yeah.
And I've got a 14-inch one over there with lights in the cockpit and stuff already built. But this is just one section.
Mm-hmm.
So my this stack of model kits is probably a good 20 feet long.
Yeah.
You can't even see it all.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's stuff to the left of the sea view. There's other stuff. And then there's that one as well. Oh, that was from 2001. That was the module. Oh, hey.
Yeah, this?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's
that one's bigger than a basketball.
Well, it's great, the angle of your hand. It gives you some depth to it.
Now, what do you recognize
There's a
there?
Cylon.
Where?
Isn't that a Cylon right here? Like a DVD disc or something?
Oh, yeah. That's
okay.
that's the DVD for the series.
Okay, well, obviously the Jupiter 2. I also recognize the, I think, okay.
That's the saucer platform. It doesn't have the dome that goes around the top, but that's the C-57D.
Oh, I should have gotten that one.
Okay.
See, that's twice.
You got
that's
the Enterprise. What's this one?
Is that one from Stargate?
Nope.
No,
that's the
Land of the Giants.
Let me see it. This refreshes your memory.
Land of the Giants.
Is that Independence Day?
Nope.
What is that?
This is going to refresh your memory.
I'm a bit younger than you, gentlemen. My brother remembers Land of the Giants.
Oh,
yes. My goodness!
War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds. So
did you notice how both Michael and I at the same time? It's like, oh yeah.
So that one there is about 4 feet wide.
Wow, yeah.
That's to give you the size of scale. Those are two of the transporter.
Yeah,
discs.
that one. Okay. Yes. I would not have guessed, but knowing that we were talking Star Trek tonight, I was like, yeah, those are transporters.
Yep.
Otherwise, I would not have gotten.
I gave those away. Now this right here is a 24-inch Jupiter 2.
Wow. And you have a Star Wars poster or something down there. I saw that in reverse.
Yep.
The Force Awakens.
The Force Awakens.
Yeah, J.J. Abrams.
Yeah. This was right before I found, or this was right after I found mold in my basement. So you can see I've started removing the paneling just in certain areas. Yeah. So we cleared the basement out. We totally gutted it and finished off. There's the time machine.
Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, in Big Bang Theory, those idiots purchased one of those. Oh, is that the D7?
Yep.
Cat Spa.
Yeah.
Again, stuff of nightmares, man.
There you go. There's those nails.
Yeah. Well, in the other image that you were showing, it was good, but that is an awesome shot. Oh, wow. It's got a Klingon stand. What a shock.
Where do you think the Klingon stand came from?
You made it.
John Broughton's dad. John Broughton's dad.
Wow.
I gave him the pattern. He cut it out for me. That was the Proteus I was working on. I scratch built the interior. I was doing this one for my brother.
The Proteus.
Oh, he might not know that one. He might not.
From
He might be
Fantastic
too
Voyage.
young, yeah.
Raquel
Oh
Welch.
yes. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I do.
Yep. There
The
you
minute
go.
oh yeah. The minute you said fantastic, okay. Gentlemen, I was born in '69. Okay, I was born a few months before Star Trek went off the air. As was my older daughter, born in '94, a few months before Next Generation went off air. It's kind of
Aw.
It's all your
Yeah.
fault.
As a matter of fact, those are circumstances. I met my wife when I met my wife. It is what it is. I got to work.
Now that guy is probably
Wow.
just a little bit smaller than a baseball. Back to the Future.
Yep. There's a baseball, folks. For
There's the
comparison
interior.
purposes. That is neat.
That's the interior for
Yes.
the Trooper 2. That was a commission build I did years ago.
That is sweet. But you know what? I always thought it was off when they added that little shuttle, that tiny little shuttle in the third.
Yeah.
I think it was the third season, right? Or was
I think it was the third. Yeah.
It was the final one. It was cool, but it was like, yeah, that thing didn't fit. But anyway, wow, that is cool. Is that him and Odo? No, just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah, that was a Lunar Models kit I did years ago.
Wow.
There's Sam Brooks. That was our lighting guy, and that was an alien head I did for him.
And that is the James Cameron alien head, right?
That's for the very first movie.
Oh,
yeah.
so no, that is the
Very
first one. I got it wrong then. Wow. That was an ugly monster, man.
Yeah.
I tell my daughters, you guys have no clue. Aliens frightened America. Or no, Alien frightened America. It was a scary movie, man.
Let me tell you, the first movie was just awesome. Yeah, this is the inside of the Bird of Prey.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely a pain in the butt.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, let me tell you, it's a gorgeous model, but let me tell you, it was more work than I had anticipated. Just the wing mechanisms alone to get it to do the movement took away most of the space I had for the circuit boards. That's a video file that won't play. There we go.
I'm just curious. On that wire, there was a KH on there. I know it means nothing, but I was just curious.
Oh, it's heat shrink tubing.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was Klingon harlot. What do I know?
Yeah. There's and this is something I used this time. So, do you see that wet looking stuff?
Yep.
Okay, that is liquid mask. So it's a kind of a latex paint that once I painted the entire surface the color that I wanted, which is this red oxide color, I then went ahead and painted each one of these panels this latex color. Not so much for the color, but because what you use it for. So once you did this,
you can weather it.
You can then go ahead and spray any other color you want, which then gives you the ability to remove that latex and give you that. So all that area that the liquid mask essentially masks that area off from any other paint color.
Yeah.
And so you just you just take a sharp edge razor knife and just go around the edges of one of the panels, and then you take a piece of tape, put it on there, peel it off. That's all you do. And that's what allowed me. So I'll give you a little bit of close up on the detail on some of this. So if you look at the back end, see the pipe work? The chrome silver?
Yes.
So all that was added.
Wow.
That was actually part of the molded ship, and so it was kind of raised lines. So I cut all that out and actually put in the pipes the way it's supposed to be, according to the original model.
And that is detail that does not even show up on screen.
No, and if you look at it, you see the holes inside those black ribs.
Yep.
Each one of those was hollowed out all the way through. That's the way the actual filming miniature was.
Wow.
Yep. So there was a lot more detail added to this that probably is not going to ever translate to screen.
Right.
It's just the way it is.
Well, what you're doing is akin to what they did, Weta did for the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? All those it's what they call culture.
Yeah.
You may not see it on screen. The actors know it's there.
You know it's there.
And it gives them, I guess they said it correctly in the second Jurassic Park when they had the little dinosaur thingy that was able to react to them. It allows you to imagine. It allows you to
gives you that interaction.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
So there's one of those little itty bitty light bulbs. There's the.
Do you do these YouTube videos, Michael, on model building?
Nope.
Wow.
I look, one of the things John asked me to do for this, and going back, there's that damn clamp I had to use to squeeze all that in there.
Yeah.
But we've kind of gone around. See, and I got the COVID brain now. What was the question again? Oh,
yeah, well,
YouTube
I've got
videos.
the COVID brain too.
YouTube videos. So John asked me if I would go ahead and create some videos on the construction of the bird of prey for kind of a background thing he can add to the teaser or whatever, any kind of material he may want to put out for promotional stuff. And I tried to do a couple of videos, and I'm just not,
it's not your thing.
Yeah, it's not my type of thing. I've taught a couple people, John in particular, how to do things, and he'll tell you I'm a anal son of a bitch when it comes to doing props and things like that. They've got to be perfect. Oh, yeah. And if you've ever heard or ever watched any car shows where they go to paint a car, mm-hmm. If there is an imperfection, it's not going to be covered by the paint. That paint's going to magnify whatever you're looking at, and your eye is going to draw directly to the problem area. It's just, that's the way it is. So when you have a prop and you've got a slight pinhole because the resin had an air bubble or something, guess what? Yeah. The more paint you put on it, it's not going to cover it up. So I would literally get a magnifying glass out with John, and I'd say, okay, here's what we're going to do. I want you to put the magnifying glass, I want you to go over the entire prop, and I want you to look for any kind of imperfection. And he said, really? I said, yeah. And I said, look, do you see all those pinholes right there? You need to fill all that in with this red spot putty, fill that in, sand it back down, and not make any more holes. Once you've done that, then we'll prime it, and then we'll put it in paint. But we've got to go ahead and do those steps. Otherwise, the moment you put paint on, it actually pulls away from that hole, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Michael, that's impressive. I understand that. I don't know it, but I understand it because for those that know and don't know, I work for one of the municipal agencies in Southern California. I'm in the body and fender shop, one of the offices I support, and I've learned I can now look at cars and I can find the imperfections, which 7 years ago, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
But I've learned. I am not a body and fender guy, but I can point out the imperfections. And
how many body and fender guys do you know that will, when they go to feel a panel, they close their eyes?
Yeah. Oh, they all do.
Yeah. Because your eyes are deceiving. You take your hand and you feel the imperfections.
Yes. Yeah. The first thing they do is you already know this, is they take a look at it from the side and then they feel it. And they do it with their eyes closed. It is amazing. And I now am able to see that stuff. And I'm nothing when it comes to that. So when you mentioned that right now, I was like, oh my goodness, I know exactly
Yeah.
what he's talking about.
John would bring a prop. He said, "Hey, I got this all ready for paint." I'd say, "Let me take a look at it." And I'd go over and I'd say, "No, you got a pinhole here and a pinhole over here. You need to fill those in." It's like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, come look." And so he'd see us. Oh man! So he'd fill them in, and he's not wanting to let the putty dry, so he's already sanding it down, and he's got a couple more pinholes. Yeah. So, it's model building is patience.
Yes.
And the more patience you have, the more perfection you have.
Can
Yes.
I ask a silly question?
Sure.
Not here.
Well, I'm going to anyway.
No, I mean they're not silly here.
Yes.
Oh,
True.
well, it may be. Going back to when you were talking about when you had to put the wings in, and you used up a lot of the room, so to put in the circuit boards and things.
Right.
Did you try to plan everything out before of where things were going to go interior wise, or it was a trial and error or a combination?
So because this is not a kit out of the box, this is a kit that's been heavily modified by the wing mechanism came from a company called Green Strawberry, and so when you use those wings, they actually take up a lot of the room that you had. And so you have on the ship, you have the underside, which gives you room. But by the time you put the wing mechanisms in, you're now down to maybe a half an inch of space. And that's enough to get the circuit boards in. But then you're blocking your access for wires to go in to feed the engines that do the flickering effect in the background. So, that was a lot of trial and error trying to figure out where I was going to put them. And I ended up cutting in one of these photos. I'll show you. All right. So do you see how much these are taking up space in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So these ribs go up and then blossom out on the top part of the ship, so you can't cut really a whole bunch. So I actually shaved these down a little bit and widened them a little bit, and that gave me a little bit more room. But after I started doing that, realized it wasn't going to give me the room that I needed to mount all the connecting wires to the circuit boards. So I was like, well, so I got to find something else. So it was a lot of trial and error, because it's trying to fit 1, 2, 3 different circuits and aftermarket parts from 2 different companies into a kit that wasn't really designed for all the aftermarket parts. It's like you can have all the aftermarket parts, but you can't have the electronics, or you can have the electronics, but you can't do the aftermarket parts. So I made it work for both of them, which is why I ended up having to squeeze, because you can see this may be a flat circuit board, but then it actually spans out this way, and then so you've got 2 inches this way that you now have to plan. You still have a mounting peg that's coming in to mount the bottom of the ship, so you've got that to do. You've got your windows up here that you still had to be able to light, and it became a nightmare. And there's all the lights in it. So let's count them up. We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 just in the ice cream scoop here, where the nose, the bridge area. So 10 just in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 in the back section here. So
you realize you just blew us away on the amount of work that was
total of 28 LEDs in this thing to make it ready.
And I'm so glad it can fire
and it can fire photon torpedoes.
I am so
make
happy
that 30 LEDs, because there's 2 others for the. So you've got the center that glows red, and then you had the green flash.
Are you able to turn it on right now?
Yeah.
Would you? Right there, that's a beautiful shot to show off the photon torpedo. And we still have people watching. It's amazing. The numbers have dropped, but
there's still people out there.
Yes.
All right. Let me see here.
Wow. Yes. And I want to thank everyone. If anyone's in the chat room and would like to just share with us, and if you have any questions for Michael, dude, we are getting a clinic right now.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, try aim it right at you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, and if I think about, look at that.
Ooh.
Okay. Check this out, folks. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. There it is. Here we go.
There comes torpedo. And you see how the red light in the center gets brighter and brighter?
Yes.
And then it just releases the green? Yeah.
Wow.
So, I'm trying to think. I think I may have left the 2 red lights out on the bottom there.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah. Oh, wow. When you pivot it that way, we're not able to see those red lights.
No.
Wow, yeah, there they are. Okay, now I see it right. Now I do.
Wow.
And then the glow on you, Michael, I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
But folks, you can see the engines in the yeah. That almost looks like Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. Yes, when it's.
And I didn't even have the pieces in there that diffuse that a little bit. So.
Wow.
And I've got all the beacon lights. There's one. There's one. And then there's one.
Yeah. Wow.
And there's 2 underneath also. And each one of those is
going to fire again.
There's no fiber optics. Oh, here, we'll fire it again here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it
so all I got to do is press a button on the base, and it will do the torpedo.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they can do with nuclear weapons today now.
Yeah. Just press a button.
Well, yeah. Give me a moment. That is sweet. Now, give us an idea. How many man hours? That's quite a bit.
I started this probably about a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
And I have probably put about 4 hours a day in it.
It's about 180 if we multiply 4 times 45, give or take.
Yep. And all I'm doing right now, since it's essentially built, and I don't know if you can pick up the detail, but you can see underneath.
Yes.
The winglet areas here.
Yep.
All the extra detail that's been added. But right now, all it is doing the weathering. That's all I'm doing right now. All the painting is done. I just got the weathering to do.
That is incredible. Roger just couldn't handle it. He just passed out.
Yeah. There my eyes. Sorry, that's folks. It happens.
I know you passed out. I know you just couldn't.
No, but you can tell my eyes are teary right now. Forgive me. I just didn't want to drown out Michael.
Well, that's it.
It is phenomenal.
There's a lot of brass work on there. I mean, unfortunately, let me see if I can.
Oh, unfortunately, so said the model expert.
Okay. So, I mean, look, do you see the ring that's even raised above that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see everything that's in white got hogged away to give me more room. And there's the back plate I did. So there's an LED that fits in here, an LED that fits in here.
This model did not allow for the wings to move, right?
No.
You made that happen.
I made that happen. Well, there's a company that made a kit, an aftermarket kit that allows you to do that. So I bought the aftermarket kit. It was not my favorite one. It's a workable solution. It's more realistic to the original studio model, but it just it required a lot of effort.
I think Frank was trying to say something, but he just put a pinprick.
Yeah, but you
Finish
can
the
see.
thought,
Look,
Frank.
look. There's the one light for the top beacon. Okay. There's the 5 LEDs that surround this clear area that lights up the front section here red. This is the or the torpedo launcher. The red LED in the center, and then I have one of those very small fiber optics that are green that lights up a clear acrylic tube that gives that flash of green. That's it. Just that one LED does that. So that's just all in the front end. There's another one back here that has the other beacon that's down below. There's one of the circuits. There's another circuit. And there's one that comes in and powers up the, there's an LED there, LED, yeah, there's one, and then the 2 mains, yellow and red, and then I got the 4 LED headlights on the wings.
Well, to cross universes, impressive. Most impressive. Sorry, I was trying to say.
There's the headlights. Those are those teeny tiny. Let me grab one here off my table.
Those are the headlights that hit Kirk in Star Trek V.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's so fun. I love that scene. Well, what are you waiting for? And then they beam him up. They're like, not much. Like the subtle humor in that one.
So, give you an idea. There's my thumb. There's the LED.
Let me give me a quick moment. Oh man, I don't know how you do it. I would have lost my mind. I cannot thread a needle.
Those are the LEDs that are in the headlights.
Yeah.
And that makes the photon torpedo flash green.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really, just one of those.
Just one of those.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow. And by the way, I don't think you've mentioned it now, but when we were not on air, you were describing the side weapons, what came with it, and how you made them. Yeah.
So
this was cool too, folks, and that's why I remembered it. It's like, wait, there's a stock, and what this artist did.
Okay, so I got to label it out. Here's the kit part, which is back here, and this is the wing portion. So I cut the wing portion away from the gun at the base there. So kit part. This is the aftermarket part, which I thought it was okay. It was an improvement, but wasn't perfect. You can see it's got a lot of flash in here, a lot of cleaning up. So what I did was I cut this piece off, cut it off of here, and cut it off back here, and got tubing, aluminum and brass tubing and brass wire, and made my own pieces, hollowed everything out. I'll go to the next set here. And you can see, if I go ahead and I run a pipe cleaner down through that barrel, it'll go straight on down into here.
Wow.
It's completely drilled out. Same for this. It'll go all the way, and it'll stop at the brass wire there.
Did you drill it out?
I did.
Why?
To give more realism, because if it's going to be in any kind of close-up, you're going to don't want it to be just like you're seeing a scalloped area. I want there to be depth when you see that. I want it to go into a black abyss, so that that's it
It's
looks
real.
pretty real. Yeah. So if you look in here now, see how you can see the depth going in the barrel.
A little bit. It looks like it's just it actually no. On this picture, no. I see that there's like an indentation.
Yeah.
But I believe you.
See if I got better ones.
And I think it was just the lighting on that picture, Michael.
It may be.
Yeah. Because if you say it goes all the way through, I didn't get that impression in that image, but that's immaterial.
Well, let's see here.
Oh, you see? There we go. Yeah, stop right there. Yeah, okay. It's pretty clear.
That goes all the way through.
Yeah, wow. That is neat. Jeez. And I know by saying it's neat is insulting. That's not my intent.
No. Hey,
It's not neat. It's amazing.
I'll take it. Yeah, there's the pin vise that I use, and some of those blades are about the size of a human hair.
Pin vise?
Pin vise. So
I have no idea.
So it's just a very small handheld drill.
Oh.
That here's the chuck on the end, and so you can open up the thing, put your little small drill bit in there, tighten it, and literally go through and drill very small holes for, like I say, I've got some drill bits that are even thinner than the size of human hair.
So is this human powered drill bit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wow.
You just sit there and twirl it until you drill out the hole.
Yeah, I guess if you have a drill bit thinner than human hair, having some mechanism might destroy what you're trying to do.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's part of the engines, right? That's
Yep, part of the engine. So you can see the back half of this had those three plastic pipes that came out, but the plastic was raised up to the level of the pipe itself. So it wasn't just like a pipe; it was a piece of solid plastic wall, if you would. Matter of fact, I wanted to show you here.
While Michael reaches for that, I want to remind everyone that the reason why we're talking about this now is this leads into Farragut Forward. So This is absolutely beautiful. You are getting a massive sneak peek at Farragut Forward.
All right, so on the camera here, you can see the back half of this.
Let me switch over to the view real quick. Solo layout, yeah. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, that's what we're talking
now
about.
I'll give you this shot, and you see how that plastic is just raised up from the base?
Yes.
So I didn't like the way that looked, and I wanted individual pipes based on what the original studio miniature looked like. And so that's why I went ahead and cut those out. And let's see if I've got I know I got it around there somewhere. Let's see here. There you go.
Wow.
So it's just how far do you want to take it, the detail? And you can see all those holes drilled straight through and sanded, and each one of those ribs.
Mr. Day, are you okay?
Yeah, it was just
Heard you coughing too.
medicine time. No.
Oh, okay.
Time.
I think that's what it was for me. I had that coughing fit, and that's why I had to mute. I apologize. Okay, because I heard you, Mike. So everything's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just sorry I lost the bet. It's like,
Oh, cut it out. It was a friendly wager. All I said was, nah, he's going to go beyond 4, closer to 5.
Yeah.
And sure enough. I didn't want to say that earlier because it's not fair to you. But I just thought that we were. Yeah.
There you go. Some of the detail. That is all brass work. This is brass work. On the other side is brass work. The railing here, that's all brass work. On the other side is brass work as well. These scoops right here what they call Bizarre scoops. Those are brass, formed sheet metal that you got to make.
I wonder what the Klingons call them, because they're not big on science.
Yeah.
The Kimpot scoops.
Yeah,
I
probably.
don't know. Whatever. Sorry, being juvenile. Wow.
But it was a lot of fun building it. It's just I don't want to do another one.
It's done. You're done with that one.
It's essentially done, and right now.
You mentioned about the lettering.
Yeah. So the
before
lettering,
we were live.
Yeah, and if you look, I've actually taken the lettering off, and I'm actually going to go ahead and put them on. I'll hand draw them on.
I read Klingon that says, "Who's your daddy?" No, just kidding. Sorry, Michael. Hey, they're in the service too.
That's right.
Actually, "Who's your daddy?" would translate to, "Oh my God, I knew what it was in Klingon." Hold on, it's. Oh my! I'll remember in a moment. Who's your daddy in Klingon? Oh, because Vavoy. Oh, Shok Vavoy. Shok Vavoy. Because she says "daddy" to Chancellor Gorkon in Star Trek 6. Remember, where she raised her hand, she says "Vavoy," and that's daddy.
Oh yeah.
Vav is dad or father. Vavoy is the daddy, and Shok is. Who is? So Shok Vavoy is who's your daddy.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do speak Klingon, folks. Sadly.
There's some more brass work for you.
Mm.
There's 2 of the screws that hold the hinges on, and there's 2 on the other side as well.
Unfortunately, though, Michael, I bet you're never going to forget that one. For the lettering.
Nope. Matter of fact, I ought to write down there, "Who's your daddy?" Somewhere I ought to put something,
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. So, now you have this basically complete.
Yep.
Which is the ship that you have to build next?
The ship I have to build next is
Farragut Forward.
This one.
Wow.
Now there's discussion about this. So this actually comes as a kit. It's all fiberglass, and its cost is about $600.
Oh.
It is very extensive. I've been in communication with the guy, and I said probably by the end of the year I'll go ahead and make the purchase. But that will be another one that goes into my collection, because I told John, I said if I do the models, they come back to me. There is talk of doing a Grissom for one of the people in the show as his ship, and that will be the miniature for his ship as well. So John's going to go look at the names of the science vessel and see what they can come up with for the script.
Wow. Grissom. Oh, I forget the 3 names. A tiny bit of trivia. There's islands, man-made islands, drilling islands off the coast of Long Beach. And one of them is Grissom. And then there's 2 others. And, of course, they're named for the 3 astronauts that
I'll be darned.
we lost on Apollo 1.
Yeah.
That's why I can't remember the names of the other 2. Oh, my goodness.
If John Sims were on, he'd be able to tell us.
Yeah. So, I do apologize, folks. Memories starting to go. And, it's not fun. The reason why I keep turning to the right, folks, is to take notes, because it's something that I have to come back to later, because for me, COVID did the number on me. I have to write things down now. Otherwise, I will forget them. So
Ed White, Roger Chaffee.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. So off the coast of Long Beach, if you look on Google, you'll notice those 3 islands. Yeah, I should have remembered Chaffee at least, but White and Grissom. Yeah. That was. I don't know why we've already mentioned 3 disasters tonight, Michael. I don't know why.
Well, they come in threes,
That's
so we're
right.
done.
Yeah, we're done.
We are. There's Thresher, Scorpion, and Apollo 1.
Yep.
Beautiful shot. That's
Do
a
you
shot
see
back,
that?
right?
See how it's just a skeleton of the outline of the bridge?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
And it's raised a bit, too.
Yeah. Well, that was the upper deck area.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Michael, would you go back to that image just real quick?
Yeah.
Oh, you actually see it right there, too. But yeah, the other one, the one right before. You can see the outline of the console right behind the gentleman on the right. Yep. There it is. Yep. Wow.
So it's there. It's right there.
So you have the blocks on top of that for what?
So because it is really humid.
Oh, yes.
We actually and wood, if you leave it by itself, will start to warp. So one thing that we did, and you'll notice in one of those previous pictures, what Greg is doing is applying glue. So whenever we make a frame like this, we then glue the top surface, and we take a sheet of Luan and we slap it on top of there, and then we use brad nails to hold it all down. And once we have that assembled, we'll then move it over to the pile, and we stack everything on top, and the weight just keeps piling on, and we stick the boards up on top, and that compresses everything down. And so by the time we're ready to go to our next step is all the edges, we actually go ahead and fill in with sheetrock mud and sand them smooth, because when you put the 2 wall flats together, you have the black 2x2 between there, but it's recessed back beyond that gap, so you would see that. So we hide that. It's all in the details.
Yes.
So when we built the sets, you know, we knew that eventually down the road we were going to be shooting at 4K. 4K shows everything.
Yeah,
So from the
does.
get-go, we started off where everything was going to be as perfect as we could get it, including even trying to get rid of most of the grain of the wood. So whenever we have a panel like this, after we got done doing the edges, we then skimmed it with a coat of sheetrock mud on the surface, sanded it smooth when it dried, and then we got it ready for primer and then paint.
Wow.
That's it. You can see the other 2. There's more there.
Yeah. That's cool how you have the outline right there.
Yep. And then you just lay the boards on top and just start building.
I did appreciate John's comment about how unergonomic it was, or is.
Oh yeah. Oh, they are. There's no place to put a cup of coffee.
Right.
You know,
it just
literally.
Cool. And I appreciate how his dad answered my comment. Well, John Senior, when I said, "Yeah, well, that's problems with the '60s." Well, it wasn't that way in the '50s.
Yeah. Well, I want to correct one thing. So when John said that he cut out the pieces to the bridge, I'll and it, not to diss on John, but John's dad, if you remember him saying he liked to round things off a little bit, and John Broughton would say, no, it's got to be 0.5 inch or whatever. It's got to be perfect. So when John's dad originally cut the bridge pieces out for us, in order to maximize the amount of wood he had, he shortened the bridge consoles.
Oh.
So all that wood that was cut was scrapped. No good. So I went out and bought new wood, cut everything to the right size, because otherwise it'd look like you'd be at a toy station, you know. Nothing would have been the way it should have been. So we went out, we rebought all the wood, and we recut everything ourselves. while there.
Huh.
But it's not like any of the wood went to waste because we used it for other things. We made the railings out of it. Stack 3 of them together, 1/2-inch MDF, stack them together.
What is MDF? What does that stand for?
Something dense fiberboard.
Okay.
Basically, it's sawdust with a resin glue. It's heavy. It's I got a piece of it right here.
Oh wow.
Medium density fiberboard.
Yeah.
Oh, medium.
So
Okay.
it's like thick cardboard, to be
Right.
honest.
Yeah.
And you recognize the shape?
Oh yes, yes. That's a table, right? Someone's table. No.
That's the side panel to the captain's chair.
Oh.
So, right, like this. There's the armrest right here.
Oh wow. Yes. Okay. That is cool. All right. Yeah, I would not have guessed that. I actually probably would have thought, oh yeah, it's those large red thingies that go into the engineering on one of the ships.
That's a Large Hadron Collider.
Oh yeah, large, right? Well, I guess in their century it would be.
That's it. That's one of the ones I messed up. I'm actually working on a captain's chair for Mark Hildebrand.
I was
So
gonna have to say, wait a
I
minute,
started
so is
getting
there
back
a
to
new-
working that last week, and I inadvertently went to. I've got a biscuit cutter to put biscuits in to keep the wood together, and I went too far and went straight through.
Oh.
Well, I had reset it when I was doing the Han Solo and carbonite, and I forgot to reset it back to the right depth. I was like, oh.
Did you finish that one?
No. I've been working on the bird of prey.
Well, you have. Oh well, yeah. Priorities change.
Yeah, they do. They get you every time. Damn it.
Yep, but you answer the call. That's the thing.
Yep.
That is absolutely awesome. So, folks, we know of the Enterprise, we know of a bird of prey, and we also know of a possible. I don't believe it's Grissom class. I forget what it's called, but a Grissom-like science vessel. Oh, Birth, the O'Birth class.
Birth class. Yeah.
Yes.
Science vessel.
Yeah.
Now you had to think about who would be commanding a science vessel.
Me.
Who else was a blue shirt?
Could be Michael.
No.
There's a lot of other people that were blue shirts.
Foster. The guy that took my position on Farragut.
Okay. So he was promoted to. Well, possibly.
He was. There's. I think that's the way it's going. What else we got here? Well, I don't know if I ever showed you this. This was a project. Did I ever show this to you? Do you recognize that?
Oh yes, you did it for a family member. But go ahead.
Okay, so these are the
This one's cool, folks.
This is the Harry Potter marquees that I've been collecting from a friend of ours, Lee Milstead. Unfortunately passed away, but these are the monikers that they would hang above the door that would light up. And so I'd always wanted to do this Harry Potter themed thing for my wall. And the more I started putting in stuff in the basement here, I was running out of room. And I said, well, you know what? My daughter's a huge Harry Potter fan. So I decided, let me go ahead and take those and build this thing for her. So there's the back plate. Boards cut out, bump. So the individual slats that are not filled in with anything, those are going to be where the wands go.
Yep.
And so as I started doing this, start working on the base, the actual cabinet itself for everything to fit in. And my first attempt at blocking everything out failed with the plastic bag. And when I stained it, it got screwed up. And that was the first set of the doors that I built they didn't work because the hinges weren't the right kind. So this is the newer one.
Oh wow.
Got the cabinet doors on. So essentially, that's the basic box.
Right.
Now you can see, look at all those LEDs. This thing was loaded. Connect everything together. There it goes, lighting it up. And so the background is going to be a light colored, so it would actually help splash the light towards the front. There you go. Now I got to insert all the marquees. Now I got to figure out how I'm going to hang the wands. And there you go.
Wow. I knew the end result, but it was still awesome watching it again. Jeez. And then, of course, it has the sorting. Yeah, right.
There's the lightning bolt that holds the
Right.
hat, the sorting hat on it.
Which it's beautiful having the sorting hat on there.
And I made all the holders for the wands.
Yes.
Yeah, this is her birthday last year. One of the few times I've put her in tears.
And the Deathly Hollows.
Yep,
Right
Deathly
there.
Hallows. Yep.
Actually, that's the cap that I had on earlier.
That was her cake that year too.
Oh, the Lego. I like it.
Yep. There's the back hook for it. That's the holds the wands in place.
See, I see the Lego connection myself. I did my best, Michael. One thing I didn't have growing up were Legos. Everyone in my family did. But
I didn't either.
I made sure my daughters have Legos, and they had quite a few of the Harry Potter. They didn't have the super large ones.
Yeah.
But they had Hagrid's Hut, the Night Bus, there were so many others that we collected, and yeah.
Now I can tell you, I have one Lego set, and it happens to be the Stargate.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It belonged to my grandkids, and they were tossing, or my sister's kids, and so she brought it over to me. She goes, "You want this? I thought you might like it." I goes, "What is it?" It's a Lego Stargate. What? So yeah, that's the only one I have.
That is still cool.
That's the cabinet.
That is absolutely beautiful. Even Snape and Voldemort would not come near that.
This was just passing through. There's Mark.
Yeah.
Mike.
Mark's rather tall, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, 6'+".
Yeah.
Easy.
Hey.
Michael Day. There's Dean Rogers.
Yep. Who joined us last time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin.
With those 1960s sideburns. That is so cool.
That's the original Tackett right there.
Wow, yes. And then that's the bottle for the Saurian brandy, is it?
Saurian brandy bottle, yep.
Yep. And a full-size chess set.
Yep.
Wow.
I still have not built mine either.
Okay, so what is this? Is this purchased, lent, what?
This was built by John Broughton's dad did the base. This piece down here. John and I got the aluminum for him, and we bent all these and attached them together. And then I took all these panels and I did the put them on a table saw with the blade just barely coming up out of the base, and ran each board to make the checkerboard pattern on it. And then we painted some pieces clear red paint and left the others the translucent color they were. And it was a culmination of me, John, and John's dad making parts and assembling it. This isn't something you can buy. This is made.
No, the only one that you can buy is relatively small.
Yeah, the Franklin Mint one.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice, but it's
not the right size. Yeah.
Right.
And this is actually the correct Ganine set that they had, and I've got one set left for mine, and I've got all the pieces. I just need to bend the aluminum, and we actually bent the aluminum over a propane tank. Trying to, you take this and I'll take this in. Yeah. But I've got the same turn base that John did for his son, and did a set for me also.
As a personal comment, I was genuinely surprised that John Sr. joined us.
Well, I got some early information, because when I talked to John, he mentioned his dad was there, and I said, "You need to have him on. You need to have him on." So,
Yes.
Yeah.
I am beyond, blown away that Holly's first appearance was here as well.
Yeah.
And now John Sr., because he's never done an interview.
Yeah. Now, do you remember you had said John Lenwell just did a like?
Yes.
Okay. That's John Lenwell right there.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Matter of fact, that looks like me.
Who? The guy in the blue shirt?
Yeah.
Really? I
Yeah.
think that's more Michael Day.
No.
But I know he wasn't in there.
Yeah, he was in. He was not in the show, but he was
Right.
there at the time.
I was there at the shoot.
But okay, I believe
Yep,
you. Oh,
there I am.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
Yep.
I
I recognize the bald spot in the back.
I
Sorry.
was about to say, I'm like, that doesn't look like because of that.
Oh no, it's been starting for a while. It's been getting worse over the years. Although I got to tell you, and I don't know about how COVID has done you, Roger, but because of the high fever, you tend to lose hair. Your hair starts falling out, and when I would brush my hair, I would notice a lot of hair coming out. It took about 6 months, and my hair started coming back, but it's coming in black. So I've got darker hair coming in back into my head than I did, because it was almost white when I went into the hospital.
Michael, I apologize. I need to correct that. Michael Day knows what happened. As far as I know, I have not contracted COVID, but
Okay.
I was volunteering while they were doing the vaccine at the fairgrounds here in LA County.
Right.
And at the end of the day, I was given the option of taking, I don't know if it might have been Moderna, and it was the first day of the Johnson & Johnson. And I, greedy in reverse, oh, wait a minute, 2 shots or 1? I'll take the 1.
That's what I took.
Well, the next day, I had headaches for about 6 weeks. And I missed a great deal of work. I could not concentrate. I could not drive. It was bad. And I, for 6 weeks, had headaches. And
Holy cow.
I don't know. I mean, it was bad. Michael would call me from time to time, and I'm like, dude, I gotta stop talking. And that was it. I just had to stop.
Wow.
It was for six weeks.
Wow.
So once I returned to work, I could tell I was not able to, because I have regular tasks.
Right.
And it dawned on me, wait a minute, why didn't I do this? And after a few days, I'm like, oh, some of my short term is gone, just completely gone.
Yep.
So I've lived out of a day timer almost my entire life, but I stopped using one in 2017. But I'm back to a day timer now. And again, that's why I've told people, when you see me turn to the right,
Yep.
pause, I'm writing stuff down. That's all.
Yep. Yep. No, I get it. I
For
get
me,
it.
Michael, that's it. That's all I have. But
The only thing I still have left is I talk backwards sometimes. When I say a sentence, the last portion of the sentence comes first, and then the first comes last. So it's jumbled. Or I'll attempt to say a word 3 times, and it keeps coming out incorrectly said the first 3 times, and then I finally just pause and I stop, and then I go ahead and I say it. Or a word that I've been saying for years, irrelevant or whatever. All of a sudden, the word is gone, and I can't think of what the word is that I wanted to say. It's so I know my brain has broken some of the synapses, and so it's starting to rewire itself. It's getting better, but it's not fully back yet. And the only thing it's really affected is day-to-day conversations like this. When it comes to work, I'm spot on. I haven't forgotten anything. I'm not lost for words at all, but it's only in day-to-day, conversation where I expand more than, talking about computers or servers or things like that. It's all, if I happen to be working on the garage, or if I'm talking about something and all of a sudden I'm lost.
Wow. I have not detected any of that from you tonight. It's been flawless. For me, again, mine, if that's what I have, I can live with that. There's a joke in the business world. If you don't write it down, it didn't happen.
Right.
So all my life I've done that. I just find it interesting that in the digital age, I have gone back to
writing it down. Yeah.
Basically a day timer. And everything's fine. It works, and
that's what you do to find it through. Yeah.
Yep. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, I'm not looking for more. I can get through this.
Yep. So, and it's a day by day thing.
Yeah,
it really is. Holly and I are both same, and I do more outside than I normally do. Just to kind of enjoy a little bit more out. It's like I came home today from funeral home. My director, you heard about the floods in Arizona?
Yes.
You heard about the 2 couples that were in a 4-wheel RZR vehicle and got swept up by the floods?
No.
Floodwaters came in out of nowhere and took the RZR, upended over, and found some people had reported that they saw the vehicle being swept away, so they reported it, and it took several hours before they finally found the RZR that was half sticking out of the mud. 2 people in it, and one of them was the sister of my director. So I was at the funeral home today for that. It's life is short, and you got to go out and enjoy it. And so it's like today when I came home, it was getting late, and I told Holly, I said, "Hey, look, you want to go out, go get a bite to eat?" So we did. We went out to Carrabba's, and it wasn't until I sat down at Carrabba's I thought, "Oh shit, I got an interview tonight. I got to be back home for it." So I had dinner. I was talking to Mike when I got there. I had dinner, had plenty of time to get home, but because after dinner I was going to head over to Home Depot to go get some more stuff to do because I'm going to start working on the other half of the basement. I said, "Well, we got to go straight home now."
Oh, my apologies to Holly. Obviously,
it's that focus though. It's
yes.
You lose what you're doing.
Now it's interesting because for me, this week all I knew was after Chris Smith on Monday, I had Bednar on Friday, and my whole thing was built around that. I went out last night to go see 2 movies.
Yeah.
I went to a baseball game on Wednesday. And believe it or not, in the back of my mind, I'm like, I can't wait for Fridays.
Yeah. Well, I've been looking forward to it too, and all of a sudden, here comes the day.
Right.
I think what threw me off because today was my day off.
Oh, okay.
But I actually got up at 5:40 this morning, and I logged into work I'm trying to help out. There's certain people are out,
Yes.
and we've been experiencing some difficulties, and so I went in and logged into all the servers to make sure that everything was running fine this morning. And I found one server that needed a quick fix, so I did that, and then so I was on for an hour, and then I was off. But that kind of threw my whole day off because I'm like, God, I'm up. It's like it's 7 o'clock and I should have still be in bed.
Yeah, I spoke to Mike throughout the day, and everything that he and I talked about or did, it was around today.
Yeah.
It was really funny. We were planning our day, talking about what we were going to do, and I thought it was cool. I told him, so well, I'm finally going to go get up. I'm going to go do some busy work. He's like, what? I said, yes, I have busy work. And that was
Exactly.
it. And I did. It was in my day timer, so it happened.
Come over and cut my grass. That's busy
right
work.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not able to do that because of the allergies that I am. Oh, years ago I found out that I am allergic to the two most common types of grass in Southern California.
So I actually wear this huge mask, the same kind I use when I paint. I wear I wear one outside that I've been using, and I've changed the cartridges 2 years ago. Every 2 years I do it. But I go out, I cut the grass, I blow my driveway down, and Mike will tell you my driveway is almost 2 football fields long, and I'm stirring up. I can see the pollen. I got glasses on, but I can come inside and I'm not sneezing or anything. I look like some weirdo out there with all this protective stuff on, but hey.
Oh, Mike, you may have just ruined it for me. I've gotten away with 52 years of not having to mow the lawn.
Nope. Get out there, son.
Actually, it is funny that in my family, they found out that I could not do it. I remember when I was much younger, my mother, she was so desperate because I was so allergic to even neighbors cutting their lawns. Yeah. Where I remember being much younger, and she was so desperate to cure it that she put milk in my eyes, and it would soothe a little bit.
Okay.
And I think I was like 4 or 5 when she would do that. And I'm lucky because Claritin works for me.
Okay.
And I haven't had a shot in about 6 years.
For allergy shots?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate. Good. And my youngest, the one that brought me to dinner, my youngest, she has it too. But nothing works for her. And I told her, Mija, for what we have in life, we're good with it, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I went through that, and I would last, before I started taking the allergy shots, I would last for about 15 minutes outside, and I would go through a box of Kleenex in a day, or even an hour, after I go outside. Eyes were always burning. And so I started the allergy shots, and it got to the point where I can go outside and walk around and do whatever I want, and I'm not affected by it anymore. If I cut the grass and I don't wear any protection, then I feel it. I sneeze a lot, I cough a lot, eyes water, burn.
Yep.
But I wear I wear glasses that have a foam protective between my skin and the glasses itself, so it seals out everything.
Yep.
But I've got the full, breather. Sound like Darth Vader, Different genre, I know.
Oh, hey, no, it's all good.
But and I feel fine when I come in because I'm doing that stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad you're able to do that. I always had difficulty. We never went that far to get the masks and everything, but it was good. I'm lucky. When I have to, I can pop a Claritin, and I'm talking 5-10 minute response.
Oh wow! I was on that originally, Claritin, and didn't really respond too well. And I went to Zyrtec, never got a good response for that. It wasn't until after I did all the shots and everything that Claritin started helping. And the difference is I noticed that my eyes don't burn. The only time my eyes ever burn now is if I'm really tired.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I don't have it anywhere close to that.
Just for fun, because I remember that shoot.
Yep.
We had sound problems. Do you remember, Michael?
Oh, we had a lot of issues.
Because no, this was the second shoot of this. I don't. That this is the second shoot. It's where
Is
I
it?
was. Yes, and this is when we were filming, and there was a football game next door.
Oh,
would
yeah.
That was
Yeah.
Michael a moment ago.
Scream, that because
Yeah,
somebody got a
this is the
touchdown.
second. Yeah.
Mhm.
This was the second one. Kevin playing the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the other portion of it.
Yep, this is the other portion of it.
That's where we had the shuttle flying in. Remember? Overhead?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a senior right there, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. That's the Admiral. Or Commodore.
Yeah, Commodore.
Yeah, I forget. Hey.
He's late. Where is he?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Where is that son of a bitch? Wait till I get a hold of him. Here's Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun shoot. That was a fun shoot. But we only reshot it because we weren't doing, we were still building sets. And this is kind of a little background for you. We were so busy building the sets that we really hadn't thought about what we're going to do for our next film. And then I said, John, now's a good time. Let's go ahead and refilm JPT. And, finally get it done with more quality than what we did the first time around. So Just Passing Through was shot originally, and it was absolutely horrible framing, horrible camera work, horrible sound, shot in 2 different cameras, and one was shot in 33 frames per second, and the other one was shot in 24 frames per second, and it just looked horrible. And
you didn't use green screen.
And we didn't use green screen.
Black screen.
Well, you can use black screen on Windows and things like that and get away with it, but you got to mark them.
Yeah, marked. It wasn't done right.
But nothing was done the way it should have been done. And I even went up to the guy and I said, "Look, if that's in focus, that's terrible because this is not a sharp picture. This is blurry." He says, "Well, this monitor is not calibrated for 4K." And what do I know? Okay. Well, I knew enough that it was blurry. And so after we looked at all the footage and it was all blurry, it was horrible. And that was one of the few times I fired somebody.
I do notice that, speaking of firing, notice, folks, not one red shirt. Nary a red shirt.
No.
Elitists.
No, they didn't want to.
There were none to be found.
This was the non-red shirt club.
Okay, it's funny. There's one. Okay.
That's right.
I appreciate the chuckle, though, Michael. When I said, "You bunch of elitists, no red shirts," and there's one. Okay.
Oh, God.
No matter what, it looks like you guys are having a good time, though.
We did. I really enjoyed that film shoot, and Marco's the one who directed this one, and I think overall did a better job than we did the first time around. I like some of the playfulness that Holly and I had in the first one, but the second one, everybody was just on their top game, I think, and it came out a lot better. But on the DVDs, you can actually go back because we put the first version in there. So you could see them side by side and see, just what we're talking about. I mean, framing where you got Mark, who's so tall, and standing next to John, you're cutting off part of John's head to see, it just didn't work out. The framing was poor. So that's all JPT.
And folks, what we're talking about is what happened in First Contact. Zephram Cochrane, the gentleman, James Cromwell, is like almost 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And Commander Riker, Jonathan Frakes, he's 6 something. And you can still see the difference. There's one scene where Riker is looking up to Zephram Cochrane, and he is head and shoulders taller than Jonathan Frakes. And he's looking up and he's straining. I believe that's what we would call bad framing.
Yeah.
Because if you are, what Hollywood likes to do is they like to put them on the same level.
Yep.
Where they're
Yep.
in the same shot. It's
Yep.
unrealistic, but it looks better for story.
It looks better for storytelling. Exactly right.
Yes. And look at First Contact at the very end. You'll see how Jonathan Frakes is straining to look up to James Cromwell.
Well, I think I'm going to have to call it a night. My meds aren't kicking in.
You mean calling it a morning?
Well, that sounds good because it's 2:30. So how about
Yeah.
we go ahead and wrap it up?
Yeah,
I think it's great.
I appreciate that.
Everyone that was in today was absolutely phenomenal. John, wow, a lot to share.
Oh,
I
I have to ask before we go, Michael.
Ah.
Were there 4 Johns at one time on screen, or was that Loki?
On here,
Uh-huh.
that was all John. Now Loki came down, but he never got on screen. You might have seen
That
him
was John.
go up and down the stairs.
So in
yeah.
other words, there were 4 Johns on screen
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure, just to freak Roger out a little bit.
Wait a minute. Didn't we have 5 Michaels on at one time, or was it 4?
Michael Struck, Michael Bednar, Michael Day.
That was it.
No, there was someone else. Forgive me, who was a tad snotty. Remember, I even made a joke of it. I said, "Oh, a little bit of attitude today." I
that
forget
was
the
me.
Michael. No. It was
No,
funny.
it was me.
I
No,
thought
it
it was
was
someone
me.
that was your. No, you were never.
No, yes, it was. It was me. There was only 3 Michaels.
Well, you were acting like there were 5.
Well, I tried.
All right.
Well,
Very nice.
thank you everybody for
Yes.
attending and coming and see us, and hope you learned something. If you got questions there for next time,
It was great. And folks, did you hear that? For next time.
that's right.
So I'm looking forward to it. Michael, if there's still more that you definitely want to talk about, of course, gladly we'll have you on at your leisure. You don't even have to ask. You just say, "Hey, dude, let's do something."
Well, when you have John on the show, I may pop in.
Oh, that'll be sweet. Yes.
There'll be a little needle in the side and make him give us some more secrets.
That'll be fun. Folks, Farragut Forward is coming. That's partially why we're here, but the real reason was, let's just say in my mind, we're setting the record straight. That's all we're doing tonight. But Michael was a fountain of information. And I know there's still more over there, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk about it in the future. But for now, Michael Day, thank you. Michael Bednar. The only thing that we can take from this is all truth. Everything that was said tonight was straight up truth. So we'll leave it at that. Michael Day, anything real quick? Because I know we do have another guest. Mark Hill. Oh, no. It's Monday. We have someone on Monday. Who is
Monday
it?
just got confirmed.
Just confirmed.
Just confirmed. It's Connor McCulloch. He was on the first season of Face Off. He is a he does
prosthetics and
he does and he will be joining us.
And he was also second unit on Avengers Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really sweet. Just confirmed today.
Yeah, so that's
very good.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, we have Mark Hildebrand on 13. AP correspondent. I'm sorry, not necessarily AP, but Bob Niesoff is on the 15th. Former Green Beret, wrote Spiderhole. He has many awards there. Victoria Avalon is on the 20th. David Meany, is it?
David Miney. Mm-hmm.
David Miney, forgive me, is on the 22nd. And, of course, you saw the post today on NEB Media. We still have quite a few more. Michael Jan Friedman's got a secret project that we're going to be talking about in October. John Billingsley has already confirmed. We're negotiating the date, so we're looking forward to that. Michael, you need to join us for John Billingsley. He is a blast, man.
The name sounds familiar.
Dr. Flock's Enterprise.
Yes, yes.
This will be his 4th time on with us now.
I'll be damned.
So he's a lot of fun. So he's giving you a run for your money. But we're taking way too long. We're finishing up, and it's taking us forever to finish. Michael, take us away. Last thoughts, young man, and we'll be done with that.
I don't know. How about the tagline from Field of Dreams? If you build it, they will come. And they have. And they still do. Good night, everybody.